When the hell is Morena going to crash out into the succession war is my question. Yeah, no, 100%. Morena is being set up to be a strong villain in this arc. She kind of slipped in as like the wild card, but I feel like she may play a much larger role than we're all kind of expecting, which I'm happy to see. I think Morena's character design is really cool. I mean, think about it. She's the one that has the largest goals, right? Like, she wants to spread chaos throughout the entire world. Like, she is, realistically, if there was, like, a big bad in this entire, like, arc, like, don't get me wrong, White Drake Tserriednich is 110% a big bad. Like, he is going to be a major problem, if not just for the succession war due to his insane power, but for Kurapika as well, as that's going to be Kurapika's big bad. As much as Beyond Netero has shaken things up, if anything, he's completely fucked the succession war. Because if the succession war goes down, it's his fault entirely from just this development that we got. This contract has big potential of backfiring. It prohibits any attacks between the respective queens, princes, or their guards, renewing weekly if the 5th prince's representative registers in room 1014 every Sunday at 9 a.m. If your party infringes the rules, then my ability will activate, enacting the penalty a week-long forced state of Zetsu, which is literally just guaranteed death for whoever that falls to. Because if Kurapika's stuck in Zetsu for a week, you can bet your ass someone is going to kill him. Because not for nothing, this contract does potentially put a rift between Kurapika and our man Bill here. Not good because he is one of Beyond Netero's expedition members. If Kurapika is now making contracts in order to go directly against Beyond, Bill is, while probably not immediately revealing himself, probably going to oppose whatever the fuck Kurapika does, especially if it opposes Beyond. Because the thing is with Beyond, right, is Beyond, no one even knows what the hell Beyond is doing right now. Let's remember that Beyond has his expedition team, which is the people that Kurapika tried so hard to not let on the boat that ended up getting on the boat fucking anyway. Thanks to Pariston's bitch ass. Bill is one of the people that was able to sneak on as part of Beyond's expedition team. But you also have to remember you have Beyond's elite expedition team, which has Jing and Pariston. Whether they're on their own boat or they're on like tier 1 or something, we generally have no idea where they actually are. But Beyond has that expedition team. Beyond believes that he's going to break out and has his multiple people inside of the Black Whale, not just Bill, but multiple other agents stationed in different princes' quarters, who weren't aware of the succession war. He did not make them aware of the succession war, which would have been nice. He kind of sent them into the fucking fires. Sayu, the monkey Zodiac, is on Beyond Netero's side, whether he knows it or not. So Beyond already has a double agent inside the Zodiacs that's working for him and is going to be willing to work and get him out. All of the expedition members are essentially waiting for the word from Beyond Netero to release him from prison. He already has like a prison break plan basically figured out. He's just waiting for the perfect moment to release it. Whether, again, that be through expedition members he has stationed in the different princes' bodyguards. He also has, again, the elite expedition team with Jing and Pariston. Now, from what we learned, he has all of these 20 children who potentially, upon their death or some way to kill them, will result in either one target or multiple targets all dropping like flies immediately. The only person at this point that stands to fuck with Beyond Netero's plan, as far as we know, is Morena and the Heil family, because they're the only ones that are outliers to what was supposed to happen on the Black Whale. For all of the 5D chess that Beyond Netero is playing, Morena is kind of like the domino effect of she's slowly affecting different things going on in the series. That is just moving things on. One big thing that I think is important to mention here is we've got this guy's reaction to Longyi and Kurapika's contract. Babimya, whatever the fuck his name is. He has a very interesting reaction. He could potentially be one of the other 20 children of Beyond Netero. Now that's just assuming we have no other evidence just to go based off of his reaction to everything, but he does, for one of the most foreboding characters, one of the most foreboding one of Benjamin's soldiers that has played a part and has always had something to say and something to think about. By noticing that Long Hee is crying, it's completely possible that he's also one of the children as well, because I think it's an interesting decision to hide his face, right? To hide his face and what he looks like after Togashi knew, now that we know Beyond has all of these children, we're going to be looking for them, right? We see exactly what she looks like. And I think the most interesting reaction he has is to just immediately remove his face. And if you look at his face, if you look at what his face looks like, I mean, he's kind of got the nose. He's kind of got the nose, you know? He's got the look. He's got the Netero look. He's got that Netero Riz, you know. But it is possible. Again, at this point, anyone is an op, right? Literally anyone is an op. At any point in time, we have to be worried about encountering something, which is let's not forget, one of the biggest fucking problems here is we still don't know who Silent Majority is. We still do not know who Silent Majority is. We thought, we were like, oh, it's Long Hee, we got it. It could be one of the Netero children. It could be, but the problem is, which also adds a whole big fucking issue to all of this, right? With any of these characters, now that we know that any of these characters could be a Beyond Netero child, we now know that all of Beyond Netero's children are basically ticking time bombs that have curses that are going to enact and kill a target upon their death. So if Silent Majority takes out any of these Netero children on accident, that could cause even more chaos, because we have to remember, now going back to the contract that Kurapika signed, if you find Beyond's child before the elimination of Prince Dueppa or the competitors are reduced to 2, on the off chance that none of the princes are applicable, then the criteria of the boon will be met. Of course, these amendments will be annulled by if Dueppa refuses to sign, but if you continue the inquiry and meet the criteria, I promise to start a new private conversation with you, bestowing the boon onto you, and that boon is the gift of using my ability a single time. So Kurapika will be able to set his own contract with someone. I really don't think this alliance was worth it, but Kurapika's really got to consider all of his fucking options at this point. I mean, again, we could find out that Kurapika didn't sign up for the contract and actually refused it, but I don't know, man. So if he finds out who Beyond's child is amongst the 14 princes, he gets to use her Abhatsu, which is called, what is it called again? Manipulator ability, Moonlit Decree. Kurapika gets one use of that. But if he doesn't, then he gets a week-long thing of Zetsu if Princess Tubeppa, or if Prince Tubeppa. I don't know, man. I don't know if this contract was worth it. There's so many contracts to keep track of. Literally, Silent Majority is the Nen ability that's like slowly killing all of the people that show up to the Nen school that Kurapika is hosting. It's one of the Nen users that are showing up to the Nen school, and every so often it's just killing one of the bodyguards slowly. So it's basically adding so many stakes to Kurapika's Nen school, because essentially what's happening is the longer Kurapika takes to create the different contracts and slowly teach all these different people Nen, the longer Silent Majority has to kill and slowly assassinate each of these people that are showing up for the Nen school. Which is a bigger problem, because then people are going to start suspecting Kurapika of being Silent Majority's user, and they're all going to turn against the 14th prince. So not only is Kurapika have reasoning to want to teach all of these people Nen and prolong the succession war to make sure the succession war goes as long as possible, and all of these princes don't kill each other, so they're all on equal playing fields, Kurapika also has to find whoever the fuck out of these group of people is Silent Majority's user and defeat them before he turns the entire thing into a problem. There's so many moving pieces to the Succession War arc. It generally is fucking insane. And again, the fact that Togashi is just introducing even more different plot points, like we keep going back to who are the Netero children and Beyond Netero, but like he was the star of this chapter because it was such an important thing. Definitely a great chapter to bring us back to. As for what to expect with next chapter, honestly, with these new plot points getting put in, who knows? Who knows when we'll actually see Beyond meet with this new character, whatever character he wants to meet with. We really don't know if that we're going to see that anytime soon. We've only had 10 days pass since we've departed, which so much has happened in 10 fucking days, and it's kind of scary. I think how many days do we have left? 4 or 5, or it's unknown. I'm not sure, but plenty more time to go in the Succession War, and things are only getting fucking scarier as they see fit. The other thing that I think is important to remember is things are gonna get a lot crazier, specifically because Melody has to perform again. We can't forget. Melody performed last time, and it ended up in a failure because it ended up with the death of one of the princes due to trying to leave the Succession War, ending up with their death. If we perform this again with the people that are able to control their Nen now, they're not only going to be much more prepared for Melody's performance, which means we're going to have a lot of Nen users that are now going to be able to protect themselves from what's happening and be awake during Melody's musical performance. And everyone else is going to be asleep, which is just opening up the bill for way more chaos. Supposed to be a full month, so they still have 20 days left. Okay. I thought it was 2 weeks for some reason. So if it was a full month, yeah, wait, they haven't even been halfway through. But yeah, I think Melody's next performance is also an important plot point to remember, because now that everyone's prepared for it, it's going to mean that much worse issues for things going forward. So I think those are 2 important things to look out for in the next chapter. Melody's performance is going to be coming up, so chaos is going to be stricken with that. We're looking for now not just Beyond's child that is in the Succession War, whether it be Tserriednich, whether it be who knows, Hulkenberg, Benjamin, Camilla. I've got right now, if I was to put money on anyone, I would put money on Camilla, because I think one of the most important things to remember is that the Netero children awake to Nen at birth. And a lot of these princes not only don't know what Nen is, but can't even see their Nen beasts. So at the very least, while Tserriednich does seem like the most likely candidate because of how crazy of a potential he has for Nen as a whole, Tserriednich also at the end of the day has only known about Nen since a week ago. I think that's also important to remember. Whereas Princess Camilla and Princess Benjamin, I'm pretty sure, were Nen users from before getting on the boat. She also has very Netero-like qualities. We have to remember as well, right? Like, not for nothing, I know everyone is like, oh, Beyond speech doesn't mean shit, but when he said, like, you know, race, nationality, gender, all of this, none of that matters. You know what I mean? You will all be my family. You will all come with me to the new world. Isaac Netero, who is a very similar character where, at the end of the day, despite his selfish desires, despite all of these, like, Beyond's desires to explore the Dark Continent, purely selfish. He doesn't care who lives, who dies in achieving his goals. Isaac Netero is very similar, kind of similar to like a Gojo Jujutsu Kaisen, where they're very selfish, but their selfish nature ends up creating some good in the world. His selfishness ended up creating a much more equal, much more liberated world. At least in the world that he was able to, you know, reign through. He created the Hunter Association. For as crazy as the Hunters are, you know, Isaac Netero did also cut off the Dark Continent and stop things from going too far. So at the end of the day, I think Camilla, of her own accord, giving all of the have-nots of the Kaken Empire a chance to become her guards, I think it's very telling of a Netero thing to do. He's entirely selfish. I don't think he cares about anyone, especially with the new chapter. I agree with that. I'm not saying he's like not selfish. I more so say that his selfish deeds do end up putting some good in the world, despite the fact that he is a piece of shit who curses his children upon birth and has been plotting for 50 years to join the new Dark Continent, not caring who dies and everything like that. I think his proclamation that he does not care who is his brother and who is his family and who stands alongside him, I think that statement is necessarily true at the end of the day. His elite expedition guard should tell you that. Look at the diversity in that. He doesn't care. As long as you're strong and you can explore the Dark Continent with me, come with me. And I don't think Netero was that different, right? Netero ended up creating a very great Zodiac Council, but at the end of the day, Netero only chose his Zodiac people because they were able to compete with him in certain aspects of his life. And it just ended up so being a great Zodiac Council that created a peaceful hunter organization, or a good for the World Hunter Association, right? Netero boarded off the Dark Continent, not because he thought it was a good thing, but because selfishly he saw no need to explore it, and he only saw things being bad around it. Yeah, Netero let someone like Pariston hang around him as well. Exactly. Like Isaac Netero was a very selfish individual as well. It's just his desires ended up being good things for the world. So again, I'm not necessarily saying that at heart they're good people. Trust them. Don't listen to their actions. I'm just saying that the Neteros have a tendency to have their selfish actions affect people in great ways, and therefore have people follow them. It's the same reason why all the Zodiac people at once had their desires falter when Beyond Netero called for their help, because they were like, fuck, he's got that Netero Riz. And it makes sense that Camilla would be willing to give all of the have-nots of Kaken a chance to become her private guards, because at the end of the day, this ended up having all of the have-nots devote their entire lives to not just Princess Camilla, but to creating a curse that would kill every single one of the Succession War princes and princesses. Which, at the end of the day, again, a selfish desire to have a more diverse, strong, and dedicated private guard ended up benefiting Camilla in the long run by having these dedicated people that are willing to take their own lives to potentially give her the edge and come out as the winning Succession War participant. That is a very Netero-esque thing to do. So I don't think we should put Princess Camilla past being Beyond Netero's daughter. Again, Dwazai has gotten around. She has had multiple children. So I think it's a lot easier to slip in a Beyond child in through a queen that has had multiple children than a queen that has only had one. I think it's so much easier to slip a pregnancy into a queen that has had sex with the king multiple times than a queen that has only had sex once or twice and ended up becoming a legal wife. Does that make sense? Not to be crude, but I think it's impossible, again, to kind of speculate who Beyond was talking about wanting to see at the end of the chapter. But at this point, it literally could be anyone. Yeah, that's kind of all I really have to say about this chapter. I think while it was a great recap of everything that we've seen, I think this chapter, again, just shows how important Beyond truly is to the story. We can't forget about him, and just how much weight he actually has thrown around, not just the Succession War alone, but everything that comes after. Despite not much occurring, I think it was a pretty big chapter that we're going to look back to a long time from now and be like, oh, big things started happening in that moment. One of the first things that we get out of this chapter, the confirmation of the negotiations between Third Prince Zang Lei and Fifth Prince Tubepa, as they are now fully allied with Kurapika, and therefore, because they are allied with Kurapika, they were able to actually conjure an agreement between the other princes, which normally the third prince and the fifth prince would not have been able to create an alliance like this on their own, but using Kurapika as a vessel, as a conduit, they were able to get this done. Now, this works for multiple reasons. For one, Zang Lei is only really worried about what happens after the Succession War. You can tell this specifically because he still is unclear as to what his Guardian Spirit Beast ability even does. He doesn't know what the coins do. He keeps talking about how they're for good fortune and all of that stuff, but there's no concrete proof. He even thinks about how he thought the ability would show itself by now, but way earlier in the Succession War, Zang Lei even brings up how he knows he's focused on what happens when he is king, rather than what will happen to become king. So it's very likely that with the Guardian Spirit Beast Hatsu not revealing itself, Zang Lei not having Nen on his own, because you have to remember, Zang Lei even mentions this, he doesn't know if there's a way to surrender from the Succession War. So what he means by that is he'll play along. He's not going to attack the fifth prince or Kurapika whatsoever, even if it ends up with them being the final three. At that point, he'll figure out what to do. He's not necessarily worried about the journey, he's worried about the destination when he gets there. So it's beneficial for him to play along. He's taken out 2 major enemies by doing this, and then he can worry about what needs to be done with them afterwards. Vice versa, Prince Tubeppa is also very happy about the alliance between these things, because they're pretty much confirmed that Tserriednich, Prince White Drake, is not going to hold up to making an alliance with them whatsoever, because they did not make their appearance at the banquet. We already know that's because Tserriednich has awakened to insane Nen abilities and has realized that he's probably going to be the strongest prince out of the 14. Obviously, you've got Benjamin and Camilla as really close contenders for that, but with future sight and the ability to change the future, like some King Crimson shit, you've also got his 2 Nen beasts that are, one is set to react when people lie to him, that will help him during the Succession War, and the other one that's said to activate during Zetsu, which is not only going to help him during the war, but after it potentially. He doesn't need to have any alliance. He's more than happy to just kill everyone now, and that's why he forgoes the banquet, so he can train Nen and focus on becoming the best he can be. Now that Tubeppa is always going to be the least threatening prince. That's why they were the first people to start looking for alliances. So not only have they taken heat off of them in a sense of just being the more peaceful prince, they're going to take even more heat off of them by declaring that all of their bodyguards make their alliance to Zang Lei very public. Hang out with Zang Lei's bodyguards, make it very clear to the other princes what is going on. And by doing that, everyone is gonna stop worrying about 5th prince altogether and go, okay, if 3rd prince is allying with the 5th prince, we should focus on 3rd prince, is what she is hoping for. A lot of people are putting their faith in Kurapika, which is absolutely insane, especially how we find out with the chapter ending. Melody is even putting more on Kurapika's shoulders. This man has the weight of the world. I mean, it's actually insane how much stress this man is not only holding, while also being necessary of using Emperor time and slowly shaving off his life. Like, Kurapika is losing half of his lifespan just from this job alone. And the thing is it probably would never be worth it for Kurapika if getting the last remaining pieces of his Kurta eyes from Tserriednich was not the main point of everything. But getting back into everything, as Tubeppa declares her bodyguards stick to Zang Lei, for a quick moment, her guardian spirit beast flickers and appears. Now, Rihan, who is currently stationed with Tubeppa, while he could be wrong, it's potentially possible that it's a condition type based ability, which is one information for us because we still don't know what that guardian spirit beast does. It's very unclear, especially with how peaceful Tubeppa seems to be. It's another side of the other coin is that Rihan is now figuring out more about Tubeppa's guardian spirit beast, and Predator is just going to get stronger by figuring out himself. But I think Tubeppa really is the hardest foe that Rihan will ever encounter, because how hard it will be to figure out what their guardian spirit beast does, especially when they just flicker in and out of time in certain moments, and it's just not clear as to what the hell is even going on. Balsamico's plan to assassinate Hulkenberg is going into effect here. This is probably the best chance they have to eliminate a major foe off of Benjamin's list, right? Because even First Prince Benjamin is worried about Hulkenberg. Not necessarily worried, but Hulkenberg's Zen ability, Possession Arrow, is utterly OP. Not only does it ignore all conventional durability, they're assuming from what they know about it that it ignores just all Hatsu and Nen abilities in general and just takes precedence over literally everything and just immediately just ruins you. Now, of course, the combination of Hulkenberg's Guardian Spirit Beast and his Nen ability are insanely powerful, and they're right that they need to take Hulkenberg out as quickly as they can before he gets one more powerful or starts to make his move on other princes, because he is one of the biggest problems, not including Tserriednich. Hulkenberg and Tserriednich are 2 of the biggest issues right now. Obviously not including Camilla and Benjamin, who are the 2 biggest problems to begin with. However, time has only 11 days, the Succession Wars balance has tilted very much so. He's got this poison that has been developed by the Kaken Empire that is a flawed poison. It doesn't really work that well. It's not the greatest for assassination. However, in the situation that Hulkenberg finds himself in, this might be the perfect moment, because if you remember, I know it's been a long time, but if you remember where Hulkenberg is right now, Hulkenberg is currently in containment. He's temporarily arrested for evidence of being a potential serial killer, even though obviously Balsamico and Benjamin know that those charges aren't going to stick, and he'll most likely be released very soon. Same with Princess Camilla and what they did with her when they sent the guard after her and she was able to get one over on the guard. They were able to have her temporarily arrested and contained. The way that this poison works is you have to be supremely close to the target. And even though the contagion is eliminated in the air within 30 seconds, it only needs to make contact with the target's skin or be breathed in quickly, and they're completely donezo. Now, the further you are away from the target, obviously the more diluted the contagion gets. However, in an airlocked, very tight, condensed room, this will be very easy to accomplish. If Balsamico can get close enough to Hulkenberg inside the detainment, let that go, even if he takes himself out with the tactic, he may very well be able to eliminate Hulkenberg, because again, the way this poison works, it wouldn't really work in any possible situation. Even if you were like trying to walk by someone in the hallway, it might fail, right? But it's the most stealthily way to kill someone, because it will basically mimic some stomach flu, gastroenteritis, or something that you're throwing up and just getting really sick with, and then all of a sudden all your organs will fail, and then in half a day you're dead, and it's almost impossible to figure out the cause of death. All of this was manipulated. They took the best chance they could to not only lock Hulkenberg up, but now they're going to essentially pounce on him before, again, it's too late and he becomes too powerful to take down. And Hulkenberg is just beginning to figure out his Hatsu. He doesn't truly know how all the details and how it works completely, right? He's still trying to figure out where people's consciousnesses go. We know that it's stronger in groups, but we don't know if he can use it on his own. And we'll find out later on in the chapter why the state that Hulkenberg is in right now could really go multiple different ways. Hulkenberg isn't necessarily reserved to killing everyone at the go. Even Balsamico himself says that that's probably not the change that occurred in Hulkenberg. That kind of a change would take a long time. However, he would be willing to take risks that he wouldn't normally be willing to take beforehand, which could potentially be using the possession arrow on himself. Or if Camilla is still in detainment, what if Hulkenberg tried to take out Camilla? We already know possession arrow could potentially go through walls. That was the problem with Hulkenberg using the possession arrow himself on one of Prince Benjamin's guards, because he would have had to take out two younger princes and go through their rooms to do it, which could have harmed them. We cut back to Tserriednich for a moment. Now, Tserriednich is basically saying, screw all of my princely duties. I don't care about showing up to banquets. I don't care about realistically doing anything right now. All I want to do is train Nen and become the strongest fucking prince that there is, which I don't disagree with, bro. I think that's probably his best opportunity as well. If he can overpower everyone with just pure might alone and become Kakin Emperor that way, I mean, fuck it. Now Salkov is left and is continuing Tserriednich's training, and even he's impressed as someone who claims he knew Nen from a child. If you've been paying attention, is a clear indicator that Salkov is 110% also another plant of Beyond Netero. He is also a Beyond Netero child. Now, obviously, he doesn't look too much like Beyond Netero, and I think we can bring that back to Long Hee's mention of she was missing certain traits of her father that made her more of a backup to everything. And for him to have that insane potential of Nen, of course, one being a Netero child, and two because he had his Nen awoken from birth by a curse, that Tserriednich, of all people, is even breaking this Netero child record. And it makes me think all the way back, not too far, but to 401, when Long Hee mentions that she was missing certain traits of her father. There's the potentiality that, you know, with all of these sacrificial lambs being, as she mentions, disregarded trash that was a backup plan for later, that was always held Beyond Netero's chosen prince child to win the succession war. If we are to believe that, right, and we are to believe that Long Hee, Salkov, all of these people were cursed at birth, and Netero was like, yeah, you know what, psh, not strong enough. Well, let's assume that's the case, and that's why they got thrown off to being these disregarded, cursed children. If Tserriednich never knew Nen before this, Is it possible that Tserriednich had the traits that Beyond Netero was looking for and therefore chose not to curse Tserriednich? Or if it's not Tserriednich, just one of the Beyond children in general that ended up becoming the prince? I even myself mentioned that one of the Beyond Netero children that's a prince has to have known Nen beforehand, leading it to be either Benjamin or Camilla. Benjamin is immediately thrown off by Longhee because Longhee mentions that the first prince is one, not only too obvious, but it's the first prince. The first prince looks one just like his mother, and the first prince is definite. That would be crazy if the first prince of Nasubi, the first child of Nasubi, wasn't his own. Now the second is interesting. The second prince is possible. Camilla, we also know, knew Nen at birth too. I think it's interesting that if we are to assume that Beyond didn't curse the chosen child that was sent to be the prince and sent to be mixed in with Nasubi's children, it would, one, make sense why Tserriednich didn't know Nen beforehand and why his amazing potential is awakening so quickly, because it was essentially just lying in wait this whole time to be awakened until now. But also at the same time, if Netero didn't curse the child, that also means that it could be one of the younger children that didn't awaken till Nen, or it could be, as people are saying, Woble is a red herring, that was too soon. Beyond Netero has been planning this for 30 years. He's been trying to do this for 30 years straight. It makes sense that the child that Beyond Netero mixed in with Nasubi and meant to take over the succession war would be one of the older children, right? It's much more likely for an older child to be more competent, to make more sense, learn their abilities, and take hold of the succession war. When you have all of these backup children, for one, to potentially eliminate all of the remaining princes in favor of that prince, you also have the potential that Netero kept making children and none of them were strong enough to his liking, until he came upon a child that was strong enough. That would lead to potentially Prince Mariam being a Netero child, because even though Mariam is so young, maybe he was the prince that Netero was looking for. You also have to remember that if you watched my Silent Majority video, or you were a part of the stream and you saw this segment earlier, you also know that Prince Mariam and the Queen Savanti, who Mariam is the only child of, is very suspect, because Bellorante, who is the direct guard of Mariam and Savanti, is sent to the Nen trials of Kurapika to, quote-unquote, make sure Kurapika is teaching Nen correctly. Very sus statement, but also gives more of a reason for Bellorante to disrupt the Nen training. For one, not just Prince Mariam's succession, but two, because if Prince Mariam is Beyond's son, he could be one of the people that were Beyond on Beyond's expedition. He also wants to talk to Bill for a solid 10 minutes, so that keeps him pretty sus as well, because we know Bill is part of Beyond's expedition, even though even though Bill does seem surprised to learn about one of Beyond's children being the succession war princes. So that could be on a need-to-know basis. So going a little bit even deeper into this Queen conspiracy and into Tserriednich, and also bringing up Hulkenberg to an extent, right? Let me explain why I think Queen Dwazul is up to some shenanigans, and that also may be affecting Queen Unma as well. One of the notes that Fugetsu gives out has multiple secrets of the Kaken Empire, who it's basically revealed to be Kaiser, one of the Department of Justice in the Kaken Empire's small little leaks that they have figured out over time of all the small little blackmail chips they have over the different princes. By leaking some of this information, not only have they stirred the pot in a lot of these princes, but they've also made me question a lot of different things. Obviously, they mentioned Tserriednich's evil doings, which may be his connections to the Heil Mafia, which I believe he's kind of severed ties with since learning his Nen. He also has his incel killings of women, all of his evil doings. Not that the Kaken Empire would give much of a shit about that, right? What I'm most interested in is the truth behind Hulkenberg's birth. Now, a lot of people have already brought up that now that we have this potentiality that one of the succession war princes is Beyond Netero's child, a lot of people are like, oh, well, there you go right there. Hulkenberg is Beyond Netero's child. But I don't think that's the case. Queen Dwazul is a very interesting queen. She is the queen that has the most amount of children in the succession war in general. She has 2 daughters. She had Camilla and Tubepa, and she also has 2 sons, Luzerus and Hulkenberg. She has pulled a lot of different strings in regards to the Succession War. She has a lot of different spies that are involved in just slowly laying and protecting some children. She's even kind of going back and forth with Camilla on a certain different amount of things. Twazul very clearly seems to have her own ideals in the Succession War. Now, I may not have explained that very well, but the reason why I'm kind of brushing over that is because the main reason I want to get at here is something that is mentioned way back when Hulkenberg is first introduced. He went away to school and learned everything he did, and the reason why he's so against the Kaken Empire's politics and their ideals is because he's felt ostracized from his family his entire life. Specifically, not just from his family, Nasubi, and everything in regards to that, but he's felt ostracized mostly by his sister and his mother. A lot of people have, again, theorized that Hulkenberg was never their child to begin with. Very much so a child of beyond Netero, and everyone knew he was illegitimate. That's why he was always ostracized by specifically his own mother and sister entirely. But that doesn't make sense to me. What if the secrets of Hulkenberg's birth and the reason why his mother and sister have never liked him is because Hulkenberg isn't Dwazul's child at all? Not because he's a beyond Netero child, but because he's not a part of Dwazul's family line at all. What if Tserriednich and Hulkenberg were swapped at a certain point? Now, I don't know the ages of these characters, so I could be completely wrong here. Because remember, Hulkenberg is one of the only siblings that Tserriednich gets along with. Tserriednich is the only prince that accepts Hulkenberg. Tserriednich is the only prince that looks at him like family. Tserriednich is supposed to be Queen Unma's son. Now, I don't know about you, but Queen Unma, she's got some genes in her. Look at that nose. That's a very prominent fucking nose, okay? Very prominent nose. Prince Benjamin has that exact same nose. So Prince Benjamin makes sense of being Unma's actual biological son. Kind of looks to me like Hulkenberg got that nose a little bit. Like Hulkenberg got that exact Unma nose. In multiple shots, he looks just like Queen Unma. I think Hulkenberg is actually Unma's child, and that's the weirdness surrounding his birth. Hulkenberg was never Dwazul's child. Hulkenberg was always Princess Queen Unma's child, and he is her real second-born. And for some reason, Tserriednich was swapped. Tserriednich looks nothing like either queen, and he looks everything like a fucking Netero baby. I'm sorry, I'm fully convinced that Prince Tserriednich is the Netero, beyond Netero plant. He is 100%. Stop it right now. Look at this man and tell me this is not his grandson. You can't tell me. I think a lot of times when it comes to theories like this, Occam's razor is very prevalent. Everyone is denying Tserriednich at every turn. Why? Because it's too obvious that it's him. But at a certain point, if all roads are leading to Tserriednich, it might just be Tserriednich. Occam's razor, sometimes the simplest answer is just the answer. Sometimes it is just that simple. You know that I suspect Queen Unma and Queen Dwazul of coordinating in some way, shape, or form, because it is Queen Unma that puts Salaka, one of the prime suspects of Silent Majority, in Prince Woblei's care. Because again, if they were swapped at birth, it also makes sense why they would be able to so easily sneak Tserriednich in. If there was already some confusion in regards to Hulkenberg and Tserriednich getting slipped in as a non-related entity into the royal family, and then Hulkenberg dealing with the resentment of Dwazul having to bear that burden, or having to have or be said to have bared a child that they never bared. That also leads the potential to be maybe Morena is even more involved in the royal family than we think. You know, what if Morena is actually a legitimate child that was deemed illegitimate just to keep the swap safe. Keep that in mind as what makes Morena such a big wild card. How did Morena gain Nen so early? What makes Morena so special? Could Morena be a Beyond Netero child too? Potentially, but it also makes sense if she was either one of the original princes of Kaken and she was immediately tossed aside given the illegitimate scar when she wasn't an illegitimate child at all. Or there could be another legitimate child that we just don't know about that could break things up entirely. A lot of the rest of the chapter focuses on Fugetsu and Fugetsu's potentiality of either being cursed by another prince and their guardian spirit beast. They completely suspect at this very moment to be Prince Loserus. She has this injection mark on her back, and we've had those evil spirits and weird things draining her ability. Fugetsu has also been able to use her ability more than once a day, even though she started off having Love's Door only once a day. Now she's using it multiple times per day, figuring out all of these different information and doing all of these things, and it's clearly having an effect on her. And they even mention that the curse is tricking her into using her ability more than once a day, even though she can't, and that's why she's draining so much of her life force. Obviously, the curse is draining her life force, but the fact that she is overexerting her power much more than she's supposed to, because this curse is making her think she can, is also draining her way faster than it was, to the point that multiple people assess her and think that she's not even going to be able to survive 10 more days if these curses keep affecting her. One thing that is important to remember, though, is that even though Loserus's Nen ability makes sense, or their Guardian Spirit Beast ability makes sense, it's very unlikely that this curse would come from someone that is a prince, because the Guardian Spirit Beasts are, one, not able to harm other princes, they're also not able to harm each other. Now, they can do it in indirect ways. That's why one of the first princesses that died, she had the Are You Free Nen ability, where she was able to turn princes' guards into bloodthirsty murderers that would kill everyone around them. And then if the prince died in that bloodthirsty murder spree, then, oh, well, sheesh, that sucks. Loserus's Guardian Spirit Beast ability is said to materialize whatever the target desires. And as the target continues to satiate this desire, its trap will have been sprung. You could technically argue that that is directly Loserus attacking Fugetsu, but also at the same time, as Melody and Kacho talk about it, she could have accidentally stumbled upon the trap. If Loserus is just laying traps everywhere, and Fugetsu just so happened to be one of the people that accidentally sprung one of them, it wouldn't necessarily be Loserus attacking a prince, would it? It would be just happen chance. And it's interesting too, because Melody and Kacho directly call out how it's almost baiting Fugetsu into using her ability more and more and more. Like they mentioned, right? She's only able to use it once, but she's using it multiple times. It's showing her that she can use it multiple times and showing her all these new amazing things that she can learn and figure out, but also at the same time clearly affecting not only just her life energy, but her emotional state. They mention it's very similar to drugs. It's almost like she's addicted to a drug and she keeps using it and using it and using it, even though at the end of the day, it's not the best idea. She can't help herself. And that's why they directly assume Loserus has something to do with it, because if you remember, Prince Loserus is one of the princes that directly influence the Mafia, directly influence the underground world of the Kaken Empire. Specifically, he funds their drug trade. That's why he's Mr. Weed Smoke. That's why he's always high as hell. When you see him, he's always smoking on something. So it makes sense that his Guardian Spirit Beast would also reflect that drug lord archetype. If that was all the information that we had to work off of, I would immediately say, yeah, Loserus is the culprit, cut and dry, without any questions whatsoever. One thing that also makes this questionable, Loserus is technically one of the children of Dwazul. Is it possible that Loserus, who has just gone under the radar for so many of the other princes to the point that he's not even really a major target of a lot of them, what if he has his own Nen ability, and that's the case? Sure, the Guardian Spirit Beast has a very similar ability to what may be affecting her, but who's to say the Guardian Spirit Beast isn't also a huge reflection of what Loserus's own Nen ability could be? What if Loserus's own Nen ability, if he's really that Mr. Drug guy, what if that pulls him even further into, drug Hatsu in general? Again,
His guardian spirit beast can't directly harm another prince, but his Nen ability directly can, that's for sure. I think Prince Loserus being a Netero child can't be completely thrown out of possibility. However, again, my money is much more on Tserriednich. The way that we interact with a lot of these princes this chapter is directly revealing Kacho's death to all of the different princes in the Succession War. That's how they're going to be able to directly involve themselves and not only gauge the reactions of the other princes off of Kacho's death, but they'll also, one, be able to gauge who is potentially cursing Fugetsu as well. Primarily what Kaiser wants to do, as we kind of mentioned before, is destabilize the current status of the Succession War. He writes a bunch of different death letters to all of the different princes. We see here that Prince Benjamin gets a political letter as Fugetsu visits him. She gives him a very non-political, very simplistic, very normal, run-of-the-mill death letter that announces her death as like a simple will or whatever. Two interesting things happen in this interaction with Prince Benjamin that are beneficial to not only Kaiser. Prince Benjamin is able to instantly, like no problem whatsoever, exorcise Fugetsu's curse. A couple things with this Guardian Spirit Beast interaction. One, this means that Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast is super OP, because if it's able to exorcise the curses around Fugetsu, that means it's either an exorcism type Guardian Spirit Beast, which is insanely beneficial to Benjamin, because that means not only will he be able to be cursed, which means the one unwanted that's been working for Camilla the longest and has been cursing Prince Benjamin her whole life, who has thought about Prince Benjamin and is like, oh, I've been thinking about you all day, I can't wait to meet you and kill you, may completely be all for naught, because Prince Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast will just immediately exorcise whatever curse comes his way. This could be a secondary ability, this could just be a passive ability, this could not even be what Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast is mainly for. But either way, passively, Prince Benjamin already has complete protection against against Nen curses, as well as the ability to exercise other Nen curses, albeit temporarily. Now, that could just be because of Fugetsu's curse. Benjamin mentions specifically that Fugetsu's curse isn't another Guardian Spirit Beast's ability. It's not a Nen user's Hatsu afflicting her or anything like that. It is legitimately Fugetsu's despair over losing her sister, just lowering her life energy so much to the point that low-level evil spirits and curses are just amassing around Fugetsu and draining her life energy. Like, these spiritual entities are just being created from her depression as a whole. Benjamin admits not only does she probably only have 10 days left, but that, you know what, this isn't anyone's scheme, no one's fucking with her, she's essentially killing herself inadvertently. Going into what Prince Benjamin inadvertently reveals is the fact that Prince Benjamin waiting to enact and deploy the military, the martial law of the Kaken Empire at a moment's notice. We see him even mention this a little bit earlier in the Succession War arc with Balsamico, and Balsamico mentions it's too soon to bring out martial law yet, because once martial law goes out, not only will it destabilize the entire Black Whale and the Kaken society at the moment, but it will completely put all of the cards in Benjamin's hands, because we've already seen that Balsamico is able to take advantage of Hulkenberg being in a contained area to essentially assassinate them. If they can martial law and basically either board everyone in a small place, or not only that, but take control of everyone's guards, security, and just the entire situation, Prince Benjamin will essentially win the Succession War. All the cards will be in his hand. So even though they can't really do much to stop him, Kaiser is very pleased with the reveal that they know that Prince Benjamin is waiting for the moment to release martial law. He just needs a reasonable circumstance and event to justify occupying everything with martial law. If he does it for nothing, it'll be sus and he could be held on trial. He has to play it politically. What they learned from Loserus is, one, that Loserus acts very unaware of the curse that is on Fugetsu. Whether that be because he is the person that is cursing Fugetsu and he doesn't want to make it obvious that he's the one doing it, so he doesn't acknowledge it. It could also mean that, one, my theory of Loserus being a prior Nen user before the Succession War was wrong, and that he just can't see the evil spirits because he doesn't have Nen activated. Going into what I said a little bit more about the destabilizing Kaiser is doing through subtle leaking, Again, we kind of talked about it a little bit. Tserriednich's crimes. Most importantly, it is Prince Hulkenberg's birth and the secrets surrounding it are potentially set to cause division. They want to give that letter to Prince Hulkenberg because even though the Kaken military and empire won't give a fuck about Tserriednich's crimes, Hulkenberg, who is very close to Tserriednich, will very much care about Tserriednich's crimes. Again, Hulkenberg is a very benevolent, very democratic, very good-natured man. He only becomes quote-unquote evil or starts taking matters into his own hands during the Succession War when he has no choice. So he's a good-natured person. Tserriednich is 110% not playing Hulkenberg like a fiddle, but Hulkenberg definitely does not know about Tserriednich's crime. So this will taint Tserriednich's in Hulkenberg's view. So that will make Hulkenberg and Tserriednich opposed to each other because Hulkenberg will not like Tserriednich anymore. But two, the letter that gets to Luzurus is also trying to cause division between Tserriednich and Luzurus because Kacho claims that Tserriednich is the person that she really does not want to be king of all, which even Luzurus mentions is weird. He's like, look, I'm going to play it off and act like I'm invested in this death and everything and that this is all news to me, but I find it very sus that this reads more of you trying to make me not like Tserriednich than a genuine death letter from one of my siblings. So Luzurus is already well aware that there are potential issues in their plan. I already mentioned that Fugetsu's curse does come back. Thankfully, we've got Basho, who uses his poetry Hatsu in order to actually exercise the low-level curses again and keep them off of Fugetsu, which is even more likely that if Benjamin exercised the curses that were on her before, if it really is her subtle depression and her own self causing the curse to appear on herself, that would explain why they come back. But we still don't know for sure what is in regards to this. We can take Benjamin's words as pretty strong evidence because he knows what he's talking about, but at the same time, he could be wrong. Even though it doesn't get rid of the injection that may be causing the curse, it at the very least will remove them from sucking her energy. Now they just need to find out how they can stop Fugetsu from using the ability, which Kacho even mentioned should be pretty easy. They should just tell her that it's dangerous for her to use it. Melody is about to perform again, which we've already mentioned even last stream and last chapter review, how that could be bad because Melody performing again, now that everyone is much more prepared for it, we already know that all of the Nen users that have now learned Nen are going to be ready and blocking the music from affecting them. So we're going to have a lot more people that are able to stay awake during the Melody's music. So a lot more problems are going to occur for the princes and people that aren't aware of Melody's trick that are going to be asleep, while a lot more people are going to be awake. So Melody's next performance is going to open up a lot of opportunity for more princes to die. But not just that. You also have, again, the things that Kaiser did in sending off all of these death letters for Kacho that are going to be causing one extra division in the princes as a whole and are going to be lighting fires under princes' asses. We already see Benjamin and Luzurus both go, okay, I need to take this as it is and start making moves because one, Benjamin is worried already about Hulkenberg, but now that other princes are going to start making their moves, Luzurus is worried about what the fuck other princes are working on and wants to start making their move. You've got Hulkenberg, who is mentioned by Kaiser to have had a large commotion occur around where they were being detained and has been unconscious. So this time when Hulkenberg activated their Nen ability, they didn't make someone else unconscious or attack someone else, they themselves became unconscious. Could this be because of Balsamico and Balsamico's poison actually working and taking Hulkenberg out? That would be pretty bad. Hulkenberg learned how to use their ability a little bit better than before, as I mentioned, and now Hulkenberg is actually learned to use Possession Arrow on himself and transfer his consciousness to either a close guard or to Balsamico to get close to First Prince Benjamin or to take out Princess Camilla and take her over. Or one of Prince Hulkenberg's guards were able to infiltrate and he was able to use their ability. We'd already know that a large rumbling occurs every time Hulkenberg uses his Nen ability. It could very much be that Hulkenberg used his own Nen ability and that's what caused Hulkenberg to be unconscious. And at that point, what happened is a wild card and we won't know because it could be an evolution of Possession Arrow, Balsamico doing something or something else entirely. So they can't deliver the letter to Hulkenberg yet that has the crimes of Tserriednich and the secrets about his birth. However, the person that was able to open that same letter, because the letter that they made for Hulkenberg, they gave to Kurapika as well. So now, all of these secrets, Tserriednich's crimes, which may not matter as much to Kurapika as they will to Hulkenberg, but mostly Hulkenberg's secrets of birth are going to be revealed to Kurapika. Again, we don't know exactly what that is. Is Hulkenberg beyond Netero's child? That would be beneficial information to Kurapika because he just made a contract to find out who that prince is. He gets a special boost for figuring it out. So is this the exact information that Kurapika needs to fulfill that contract? And is the 1 week of Zetsu that we've been worried about being hung over Kurapika's head immediately going to go away? The big reveal that they revealed to Kurapika and they plan on revealing to the Hulkenberg is what Kacho and Fugetsu found out. There is no escape possible for the succession war. No prince can escape or they will die. The only way out of the succession war is making it to the Dark Continent, whether only one prince remains after that or not. So Kurapika is now in the know of a lot of these very big secrets that can potentially help him maneuver in this crazy death trap he's got himself in. And that's why I think we get the editor's comment of the key to ending the succession contest or the succession contest heating up, because a lot of this chapter, again, where not much happened, a lot of information is solidified that makes sure that the next couple of chapters are going to have a lot happen. A lot is going to occur at not just Melody's next performance, but in the next couple of days going forward, as a lot of these princes begin to start making active moves in the succession war. A lot of things have been very slow chess playing. Now we're getting into some serious shit. Oh, I mean, the last thing that I want to discuss is whether or not Kaiser is working undercover for another prince or is just outside of the succession war, like beyond entirely. Melody multiple times has not been able to feel Kaiser's heart as they've been, one, making plans with each other in regards to this big conspiracy, but also Kaiser claims that he fell in love with Melody after hearing her music, and his heart doesn't skip a beat at all when saying that either. Now, Kaiser could just be an emotionless king, you know, he could just be, you know, super Sigma and not, his heart isn't moved at all by anything. He's just very political, very to the point guy. But Melody deems that as a reason to not trust him completely. Even though she doesn't feel like he's lying, she doesn't feel like the words that he's saying are from the heart or with all of his self and all of his emotion behind them. So while he doesn't exactly give himself off as an enemy, she's suspicious of him entirely. And while we haven't seen any possible connections to what Kaiser could be trying to set up or who he could be working for, I think it's interesting in regard to knowing, one, the queens have their own conspiracy that I've talked about, beyond also as people in the Kaken Empire. Not for nothing, I mean, we know Kaiser works for the Department of Justice, concerned with getting Hulkenberg the letter. He could be working for Hulkenberg, or at the very least working to change the entire political landscape of Kaken as a whole. He's a member of the Department of Justice, and maybe he says, fuck this empire shit, man. I'm done with this. The people need to take this civilization back. So there's a lot of different ways that Kaiser could go, but I think that's also very important to bring up. Despite the fact that he's helped us a lot, I think it's important to realize at this point, even though people are helping us, we don't always know their true intentions or who their true loyalties lie to. How do you think the lower decks will influence the main plot here, and what's Dogman's mission? I don't know what the hell Dogman's mission would be. Morena and the Heil family are very much wild cards as a whole, because even though they're meant to cause just pure chaos and kill as many people as they can to get more power and just completely just debilitate and potentially not sink, but metaphorically sink the Black Whale and the succession war as a whole. I mean, Morena and Dogman and Contagion as a whole are all chaos. The lower decks definitely are going to have a big issue because they're basically all just sacrifices for the succession war. All of the people in the lower decks are not coming out of this easily. So I think one of the most interesting things, most of this chapter happens in like somewhat of a flashback. This is all going down right before we get that final scene of the last chapter, right? With Kaiser, Melody, and Kacho all discussing and talking about how they can't give the letter to Hulkenberg because Hulkenberg is passed out. This even occurs a little bit before Kacho even gives the letter to Benjamin, because we get a little bit more context in regards to that actually makes Benjamin come off as a lot more competent than we ever thought before. Balsamico specifically, who is a big proponent of this chapter, has always been a character who has been Benjamin's right-hand man, has been there to counsel Benjamin, make sure he's always making the right decision, make sure he's not acting too hastily, make sure his soldiers are in line. Balsamico is definitely a large, significant portion of the brains of Prince Benjamin's operation, especially when it comes to all the different bodyguards that Prince Benjamin has divvied out to all of the different princes, and enacting martial law to have Prince Benjamin obtain all power and potentially again get a big advantage in the succession war if he does actually get full power to do so. Benjamin, where we thought leaked information before, may have just been setting traps. So let's get into, first of all, why Balsamico is not going to be at Benjamin's side for potentially the rest of the succession war, and why Benjamin is going to be on his own. Whether that is a very bad thing for Benjamin, or whether this just lights a fire under his ass that makes him even more dangerous, is yet to be seen. Maybe a couple hours beforehand, it's very early in the morning on the 11th day, Balsamico, as we got in 402, was putting poison in his shoe and planning to release this disgusting virus that would cause stomach pains and eventually cause death in whoever was infected. Now, Balsamico admits that while this may cause a pandemic, once they enact martial law, which is, if they cause a pandemic, that's just even more reason for Benjamin to call up martial law. So it's honestly just good for them whether it gets out or not. That's why Balsamico doesn't really care what happens. Immediately upon entering Hulkenberg's territory, Balsamico thinks he's the one that's got the advantage. Oh, none of Hulkenberg's guards are even here. Like, I've got perfect opportunity to get Hulkenberg alone. And then he walks into the alleyway and immediately finds out that whatever steps he thought he was ahead, Hulkenberg is like 5 steps ahead, playing like not 5D chess, but like 10D chess. So Balsamico is immediately cornered in like the most narrow alleyway possible, which red flags going off, because we already know that Hulkenberg's ability is the bow and arrow. So as soon as he was in this like perfect position, and of all people, Vict, that one Prince Benjamin soldier, who, if you don't remember who he was the person that was on the phone with Benjamin and Balsamico when he was trying to confirm what Benjamin's Nen ability was. Because, unfortunately, when he was trying to figure out what Hulkenberg's Nen ability, I keep saying Benjamin, he was on the phone with Benjamin and Balsamico trying to figure out what Hulkenberg's ability was. Because, unfortunately, for as OP as Hulkenberg's ability is, it does release that constant rumbling, which goes throughout the entire boat. I have to think the people in the lower tiers just think we're hitting turbulence or something, but he's the character that mid-conversation just stopped talking. We know now that one of Hulkenberg's soldiers are inside of Vict, possessing Vict. We don't know where Vict's consciousness is, but it's not in his body. And now, keeping Balsamico in this little narrow alleyway, he starts doing like military sign language to him and starts saying, hey, I figured out what Hulkenberg's ability is. And this is just enough to keep Balsamico in place for Hulkenberg to hit him with a possession arrow. Now, it's really bad angling, but the way that he does this is really interesting. Because if you look just a little bit down the hallway, you'll immediately see that there's actually a bunch of people that are crowded in the area, talking with each other, and overall just going about their days in Hulkenberg's quarters. Which the military sign language, sure, makes Balsamico think he's among friends. Because again, Vict is appearing as one of Benjamin's bodyguards. Why would Balsamico question him especially when he's starting to give out some small little information? But the problem is these people that are around the area are giving Hulkenberg all the coordinates that he needs to aim his arrow perfectly. Everybody here has a feather on, for the most part. While they're all coordinating their Nen together, Hulkenberg is able to like correctly aim up his bow and fire it. I think this could have went as terribly as it could have ever possibly went for Balsamico, because they just got completely taken full advantage of. But I think it's really interesting to note that Hulkenberg also took a really big chance here, because we know that he's been experimenting constantly with what his possession arrow does and where it sends people. He still kind of has no idea where the initial consciousness goes when that other consciousness takes possession of the other body. So the fact that he was willing to sacrifice himself, of all people, in order to get inside of Balsamico, telling of not only how dedicated he is to winning the succession war, but terrifying to think of what else is this man willing to do to win. Because in the next scene, like literally right after that, they're talking to Benjamin and they're explaining how the court trial for Hulkenberg got delayed, because one party tried to delay it for one reason and it was rejected, but Hulkenberg had to delay it because Hulkenberg was ill and fell sick. And this immediately tips off Benjamin, because Benjamin's like, nah, hold on a minute. Hulkenberg, I just felt another rumbling. I know all of my people are dropping like flies from Hulkenberg's ability, and now Hulkenberg himself has dropped. What could that possibly mean? And then right in that moment, Balsamico hits up Benjamin. It's like, hey, boss, sorry, actually, Hulkenberg tried to hit me with an arrow, but I dodged it. But you know what? I'm going to keep trying to get him with that poison. Don't you worry about me, boss. Cap. Absolute cap. Which, again, I think just proves that Benjamin, people were counting him out if Balsamico was taken out of the picture, but I don't think he's as weak of mind as we would like him to we were led to believe. Now, that court case with Hulkenberg was literally just fake to begin with. Like, they literally knew that they had to get Hulkenberg out of the picture as quickly as they possibly could with how strong his Nen ability is getting. And it's very clear that they were not wrong to assume that, because in the same time it took them to realize that Hulkenberg's a problem, there's some serial killings going on in the under tiers. Let's pin them all on Hulkenberg and have him arrested and held up like we have Camilla held up. It's so funny to me that Hulkenberg became the biggest problem so quickly that Camilla literally was attempting to murder Benjamin. They locked her up and we haven't even seen her until this chapter. Hulkenberg immediately starts taking out Benjamin's men, and they're like, we gotta spring into action immediately. And by the time it took Benjamin to get Hulkenberg locked up and send Balsamico with the planted virus to kill him, Hulkenberg had already experimented enough with his ability to unlock his potential and fire off his own consciousness into Balsamico. It just proves to me that Hulkenberg might be one of the biggest threats when it comes to the succession war going forward. His ability is ridiculously strong, especially if you consider that he's going to be able to use it while possessing Balsamico. Because unlike the Guardian Spirit Beasts, just like Camilla's cat ability, just like Benjamin's little Benjamin baton ability, just like Tserriednich's Future Sight, Possession Arrow should, for all intents and purposes, work on the other Succession War princes. If anything, that's why when Hulkenberg awakened it, it awakened the moment he decided to take the Succession War seriously and began that quote-unquote bloodlust for his princes. It's because he's ready to take them out any way he needs to, and if Possession Arrow is the way he needs to do it, then it's the way that he needs to do it. Obviously, we know with 402 taking place a little bit afterwards, we know that Kaiser was not able to deliver the letter to Hulkenberg because he was passed out, and now we also know that the court trial, as far as Benjamin knows, Hulkenberg's assassination was also put off due to Hulkenberg falling mentally ill. However, just before they left, Balsamico and Benjamin did have a very interesting conversation with each other. That is the main reason why Benjamin trusts his gut and immediately assumes that Balsamico was hit by the possession arrow. Again, this is Benjamin's right-hand man. He's known Balsamico for who knows how long. This is a man that he spent this entire trip with. He knows how Balsamico acts. He knows how Balsamico is as a person. Not only is Hulkenberg going to have to pretend to be this person that Benjamin trusts with his life, the conversation they had before Balsamico left was Balsamico explaining manipulation then to Benjamin and explaining how manipulation is first come, first serve. Whoever hits their manipulation ability first is the winner almost every single time, no matter what. And regardless of what Balsamico says about, oh yeah, Hulkenberg missed the possession arrow and that's why he fell ill, Benjamin's not stupid and says, you know what, Balsamico, if you do not come back without killing Hulkenberg, I will immediately assume you've betrayed me. You either succeed in your mission or you can stay with Hulkenberg, which is generally one of the smartest decisions I think Benjamin has made, which throws a huge wrench in everything. So it's very clear that this whole plan to arrest Hulkenberg immediately backfired in the worst possible way against Prince Benjamin. Not just because put Hulkenberg in the perfect position, it made Benjamin lose his right-hand man. We also get some added context in the previous chapter, because remember, last chapter, Kaiser even thinks he got one over on Benjamin because Balsamico isn't present, right? Benjamin let it slip that he's looking to do martial law. He's basically revealed his secret hand that he wasn't trying to. Balsamico wasn't there to get Benjamin to hold his tongue or to have Benjamin conduct himself more cordially. However, now that we got the little bit of information about Benjamin before receiving Cacho's letter, we know that Benjamin actually revealed this detail about martial law purposefully. He did that to almost like plant a seed in the other prince, because as he's reading the letter, he's kind of like, oh, you know, nothing political. Now that he is working on his own, we might see a new side to Benjamin than never before. Not only is he on high alert, and he's immediately taking charge of all the different soldiers that he has, now that he knows Balsamico might be compromised, Benjamin might be hasty, sure, he might not remain level-headed, sure, but he might also do, like, again, martial law is almost like an instant win for Benjamin, so he's still a very threatening prince, and I think that might be why Hulkenberg targeted Balsamico first of all people, not just because, of course, they were going after him, but because getting control of Benjamin might just put the succession war even more in Hulkenberg's hands than we thought. Like, the 5D chess Hulkenberg was playing is already present when Kaiser goes to meet with Hulkenberg, right? And he finds out Hulkenberg is collapsed in a coma. He can't deliver the letter to Hulkenberg. Big sad. But what Kaiser does find out is he reveals the existence of Nen to one of the Justice Bureaus, one of Hulkenberg's staff members. Hulkenberg's staff member shows the feather and goes, hey, Hulkenberg told me to show you this if you revealed the existence of Nen to me. Whatever Hulkenberg is planning, it's big, and it plays more with just the people that are around him. He has loyalists everywhere. I mean, think about it. Even Balsamico thought that Hulkenberg was supposed to be alone, but he has no idea the amount of people that have dedicated themselves to Hulkenberg's ideals and who they are. Because the fact that Benjamin has already lost Balsamico, but now Balsamico is getting possessed by Hulkenberg, and they're all plotting that Hulkenberg is going to die, Kodu tells Kaiser. Hulkenberg is going to be found dead. And in that moment, that is going to immediately fulfill the condition that Benjamin needs for Balsamico to return to his care. If Hulkenberg dies, why would Benjamin mistrust his best right-hand man? And what's scary to even think about even more is that if Hulkenberg, the main body, dies and Hulkenberg lives inside of Balsamico for the time being, does that count as a Nen after death? Because I know we talked about how worrying it will be to be in enemy territory for Hulkenberg, and maybe, let's say he doesn't have any loyalists by his side, even in Prince Benjamin's quarters. The main body dies, and Hulkenberg's consciousness is inside of Balsamico with the power to perform Possession Arrow. Who knows if Balsamico has their own Nen ability? Who's to say that Hulkenberg's Possession Arrow doesn't immediately get a level up, and he doesn't even need his supporters' Nen anymore to take over a prince? The amount of power that he gained in the Kaken Empire just from ascending from 9th to 1st Prince is insane. Let alone he'll gain the power of Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast most likely, and Benjamin's Baton. Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast might be powerful enough to deflect against the Possession Arrow, but at this point, who knows? It could disperse the little evil curse spirits that were attacking Fugetsu. We don't even know what that Guardian Spirit Beast full power actually is. This can go a lot of different ways. Now, this could very much be a side effect that Hulkenberg didn't perceive, but it could genuinely all just be a part of his main plan to fake the death of his body and just come back to it later. Who says the death has to be real? And if it is, I think, as we'll find out later, he's got backup plans for that as well. I mean, the big thing that I gained from this is that Queen Unma is the suspicious queen. I talked so long last week about Queen Dwazul and how she was the one to worry about. No. Queen Unma is the one that's plotting against her own freaking children. Hulkenberg calls Queen Unma after he's possessed Balsamico and tells her what he's done. And she's like, oh, that sounds amazing, my dearest child. Good job. I'll support you no matter what. Which means she trusts Hulkenberg over her first child, Benjamin, which I'm not sure what Benjamin and hers relationship is like. I'm sure Benjamin wasn't the greatest child. He seems like a very interesting human being. And not just plot against her children, but be plotting for so long that she sent Hulkenberg to another queen and had him hidden as her child instead. Now, obviously, it's claimed that this was done in order to protect Hulkenberg from assassination attempts, which makes absolute sense. But there's clearly a reason why she prioritizes him over her firstborn. It also makes sense why Hulkenberg was dismissed and ostracized from his sisters and his mother, because he was never the main child to begin with. He was just the kid that they had to get stuck dealing with and raised just because forced on them. And apparently he always knew Queen Unma was his mother. And just to be clear, this puts all my suspicions on Queen Unma for two reasons. For one, Hulkenberg could very well be the Netero child, because not only did he awaken Possession Arrow very quickly after locking in and has amazing potential and a great persona as a whole. If Queen Unma is plotting against her firstborn with Nasubi for another child, it makes sense that Beyond is, collaborating with Queen Unma. But the one thing that makes me think, except not thinking about Hulkenberg for a second, but thinking about Tserriednich, now that we know that Hulkenberg is definitely Queen Unma's child, look at Queen Unma, look at Hulkenberg, look at Prince Benjamin. What do they all have in common? That fat ass fucking Squidward nose. No offense. Who does not have the Squidward nose? Tserriednich. Who does not look like any of his parents or any of the queens or Nasubi at all? Tserriednich. Now, sure, you could argue that Queen Unma's genes are clearly pretty fucking strong. That's why she gave birth to Benjamin and Hulkenberg and two, you know what I mean? That's why they look like that, right? What if she's also plotting with Beyond with Tserriednich, What if that's why Tserriednich doesn't look like Unma or Nasubi? The Netero genes overrided the Huguo genes, if you get what I'm saying. While it makes sense that she would prioritize Hulkenberg over Benjamin because that's the Beyond child, it also calls into question why Tserriednich looks so different from his brothers. And it makes me think that if Tserriednich looks just like a young Isaac Netero, not like Unma, not like Nasubi, he might just be a young Isaac Netero. It might just be easier than we thought. Occam's razor, the simplest answer is always the truth. Might just be the way to go here. Now, Nasubi, we kind of talked about it a little bit before, but Nasubi did mention specifically to Hulkenberg when they had their meeting that in order to fight for justice, in order to enact this democracy you want in the world, you're going to need to usher yourself in the evil, fight through the succession war, prove your philosophy is the best out of your 13 siblings, and win as king, and then create the paradise that you see fit afterwards. Of course, that's what has Hulkenberg lock in, and that's what has Hulkenberg awaken his Possession Arrow and go forth and take the succession war by storm. Even Balsamico and Benjamin mention how much Hulkenberg has changed, and while he hasn't become a serial murderer, in a little bit, there wasn't enough time for that, the way he's moving and the way that he's acting is so different. And sure, it may be a corrupt message to himself, and he may become a different evil person in certain ways. If Hulkenberg still relinquishes power by the end of this and says, I do want democracy, he'll be fine. But I worry that Hulkenberg might go through that age-old trope of becoming the monster he didn't want to become after doing everything he needed to get to that destination. It's the age-old tale of, you want to be a good king, you want to be a good person and help everybody, and then by the time you take all the steps necessary to become that king, you understand why the king was that way, and you don't change anything. All of that happened right before Fugetsu went into Benjamin's quarters and gave him the letter about Kacho's death. Obviously, we know now that Benjamin was playing things a little bit more politically than we thought when revealing his martial law clause, and was trying to make somewhat of a good relationship with Fugetsu and the Justice Bureau in that moment. So now not only is Benjamin actually making political moves, but he's taking a much more active role in the succession war and trying to make plans with the other princes. And as we see later, Kurapika is even hoping to get in touch with First Prince and Second Prince because of the moves that are going to be made with the revelations of the letter. Now, specifically, Benjamin doesn't really care too much about the letter. We get a quick little view of all the other princes reading the letter. Some of them are shocked, some of them don't really care. But Miriam and Tserriednich both reject the letter entirely. Now, this could just because Miriam and his mom, the queen, didn't want to even let anyone in the room, or maybe some of the person tried to get in the room and they couldn't deliver anything because they got sent to the pocket dimension. Who knows? It could just be because the mom is overprotective. Tserriednich is not taking anything because he can't be fucked to focus on anything that isn't Nen training and becoming the next best Nen user of all time. Tserriednich truly is one of the most powerful princes in the Kaken Empire, and the fact that he is dedicating all of his time to gaining power and training, thinking that is all he needs to win, he's honestly probably right. We have already seen not just the rumbling that's happened across the boat, but the figurative rumbling that has happened in the succession war with Hulkenberg's possession arrow and the kind of disruption his feathers and his loyalists have caused amongst different groups. Hulkenberg being able to worry Prince Benjamin and Balsamico enough to take a non-hasty move and try to have him arrested and play 4D chess only to get a 5D chess was only done because Hulkenberg's ability was so powerful. No one even understands what Tserriednich has been doing for this entire trip. No one even knows the level of fuckery that this man is going to be capable of. Future sight, an ability that makes people unable to lie to him. Another guardian beast that we don't even know what's possible. His Nen training is through the roof. He's exceeding the levels of hunters that have been training Nen for decades, years if such. When he emerges from that room, ready to take it all down, that's when the chaos of the succession war is truly going to begin. Because regardless of who the Netero child is, whether it's Hulkenberg and that's why Uma is plotting, whether it's Tserriednich and that's why he is doing the Netero thing of just diving full headfirst into his training like Bodhisattva, like waiting 50 years to take an expedition to the Dark Continent. He is just becoming the best damn Nen user that he can in order to override everyone in the war with power alone. These two characters are the most Netero characters of all. I mean, you do also have characters like Benjamin and Camilla that are both pretty decent threats. Although, again, Benjamin might not be a threat for much longer. You got Hulkenberg going around. We do see Camilla this chapter again. Her Nen abilities are insanely OP. And I think that with her being arrested and not really doing much, we may see her take a much more backseat in the second phase of the succession war, which I think is going to involve people like Lazarus, people like Fugetsu and Kacho's ghost, people like Hulkenberg and Benjamin. All of these princes are now going to collide. And we might even see Troupe and Zang Lei get involved in a little bit of a degree, but I think those characters might be for later. We still know next to nothing about Miriam as well, the other prince that rejected the letter, besides how protective his mom is. And I think just one thing that's really interesting to note is with how protective and helicopter parent his mom is, it's cute how his Nen beast is also this overprotective, insanely strong, and just terrifying monster that will do whatever it takes to keep Miriam safe. Miriam's guardian Nen beast was developed out of what he knows, and it's literally the people around him will protect him. He's been heavily protected his own life. His mom protected him even more than Momose, her other child, which you could argue could potentially lead to her prioritizing Miriam because he's a beyond child, because she moved all of Momose's guards to Miriam, and then Momose died right afterwards. Maybe she's conspiring. It's unclear at this point because not only has Hulkenberg leveled up, not only has Tserriednich, the one that looks just like Isaac Netero, but Miriam, who's a young child, we really don't know too much about them, has so many people looking to do their best to keep him safe. Bellorante still being a prime suspect of Silent Majority, that would also add to a lot of different things. And now with Queen Unma being suspicious, Salaka, the other prime suspect of Silent Majority, Queen Unma is the one that assigns Salaka to Prince Woblei's guard. There's so many moving pieces in regards to this
this part of the succession war that it's very clear we're entering a brand new phase. Everyone was very lackadaisical, doing very underhanded things and trying to background scene assassinate everyone. I think we're going to watch everyone take a much more active approach. And then the finale will take place of people like Tserriednich finally ending their training, and maybe even characters like Zang Lei showing up. Because we cut back to him this chapter as well, and Zang Lei cannot figure out for the life of him what his guardian spirit beast is. And that's what makes me think that he's not going to play a very important role until the very end when his guardian spirit beast finally comes to full fruition, right? So his main problem is that, you know, his guardian spirit beast has just been spitting out these coins daily. He's been giving them out to people, spreading them all over the place to spread the wealth, and those numbers have gone up daily, at least so far. And then when they reach 10, well, we just got to day 10. So once they turn to day 11, all of the other coins that have been spitting out that weren't at day 10 all jumped to day 10. And even new coins, I believe, are like jumping to the value. So it's throwing them off entirely. And Zang Lei is just losing his mind because he cannot figure out what the hell this ability means. At first, he thought the value increased by the day. Now it's something entirely different. And what does that mean for all the other people he's been giving coins to? But most importantly, what drives Zang Lei absolutely insane doesn't have anyone near him that is smart enough to potentially help him figure it out. His own staff members are like, oh, well, maybe it's going to go up by multiples of 10 now. And he goes, yeah. And then at 600, we'll just scream hocus pocus. And they're like, what? And he's like, yeah, I was joking, you moron. Like, he is surrounded by morons, which is why he needs to focus and prioritize his alliance with Kurapika in this moment, because Kurapika is the most expertise Nen user that Zang Lei knows and can rely on. And soon Toubepa is going to run into the exact same thing, right? Toubepa is going to have to run into relying on Kurapika to find out what her guardian spirit beast is and what she can do for the future. Zang Lei and Toubepa are both going to make it very obvious to Kurapika that he holds all of the weight, all of the power in these moments here. And that's what makes me think, at the very least, I think we're going to find out what Zang Lei's coins mean. There's no way we've had this much buildup for us to never find out what it means and Zang Lei gets taken out early. Toubepa, believable. Toubepa's spirit beast activates upon contracts and releases different chemicals. Who cares? You can take her out. I wouldn't really care to find out what her Nen beast does. I think with this much buildup, Zang Lei's Nen ability, whatever it is going to be revealed, and it's going to happen at the very end. Because even Zang Lei theorizes and foreshadows that his mindset being more suited for what comes after the succession war, being king, may be what his guardian spirit beast is attuned to. And speaking of Kurapika and his major plan, he, after finding out that Hulkenberg's secret birth is to Unma, he finds out about Tserriednich's crimes, which I'm not sure what that means to Kurapika, who was already coming onto this boat with full intentions of not just taking Tserriednich out, but with full intentions of getting all of the Kurta eyes that he has stolen. So this, if anything, just puts Tserriednich even more on Kurapika's radar. But another big thing that Kurapika gets together is the fact that no prince can leave the boat during the succession war. The princes will die. There is no exit plan. That's like a big major thing that Kurapika is able to get. And now, for what Melody assumes is going to be a black hole, a very dark abyss casted over the succession war and just make things worse, she was right in giving this information to Kurapika. That's why we even see her go, you know, you'll be the only one that knows what to do with this information. Kurapika thinks this is a beacon of light. Now, I'm not quite sure what the hell his plan is and what he's going to do with all this information, but he asked Queen Oito if he's going to be able to reveal the letters to everyone during the next Nen class. And that way, not only will all of this information be publicized to not just the princes, but to everyone, that will also help people like Miriam find out about these secret letters. Tserriednich maybe find out about the letters, as well as, most importantly, Hulkenberg find out about them. Hulkenberg already knows about his birth, but does he know about Tserriednich's crimes? Who knows? Again, we talked about that a little bit, but Kurapika believes this will change the game. He fully believes that this will not only help him prolong the succession war,
and also strengthen his bonds with not just the princes that he currently has on his ally list, but also get contacted by the older princes that Kurapika has not been able to remain in touch with. Like, think about it. When Kurapika was trying to make alliances, he's lucky he even got the third prince, right? He was never able. First Prince Benjamin, second Prince Camilla, fourth Prince Sodnik, sixth Prince Tyson, seventh Prince Luzerus. All of these princes didn't give a fuck about Woble. None of them care. Woble was born like a month ago. Why would they care about Woble and Oito? So they're not even on their radar. But now, by revealing all of these letters, they might catch the attention, especially with the fact that not all of the letters had the same information that Kaiser did. So not only will he be revealing things that some of the other princes didn't get in their letter, but it will also not only help with Fugetsu appearing like Fugetsu is definitely had all of the correct information, but also that Kurapika can be trusted. Hulkenberg and Kurapika are the masterminds of this whole entire succession war, in my honest opinion. The crimes of Tserriednich may make Kurapika, like I said before, even more resolved to take him out as soon as possible, which who knows if that's even going to be possible, because at this point, as mentioned before, sure, experience doesn't make for you can't make up experience with talent. Tserriednich has never been in a real Nen battle before, but with 2 Guardian Spirit Beast and Future Sight, Kurapika's Emperor time, while putting him on the level of like Uvogin and like strong Phantom Troop members, that would be a good fight. That'll be a very good fight. But without speaking too much on that, because I want to save a whole section of a rant for that later on, maybe when we get some more information on Tserriednich, it also might put Kurapika in First Prince Benjamin's orbit. Because remember, if revealing that information that First Prince Benjamin didn't get, not only will this confirm the theory that he wrote off as an internet rumor, if it gets them in contact, this may interfere with Hulkenberg, unironically. Because remember, as far as I'm concerned, I think Hulkenberg has taken Benjamin down if he's able to fulfill his fake death and get Balsamico in the same room as Benjamin. I think it's over. I don't think his Guardian Spirit Beast will protect him from that. But if Kurapika interferes, it may just make all of the difference in the world. But yeah, Kurapika thinks he can save everyone now. How? Who the hell knows? But if he believes it, then so do I, because man has been juggling so much this entire succession war. The fact that he is now confident makes me feel confident. I believe in him. I wonder how much life has been shaved off so far using Emperor time. If Kurapika dies at the end of this arc, he gets all of his Kurta clan eyes, and then Emperor time finally saps his last second away, and he collapses with all of his eyes, and that's how he dies, and that's how Kurapika's story ends. I would be fucking livid. Since the dude with Theta's a Netero kid, maybe she's one too, and if so, what happens to her curse if Tserriednich kills her? Won't it activate and kill him? That would be interesting, although the one thing I will say is the sacrificial lambs, their curses have set targets, so it's not who takes them out that dies, it's whatever their set target is. So it may not be Tserriednich. I mean, it could just be a random prince that drops. Like, let's say she dies and then Tubepa just drops randomly. That could happen. Wanted to ask you, what do you think is Beyond's goal with princes? Because everything I think of is power, so I think 13th his son, so he can manipulate it, because 4th will just say, I don't care to Beyond. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that Miriam would be able to be manipulated for sure, because of how young they are and how much they've relied on, like, their mother. Like I said, clearly their guardian spirit beast reflecting that protective environment they've been around. It makes sense that Miriam would default to whatever, Beyond wants, which is believable, right? But maybe Beyond isn't necessarily looking for someone to follow his every command, right? Because again, not to say Beyond and Isaac are the same people, but Isaac picked all of his Zodiacs not because he thought that they were the greatest people for the job, but because they were the only people that were able to compete with him in those areas. Like, Pariston was the vice president, not because he was a great dude and was the right for the association, but because Netero saw him as his, like, closest competitor. Zeno and Silva can be made to work my son Mafia Dons, but a cock and royal can't get Illumi and Kaluto. Hey, listen, talk with the cock and royals, not me. They should have hit up the right people. Zoldix could still be on the ship. Good point. We also have the checkpoint that we're meeting up with at the new continent. The basic full explanation of Zang Lei's Guardian Spirit Beast ability, which
It's high time we finally got an explanation as to what this does. And it's interesting to me how close to the money that Zang Lei was on his own for someone that has no experience with Nen or has never really had any kind of even inkling that supernatural things like Nen existed, right? It's kind of crazy. In a lot of the discussion of the previous chapter was about how Zang Lei was discounting the people that were around him and his supporters because they weren't able to help him figure out what his Nen ability is. And Kurapika basically confirms that there's usually a cap on how many things a conjured Nen ability is able to create. However, due to the condition of public ownership and mass distribution, it appears that this has been overridden. So we know that Zang Lei's Guardian Spirit Beast is 110% a conjuration type, but Kurapika does not rule out the fact that it could be a dual typing Guardian Spirit Beast, especially with the basis of the coins being handed out. While sure, they all go off the number, everything like that, they do also have separate backs, and there's two different types of backs. One looks exactly like the Guardian Spirit Beast, which is what appears whenever Zang Lei has it in his possession. And then also, when the Guardian Spirit Beast coin is handed to someone else that isn't Zang Lei, then the back appears to look just like Zang Lei. What that means is still undetermined, although it may pertain to what Kurapika's worst fears about the Guardian Spirit Beast abilities could be. Honestly, I wasn't interested in Zang Lei, but the more he's talked about, the more I'm weary of him, especially since his ability might activate after the war. An ability that is restricted sounds scary. We already know that abilities that have self-imposed restrictions or self-imposed hibernation times could potentially be some of the strongest abilities we've seen. I mean, that's part of the reason why Camilla's have-nots, which we will be talking about later, are a severe threat to a lot of the princes, and also why Beyond's curse that has been grueling for so many years and built up over time could potentially go off like silent bombs at any point in time when those Beyond babies and the sacrificial lambs, as we're calling them, are taken out, and whatever they're cursing is going to be easily destroyed. So we already know things that have been boiling for a long time, as Kurapika is already worried about Beyond, waiting and letting things cook in the background. We have even more Nen abilities that are just going on because Kurapika, as well as what Zang Lei originally thought of, like Zang Lei thinks about this way early on, and that's kind of what I mean, how close he was to finding the truth. Kurapika really just validating his beliefs and validating what he already kind of thought. This ability is really set to take effect after the Succession War is completed and after Zang Lei, the confident, cheeky bastard, wins. One thing that I have to commend Kurapika for is the kind of danger that he is in every single moment. There's not a single minute that Kurapika is not fighting for his life in the Succession War, even in these small little political exchanges that he's having with the princes that are supposedly on his side. It's not even necessarily Zang Lei's fault. Kurapika is smart enough, he understands Nen to a certain degree that a parasitic Guardian Spirit Beast like Zang Lei, especially one that they don't even understand what it does to begin with, Zang Lei being like, hey, take this coin, let's see what happens. Sure, he may not mean anything menacing by it, not that he wouldn't get anything out of anything menacing happening to it. That's why he's got the biggest smirk on his face. But Kurapika understands that if this is a conjuration dual manipulation type Guardian Spirit Beast, just touching this coin could mean his doom. Sure, Kurapika doesn't want to appear disrespectful. He doesn't want to tarnish this reputation that he's built with the third prince, who's a very high-ranking member of the Kaken Empire and a big asset to them entirely, especially with Prince Wobble's safety entirely. After even making the hypothesis that it is a manipulation ability, it's so thankful that it's not an instant effect ability, because if it was, this could have been game one and done over in this very moment, the moment this coin touched Kurapika's hands. Now, what Kurapika does notice is that the coin does go back to 1, even though it was a 10 when it was originally handed over to him. So that means that the coin changes value depending on who is actually the holder of the coin. So if you've been holding it for 100-something days, the moment you give that coin to someone else, that coin resets back to 1. You can't just transfer a 100-point coin to someone else. That value is immediately determined by that person and how long they have been holding the coin. Even if he seemed pretty vulnerable so far, I feel like Zang Lei is a serious player in this arc. He's smart. Yeah, Kurapika even mentions that Zang Lei is such a strategic, calculating prince that it makes sense why his Nen ability would be saved for after the succession war and after he wins. He's so focused on the future. He's above all of the, the pesky and childish middling and plotting behind the scenes and the Game of Thrones-esque sibling rivalries. That's all past him. It's also why Zang Lei is willing to offer things like testing the coin to Kurapika, because again, even if that coin was to immediately, as Kurapika later assumes over time, slowly manipulate and push loyalty into the brain of the holder, that just works in Zang Lei's favor, and he knows that. He understands that that all of this and Prince Woble's safety, which is ultimately Kurapika's main mission, relies on Zang Lei's cooperation with Kurapika. So Zang Lei knows he holds all of the power. He's very smart. He's not some layman, and it's also the reason why he's been such a major player that no one has fucked with this entire time, right? And it's also funny too, because even when Kurapika doesn't want to discuss the ability, because of course we've got Prince Benjamin's guard Koventoba around, and potentially who knows which one of Zang Lei's supporters may be trying to stab his back. We already know that one of the other guards that was protecting Zang Lei didn't even like him to begin with and was transferred over. You never know who could be a snake lying in wait, but Zang Lei is so confident in his ability having no threat to Benjamin, at least in this very moment, that he goes, oh, no problem. Discuss at your free will. He goes, I'm sure it won't be any threat to Benjamin whatsoever. And again, it shows that with an understanding of oneself, knowing his capabilities, knowing his intelligence, knowing that everything that he offers to the game, it makes sense that even though Zang Lei isn't someone that has a lot of close proximity to Nen, it may be something that's completely new to him, because he understands himself, it makes sense why he would understand his Guardian Spirit Beast ability so easily and why it would just click to him. Because Nen is ultimately taking oneself and one's thoughts and what one deeply considers an axiom and a principle and turning that into a Hatsu, turning that into your Nen ability. That's why it takes years to create a Hatsu, because it takes such thought and devotion to that belief and that idea. Yeah, it makes sense that the Guardian Spirit Beast follows that. It all follows suit with the prince's personalities and who they are. But it's for this exact reason that Kurapika understands not only is Prince Benjamin's soldier being there a reason why he doesn't want to completely divulge everything he's learned about the Guardian Spirit Beast, but it's because Zang Lei is so political and smart that he knows Zang Lei is a very conditional asset. Zang Lei himself, even in this chapter, goes, Kurapika, you are not my equal. We are not equals, you and me. So Kurapika knows he only is a benefit as long as he can continually offer information. So not only does he hold back, but he fears that giving out the entire scope of the Guardian Spirit Beast, he can very easily create a power vacuum in the succession war, which is already, treading on thin ice as it is at this very moment, especially with how, again, going into the second phase of the succession war these last couple chapters have been. It really feels like we're setting up for something bad to go down, and Kurapika is not one to not pick up on those subtle frequencies in the rhythm of the area, right? So in preference of keeping the powerful side and the weaponization side of the Guardian Spirit Beast ability to himself, he expresses as much as he's willing to Zang Lei about the full ability of his Guardian Spirit Beast. After a set amount of time with one user, the coin will begin to awaken Nen abilities within them. So just by using Zang Lei's equation that he figured out of 10 to the power of 64, which essentially just means that the coins go up 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day. On the 10th day, they hit that 10, and then they stay 10 until we hit 10, the 20th day, you could say. That 10 will then 10 times 10 turn into a coin of 100. 10 days later, that coin of 100 will then times itself by 10 again, or you could consider that timesing itself by 100. Either way, it will continually multiply itself on the 10th day until Kurapika estimates around half a year mark, the value of the coin will reach the quintillion, range, which is just ungodly amounts of numbers. I don't even know if that would be able to fit on the coin. I'd love to see that. After compounding all of that time and
continually compressing and gaining that much aura and nen and self-imposing that much, dedication and loyalty to Zang Lei, that coin will eventually not just awaken nen and aura in that person, they will eventually awaken extremely supernatural nen abilities that, just based off how much time it takes to develop, could be a very serious amount of time, which it's almost similar to Morena Prudo's Contagion. As we know with Contagion, after the swap of saliva, you're easily able to just give nen to another person, at least the aura and understanding of nen. Then as that person kills more people and levels up, they can gain a nen ability at level 20, and then at level 50, or I believe it's level 100, one of the two, they actually become a patient zero of Contagion and then can swap their own saliva with others to further the spread of Morena's nen ability. It's similar and therefore just as destructive to the overall flow of the succession war and just society as a whole. It's for this reason that even though Kurapika doesn't also realize there's the threat of Morena going down below that's very completely similar, but again, it's just based off the idea that a conjured guardian spirit beast like this would not just offer supernatural abilities, nen, and an easy way to skirt around the process of training nen traditionally for absolutely no reason. Even though holding the coin and holding onto it for so long seems very riskless and, easygoing, Kurapika most likely assumes that it is a conjuration / manipulation type. And the reason for that is because over that course of the half a year or however long it takes, it's almost completely possible that not only will it awaken aura and nen in that person, it will begin to subtly coerce that person into having more and more loyalty towards Zang Lei. Not completely stripping that person of their free will and taking possession or mind controlling them per se, but almost like they're slowly giving them pheromones or slowly inching them closer and closer to Zang Lei's side. Very similar to Sally Sally's guardian spirit beast, where over time, in women it awakened feelings of lust, and in men it awakened feelings of admiration. It's kind of similar to that, where over that course of period of holding on to that coin, you will unwittingly become more and more of a Zang Lei follower. Which, even though Kurapika does take a nen coin from Zang Lei, and as a token of appreciation, I'm sure he's gonna toss that shit or hold on to it in a way that has nothing to do with him holding on to it. Kurapika keeps this information of the manipulation aspect of the guardian spirit beast to himself, and he also suspects that the missing coin that Zang Lei is unable to find, produced on day 1 of departure, is most likely held by Koventoba, the Prince Benjamin guard that's been hiding with them. It would make sense that the only true non-follower, the one who has the most reason, Occam's razor, the one who has the most reason to want to keep Zang Lei's guardian spirit beast from him, would be the one that's hiding that missing coin. Kurapika is ultimately glad to have Zang Lei on his side to protect Wobo, but he also understands that this relationship could very easily go south, and the reason why he feels that way is because of Zang Lei's direct connection to the Mafia. He knows that their disruption to the Black Whale status quo could act as an easy way for Benjamin to enact martial law and just take complete control of the succession war, which we've talked about multiple times already. Benjamin is very much willing to enact martial law because not only does that put all of the princes in one concrete place that they cannot leave, it allows him free reign over everything and an easy assassination attempt on every prince's life. Little does Kurapika know, the Mafia families don't need a push from Benjamin to cause disruption. He has no idea of what's going on with the Phantom Troupe and the lower tiers of the Black Whale because the Heil family, the Shiyu family, and the Kara family are already basically on the brink of all-out total war, and the Shiyu and the Kara are, for all intents and purposes, just manipulating the Phantom Troupe's presence here to their best abilities because of the power disruption that the Heil is currently causing. And how does this affect Kurapika whatsoever? The specific reason for that is because we already know that, sure, you've got Morena and the other Broccoli Rob head and the other heads of the Mafia families, but the true leaders of these underground underworld criminal organizations are the mainline princes that fund these Mafia families. The Kara family would be nothing without the prince that funds them. The Shiyu family would be nothing without the prince that funds them. The Heil family was originally funded by Tserriednich, which as far as what Kurapika knows, that's what he still believes. But of course, we already know that Morena has disavowed Tserriednich. Not that Tserriednich gives a damn, bro's way too focused on Nen to care, but the Mafia does not need Prince Benjamin to manipulate them. However, Kurapika fears that if Prince Benjamin is able to somehow manipulate a issue and disruption of the balance of the Mafia family with, as Kurapika even suggests, the death of a boss member, which would be the assassination attempt on Tserriednich, Zang Lei, or Prince Luzurus's lives. Even worse, Benjamin would be able to group Prince Wobble into whatever assassination he chooses and just simply frame the Mafia entirely, because Benjamin would be able to be like, look, see, Zang Lei was caught up in all of this dark underground nonsense, and it ended up with Prince Wobble, the prince that he was supposed to be protecting and had an alliance with, and also, look, Zang Lei is dead too, and the Mafia did it. Look, here's the gun, here's everything, it does not have my fingerprints on it, we don't need to look into this any further. So, Kurapika is aware that Zang Lei is a great asset and a great way to stay protected, especially when you're 14th prince on the line and no one gives a damn about you. But the biggest issue about that mostly is because as great as it would be to stay in room 1003 where Zang Lei actually is, and, you know, stay in the presence of all of his safety and the top tier safety that a prince gets, he has to worry about that potentially happening and just being a sitting duck in room 1003 for Benjamin to take hold. Let's say we go back to room 1014, which is where we're holding the Nen classes and continue doing the Nen classes, and even then we've got to worry about silent majority using the different snakes to slowly whittle down the numbers and put even more blame on Prince Wobble and Kurapika. So it's no matter what Kurapika chooses, whether it's stay with Zang Lei or go back to his own merit, it's going to end up in potentially, you know, bad waters regardless of what happens. And the worst part of all of this is Kurapika is completely right. He's immediately proven going back to his own room and doing the Nen tests were also not a safe option, because now not only do we have the threat of silent majority, something else entirely gets added to the major danger that is going on in room 1014, which is Prince Camilla has finally decided to start sending her own personal guard to the Nen tests and start learning about Nen. Now, we know every single reason why this is a bad thing, but as far as what Kurapika understands, Kurapika is suspicious initially about Prince Camilla coming, specifically because, for one, she showed no interest in coming before, so why did she suddenly just start showing interest now? Kurapika does find that it's weird that after admitting that he's going to release the public information about the letter that he got, to which he already knows that there's nothing bad about her specifically in the letter, so he's not too sure why she would be interested in the letter at all, but he just assumes that there's a secret in that letter that Prince Camilla does not want getting out, or there's another secret entirely that she wants to take care of or keep surveillance on from getting let out. So he already suspects her for one reason, but Kurapika also thinks it's weird that she's only sending one guard as opposed to, I guess it's customary to send like 2 or 3, it seems, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. But obviously, we've got Babamina, who is the only person that is able to figure out what's going on. And it's because he's got the insider information on Prince Camilla's have-nots. And if you don't remember, Prince Camilla's have-nots are a group of, I believe it's 13, but most likely 14 or more people that in the Kaken Empire that were either illegitimate children or were just tossed aside in the military and really no one wanted or had any value, but Prince Camilla specifically adopted into her royal guard, so that way she could not only have perfect protection, but she took pity on their terrible situations, and because of this, all of Prince Camilla's have-nots, quote-unquote, are very much dedicated to her and willing to do anything for her, to the point that they have spent a majority of their time as have-nots in Prince Camilla's guard, cursing a specific prince of the 14 that are in the Succession War. All of these have-nots have been putting all of their aura, all of their life energy into these princes. Prince Camilla's only standing one. It's pretty clear that Prince Woble's have-not, who we already know didn't require much time because he was born a couple weeks to a month ago. That doesn't take long to build enough of a curse to kill that type of human being. They are on their way to potentially threaten. It's just another layer to the Nen test that we didn't need. Silent majority was already enough of a problem. And honestly, it shows that despite Kurapika going in the right direction for a long period of time in the Succession War so far, this may actually be the first wrong decision he's made. Because, again, with the knowing what Kurapika does not know, we know that the Mafia is already at hinge of bursting and causing a chaos scene in the lower tiers. So thinking that Benjamin is going to take advantage of that may not be Kurapika's biggest threat, because that may break out, sure, but we already know what's going on with Hulkenberg, as we'll talk about later. It may have actually been safer to be in Zang Lei's care than it might have been, because now Prince Woble's at a big disadvantage here if this have-not is able to somehow take their own life in the Nen class close enough to Woble and enact that curse. Last big thing, and it's genuinely the most interesting plot thread of what's going on in this short transitionary phase of the Succession War, is Hulkenberg abandoning his main body and resolving with all of himself, his Nen, and his energy to win the Succession War whatever way he sees fit, which is abandoning any sense of morality, emotion, or care that he originally had in his old life, and becoming this new Hulkenberg, this new Emperor of Kaken, Emperor of Democracy, as we hope that he will remember this, what he wants to achieve out of all of this, doing whatever he can, whatever is possible with his Nen ability to achieve a victory. Because right now, as we were just talking about how the chaos between Morena Prudo, the Heil family, and the Phantom Troupe, and the potential all-out war that's being orchestrated by the other two Mafia families, the big thing that's storming the lower tiers like a plague right now is the announcement of the death of Prince Hulkenberg. Last chapter, it was a little bit of a setup, but now we know for sure that Balsamico was possessed by Hulkenberg, and not just that, we already knew that. Balsamico employed the toxic poison to Hulkenberg's body regardless of Hulkenberg taking advantage of his possession arrow. Taking all possibility and probability into account, after the short experimentation that he did in the previous usage, which we saw him use on Shikaku, who was Prince Benjamin's soldier, and Sumidori, who was his original Hulkenberg supporter, Hulkenberg concluded that while Sumidori was possessing Shikaku, the soul of Shikaku was unable to awaken as long as Sumidori, the Hulkenberg supporter, was forever pledging their loyalty to the prince and being willing to sacrifice their original body for the cause. Hulkenberg surmises that his possession arrow works off of the undying loyalty of his followers, but not off of that just undying loyalty, but of their willingness to sacrifice their original body, their original life as it is, to carry on in this new body. Using that method, using that understanding of his Nen ability, he was able to realize and even achieve the fullest effect of what his Nen ability thrived off of. Hulkenberg is legitimately killing his original body, getting rid of his original vessel, and saying, I do not need that anymore. The Succession War dictates that death is the loss, death is the end. Most likely means body and soul. Who cares about my body? If I can win the Succession War with just my soul, that's all Hulkenberg needs to carry on, and that's all Hulkenberg needs to achieve the dream of democracy that he sees for the Kaken Empire. Even if that means going through multiple different followers' bodies and using their vessels as sacrifices, or going from possession arrow to possession arrow to possession arrow with no potential end in sight and no comfortable vessel to stay within forever. Hulkenberg is willing to take all of those risks at heart and shoot towards not just Benjamin, but to every single sibling that he has to win this by any means necessary, even if that means he may fail and die. Because after performing another experiment, which is why Shikaku actually took the gun to his head and took himself out, because they were trying to figure out what happened to the soul after that target body died. They determined that the original soul only returns to the original body if it has a body to return to. Because Sumidori was still alive when Shikaku took themselves out, Sumidori's soul went back to Sumidori's body. But if the target soul returns to its, if that body is dead, that target soul that's just wandering will return to its original body, and it overrides the possessing soul. Long story short, what that means is, because Hulkenberg's body is dead, that means that once Hulkenberg's body officially dies and the effects wear off, Balsamico's original soul will stop inheriting that corpse and return to Balsamico's original body. Pushing Hulkenberg out, Balsamico will be normal again. Now, Hulkenberg's soul will reside in the body, but Balsamico will retain priority, meaning Hulkenberg will never see the light of day again. Imagine the scene from Get Out where he's just floating in the abyss watching Balsamico live his life. Obviously, that would mean complete failure for Hulkenberg. So that means Hulkenberg has legitimately only one option now that his original body is dying of the poison. Something that may, again, as we've theorized multiple times over, may create a post-mortem Nen contract between Hulkenberg's soul and his dying body. And if that's the case, that might just be the boost in power that he needs to not only use Possession Arrow while within Balsamico, but use it without any of his supporters being present, because we know Hulkenberg's Possession Arrow relies on the Nen of all of his supporters clouded around him and combining to shoot. Hulkenberg is in Balsamico, away in only the quarters of room 1001 with Benjamin. That may not be the case. So post-mortem Nen may be the only thing that saves Hulkenberg here in his plan. The fact that Hulkenberg is willing to sacrifice people, his own people, shows how resolved he is and how changed of a man Hulkenberg actually is. After having that discussion with Nasubi, his father, and realizing that the only way he'll be able to achieve his dream is by fighting through the succession war and not averting it or avoiding it and doing everything he can to stop it, Hulkenberg really did become this new person. And the fact that becoming this new person was able to awaken a Nen ability so fast in him shows the amount of potential he has, not just as a competent human and a competent hunter and a competent Nen user, but as a very full-fledged king, as someone that understands the burden of royalty, the burden of leading your citizens, and the sacrifices and the people you may need to step on in order to make those decisions, those tough executive decisions. And while I can say that it's respectable, at the same time, it also shows that Hulkenberg really isn't any different than the father that he's trying to replace. As no matter what way you need to look at it, whether he says that at the end of this he wants to be better than his father, Hulkenberg cannot deny the fact that in order to be quote-unquote better than his father, he needs to become his father. Whatever way Nasubi Hugoro, whatever he did to win his succession war contest, Hulkenberg may not be that different from his father as much as he likes to believe he is. I do love that theory, but I definitely think that there is a lot going on between Tserriednich and Hulkenberg. There is no coincidence that these two princes would be the only two princes that are essentially on good terms in the higher up princes. Sure, you have Kacho and Fugetsu, and none of the other princes are like evil to each other per se, but Hulkenberg is very vocal that Tserriednich is the only prince that loves him and accepts him as a sibling. And I've made a video already talking about how Hulkenberg and Tserriednich's Nen abilities and their Guardian Spirit Beasts are almost in direct opposition to each other. Tserriednich's Future Sight and all of the different Nen abilities that he gets from his Guardian Spirit Beasts are almost completely overridden by Hulkenberg's Possession Arrow that ignores all defensive and offensive Hatsu and just shoots right through and possesses one. And, you know, Hulkenberg's Guardian Spirit Beast was shown to protect him from bullets similar to, you know, Star Platinum, similar to his JoJo stand. So who knows what the Guardian Spirit Beast ability is in and of itself. So these two characters, I think, are definitely posed to run into each other. I don't think Hulkenberg's journey is ending anytime soon. Because, again, even though Hulkenberg's first target is, of course, going to be Benjamin after confirming the death of his original body and the fact that his mother, Unma, is in cahoots with him and is going to be more than willing to cover up the autopsy. It's going to immediately complete Balsamico's mission for Benjamin, which will allow Balsamico to immediately return to Benjamin's side. Even though Hulkenberg has spelled out the exact reason why this plan shouldn't work by using sedatives to keep the original Balsamico's soul from awakening after Hulkenberg dies, he gives himself about 10 hours or so in order to get close enough to Benjamin where Hulkenberg can shoot an arrow and possess Benjamin, whether this be a permanent thing or not, because we already know that after taking control of Benjamin, Balsamico's soul will return to his body, or depending on how long those sedatives are, Balsamico might get knocked out, giving Benjamin just enough time to just kill Balsamico or be, and he can easily be like, oh, Hulkenberg possessed him, it was a trick. And now Benjamin has full control of first Prince of the Kaken Empire, which is a big move. And if Hulkenberg is able to even control Benjamin's Zen ability, Benjamin Baton, or Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast, who knows if Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast can protect him from Possession Arrow, because this might be a much bigger Nen battle than I'm making it seem. Don't let my glossing over make it seem like it's an easy diff for Hulkenberg. If, let's say, this plan does work, and Hulkenberg is able to take over Benjamin, imagine Kurapika's biggest fears of martial law being enacted, but not through Benjamin, literally through Hulkenberg. Because again, it can't be stressed enough how much of a win con using martial law and making everyone quarantine in their rooms and just giving Hulkenberg, who again can just shoot possession arrows through walls, the perfect opportunity to take out multiple princes at once. We already know this man can collateral damage quick scope his arrow. I don't want to see him do it. That's why them taking each other out would be very poetic. The only reason I'm unclear if they'd be willing to take each other out is because how resolved Hulkenberg is to actually win and bring about the change he wants to see in the Kaken Empire. While I wouldn't put it past the old Hulkenberg to find an end to the succession war that resolved peacefully, which would be, one, taking out the evil that is Tserriednich. Let's say if they're the last two members of the succession war and they both take themselves out together in a draw, that can put the succession war into an end that would and may enact the change Hulkenberg wants to see. I don't know if that would create democracy though, because the reason why Hulkenberg had to fight in the succession war, because I got a lot of comments that were asking if Possession Arrow can work on Kaken princes, why doesn't Hulkenberg just shoot Nasubi with the Possession Arrow and end the succession war right then and there? I assume this is the same answer. This new Hulkenberg needs to win the succession war, is going to play the rules of the succession war and change the Kaken Empire by winning it and becoming the king that way. The old Hulkenberg would have used Possession Arrow to fire on Nasubi, take control of it, and end the war that way. But that old Hulkenberg didn't awaken Possession Arrow. Hulkenberg only awakened Possession Arrow the moment he resolved to take the succession war seriously. So I think that is why Hulkenberg wouldn't want to find a amicable end to the succession war. At this point, he's winning it all or nothing. And I think the same can be said for his equal, his brother, the only one that accepts him, Tserriednich, because we do cut at the very end of the chapter to every remaining prince that's left as they watch the announcement of Hulkenberg's death. And as we cut to Tserriednich, who is just cutting the time down between his Zetsu uses to insane amounts of levels of time. Even Salkov is in disbelief of the amount of potential this man has. He's cut down his time between Zetsu from 10 seconds to now 3 seconds, and he's trying to do his best to cut it down to 1 second, which, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, means that this man is going to be able to close his eyes and enact Zetsu and potentially go and activate his future sight and end ability every other second. His cooldown is going to be next to absolutely nothing, and his drive, that utter devotion to finding the solution to the problem that he needs, it's almost sickening. It's almost uncomparable to anything that Salkov has ever been able to see or even begin to comprehend. And I think with this next page here, I don't think it's a coincidence that we see Tserriednich with the young Netero ponytail, sporting that sleeveless outfit, putting his hands together into something that looks just like a volleyball. This man is the beyond Netero child. You can't convince me otherwise. Unmistakable. I mean, you can't make that up. You can't make that up how much of a direct reference that is to volume 27. That panel and volume 27 up next to each other are the exact same. I'm convinced now. Now you can't convince me otherwise. It has to be the case now. While there are other really good candidates like Prince Mariam, Prince Hulkenberg has an insane amount of nen. And I do want to discount the fact that a lot of people are thinking that it has to be either Benjamin or Camilla or a nen user before getting on the boat. I don't believe that is the case. While the six sacrificial lambs were all cursed at birth, I don't think the Kaken prince in Beyond Netero's plan had to be cursed to the same degree that the other sacrificial lambs were. So they may not have awakened nen at birth. Although if that's the case, I mean, that could point direction in Prince Wobble, because who knows what that aura was when entering the boat. But I will say, this man, I've never seen anyone look more like a young Netero in my life, let alone the kind of Netero-esque drive we see when Beyond Netero was taking 50 years to build a voyage to the Dark Continent, or Isaac Netero was spending years devoting himself to the 1000 punch Bodhisattva. Like, this man is undeniably the most insanely high potential nen user that may exist. And I'm tired of pretending like he's not. If he's not the Netero child, I don't know who is. I mean, I do. Like I said, there are really good, options besides Tserriednich, but it's undoubtable. Wait, Hulkenberg's arrow can bypass Seri turning on future sight right away? It potentially could. It ignores and null and voids all nen abilities to get to its target. Whether Tserriednich is then able to use future sight and avoid possession arrow, especially with this 1 second cooldown, it's unsure. Legit thought we got a Netero flashback scene, and I'm telling you, even if Hulkenberg possessed the king, the succession war couldn't end because it's a huge nen contract. Exactly. Even if he did that, that wouldn't cause anything. Calling an end to the succession war wouldn't really stop the problem. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these princes already getting a taste for blood would go after their other princes for succession regardless of the war taking place or not officially. You think we'll see Tyson's punishment for Taboo before she's gone? Who knows? Tyson is like someone that's definitely most likely, to go next. It wouldn't surprise me if they were one of the next princes to go. So I think it's safe to say we all understand the threat that Morena Prudo and the Heil family pose, not just to the Black Whale, the Phantom Troupe, and to the Succession War, but to the absolute world itself. There is a reason why Kurapika, who isn't even that in detail to the Kaken Empire's politics, knows that a disruption of the Heil, Kara, and Shiyu families could potentially throw the entire power balance of the Succession War off. Even though the top floors aren't aware of Morena's contagion and they aren't aware of the steps that she is taking to bring destruction to the entire world, one thing that we are aware of, at least in this present moment, is that it's not gonna be Prince Benjamin pulling the strings that brings about a break in the balance of the three Mafia families, because that is legitimately already going on the Black Whale. They don't need anyone to do that already, as it's the Phantom Troupe that are specifically doing the work of the Kara and Shiyu Mafia families by participating in the entire whole coup d'etat of the status quo, you could call it, and eliminating the Heil family for them. The Shiyu family and the Kara family describe that subtle exchange of having someone else take care of the damage for them is very interesting to me. Now, the reason that the Kara and Shiyu families are specifically relying on the Phantom Troupe to do their dirty work for them is because they want to appear like they're playing into the rules of everything going on. The Phantom Troupe is a group of criminals that isn't beholden to any of the Kaken Empire's ideals or what's going on. They already know that their existence as a whole is probably not for the best of deeds. Obviously, we know the Phantom Troupe is there to steal all of the Kaken Empire's treasure, as well as kill Hisoka as quickly as they possibly can. It is why we see that even though Heinrich of the Shiyu family is very more than willing to ally himself with Nobunaga, with Phaeton, with Finks, and pretend that he's helping them to the best of their ability to not only find Hisoka, but, aid them in their fight against the Heil. It's why we know that as soon as Heinrich found Hisoka, he said, hey, here's a pass to tier 1. Please just hold off on fighting with the Phantom Troupe until they fight the Heil for them. Until they fight the Heil for us. They are fully interacting and trying to manipulate the Phantom Troupe to the best of their ability. They just recently got into a fight with the Heil. Not too long ago, Nobunaga and Heinrich did. So Nobunaga and Heinrich had found the Heil's headquarters after much detective work, which was actually pretty impressive on their behalf, and it shows how competent they are when they actually work as a group. When Nobunaga and Heinrich invaded, they were specifically stopped by 2 members of Morena's Contagion. That shows just how dangerous Contagion actually can be when released out into the world. The 2 members were Yokotani, who was level 27 in Morena's Contagion and developed his own Nen ability, which you get after level 20, called a Battle of Wits LSDF, which conjures guards generated from how serious the opponent's crimes are, which I believe he hit them with physical homicide and trespassing, and that gave them level 4 out of 7 guards, which was enough to, for some reason, carry and get both Nobunaga, who we haven't even seen his Nen ability yet, so I'm honestly very interested to see what Togashi does with him in the short little battle of the Mafia families. And Heinrich, who has a pretty decent Nen ability of his own. And the reason why Yokotani was able to do this is because he was accompanied by one more of Morena's Contagion prodigies, which was Terebellum, who was a level 21, which means he just recently gained a Nen ability called Damage Sweet Home, which is actually pretty OP, and basically it allows Terebellum to transfer the damage of anything he's holding with his right hand to whatever he's holding with his left hand. So by holding Yokotani's shoulder with his right hand, he's basically able to stop Yokotani from getting stabbed in the forehead by Nobunaga's sword tip and transfer that to either an object or a human or whatever else the left hand is touching. The only downside of Damage Sweet Home is that if you aren't touching anything with your left hand, you're gonna get cooked because you're gonna take all of that damage. That will save the person you're touching, but if it's lethal damage, at least it only goes to his left hand, right? So by pushing Nobunaga out, they've actually resolved him to take an entirely different approach to take down the Heil family entirely. As much as Phaeton and Finks think they're gonna be able to just go in and destroy them and defeat them, as Phaeton so eloquently says, pointless, we crush them regardless, they're going to need a couple more things to go all out. Now, they do have a little bit of an advantage specifically because Heinrich, using his Nen ability, was able to get a transmitter into the perfect place so they could get some surveillance. But Nobunaga wants to, instead of going all the way back to the headquarters, he wants to go back down to tier 4 and talk with the Shiyu and Kara families to find something out. And as he says, he hopes he's wrong, but if his hunch is correct, he's gonna beat the shit out of Finks and Phaeton because, again, reminding you, they are the reason that they're caught up in all of this nonsense anyway. Now, again, the Heil family is mostly acting on their own here. They are not really worried whatsoever about what's going on in the Succession War. They're not really worried about what's going on with Shiyu or Kara. They have already really just taken everything in regards to this Black Whale voyage out of their minds. I mean, they've shut themselves off from Tserriednich, even though, again, he's not really caring about them whatsoever anymore either. Something is going to happen, whether it is the Heil family beginning to just mass slaughter civilians as much as they possibly can in order to power up their family members as much as possible, which we already kind of see them beginning to do, because if Heinrich didn't step in the one time and fight them with all of his pigeons, that probably would have been a pretty bad scene out in public. Or the other option being the Phantom Troupe is successfully manipulated into entering an all-out battle with Morena and her family, while the Shiyu and Kara just remain in the background and then just wipe up the mess of whatever is left out. It's gonna cause an issue for the people on the higher tiers, whether they like it or not. And again, if we look at this from Kurapika's outlook, this is the perfect reason to give Benjamin every possible justification to enact martial law and take full control of the Succession War. And that's just completely an unrelated event that could throw the entire power structure, whatever hierarchy has been building in the higher tiers, off in no time at all. Like, we have to understand that Morena is pure chaos incarnate. And with Tserriednich just not caring at all whatever the hell she's doing and just developing his own Nen prowess, it's easy to see how her, Dogman, and the entire Contagion swarm is just going to create so many issues for the Black Whale. Do I think Hisoka will be a Kurapika ally, and I hope those two team up again? As much as I would love to see Hisoka and Kurapika team up again, it's really unclear what Hisoka wants to gain out of being on this trip. Of course, Hisoka's always looking for a good fight and is looking for the next best thing. We know Hisoka has basically employed Illumi to assassinate them on this trip. So Hisoka is not only looking to fight Illumi to the best of his ability, who Hisoka rated a 9.5, we also already know that literally everyone in this panel is ready and willing to murder Hisoka on sight. And there are multiple different theories that revolve around Hisoka and what he could potentially play in this crazy game of, again, the three Mafia families taking advantage of Nobunaga, Finks, and Phaeton, and potentially them finding Franklin, who is just waiting in the cafeteria right now and waiting for Hisoka to come find him and fight him. Who knows what could happen back then? You have Chrollo, Bonilov, and Shizuku searching for Hisoka, and you also have that big conspiracy that is theorized and has been theorized for years, which is that Bonilov, who admits that he does have an ability that allows him to disguise himself as someone else. You also have Chrollo, who we believe should still have convert hands, which will allow him to switch appearances with someone else. So you have Chrollo and Bonilov that can potentially pretend to either be Hisoka. That may be the Hisoka that we've seen on the boat so far that was offered a pass directly to tier 1, which will allow Chrollo right into the bounty of the Kaken Empire. But I'm not really sure how likely that will be, because again, you have the whole problem with, if Kurapika knows that the Phantom Troupe is on board, not only will that give him another enemy that he'll be facing and will be looking out for, because despite the fact that Kurapika is already at odds with Sodnik and looking for the scarlet eyes that he has, I'm sure Kurapika is not going to be happy to find out Chrollo has gotten his Nen back. So Hisoka could help Kurapika, sure. Hisoka could just be looking for a good fight and wanting to eliminate all of the Phantom Troupe in one singular place, which is where they all are right now. Hisoka can fight Illumi. He can fight all of the different Phantom Troupe members, maybe one by one, and slowly pick them off and single them out while they're all separated on this train, on this boat. Or Hisoka could come in the middle of the big fight between Heil and Phantom Troupe and completely throw everything out of whack. But truly, at the end of the day, I'm mostly worried about whatever role Morena Prudo will play in the events to come. The fact that she is truly a wild card that has no allegiance to any prince, the Kaken Empire, or anything whatsoever, it makes me scared to see how far Contagion can go. I know everyone is hyped to see what Dogman does. I'm personally hyped to see if she has developed any different kinds of Nen abilities through Contagion, because being able to give all of these different people Nen abilities and have them have their own complicated conditions and then set them up to become patient zeros of their own, the amount of restrictions and conditions and contracts Morena may have had to employ to develop this Hatsu, it doesn't surprise me that she would be a major threat herself, or maybe she's getting something out of this besides just pure chaos. Although again, maybe it is just to spread pure chaos and she doesn't need to get anything out of it. But I wholeheartedly believe she has enough power to be a major villain in the whole entire boat ride to come, because we've already talked a lot about how she could affect the succession war and the things to come. We've already seen how the Heil family and the Contagion members that she's created can already pose a threat to major Nen users like the Phantom Troupe. So it makes me wonder, who is a bigger threat and who is a more likely main villain for this arc? Tserriednich or Morena. Does seem like from the editor's note that we will be shifting to the Phantom Troops perspective again, whether that be through Nobunaga, Phaeton, and Finks, or we actually cut to Chrollo, Bonilov, and Shizuku. I'm sorry for all the people that are going to be mad at me for not being able to pronounce Bonilov, but my mouth just doesn't work that way. But this entire aspect of the underlayer of the Succession War genuinely can do nothing but create an unexpected effect that, as someone already mentioned, Contagion does grant someone multiple levels for killing a prince. So if the Heil family is responsible for killing a prince, as Kurapika successfully kind of theorizes, whether it be Benjamin manipulating the break of the balance between the Mafia or just Morena herself interfering in the upper tiers, a Heil family member with Contagion kills a prince, they go up a significant number of levels. So it's safe to say that with that kind of setup, this war between the Phantom Troop, the Heil family, and the other two Mafia families that are trying to remain neutral or pretend to remain neutral, I'm not sure how it's going to interfere with the upper layers, but I'm excited to see how it happens. And again, with Hisoka being on tier 1 already, with the Shiyu being able to send him right up there, whether that's Hisoka, Chrollo, or whoever it is, maybe that is the perfect ticket they need as a bridge from the lower tiers to tier 1, just by Hisoka causing trouble up there. I mean, imagine Hisoka getting involved in the Succession War. By golly. It's no surprise that this chapter focuses a lot on Hisoka and not the fake Hisoka that we get confirmed we saw a couple chapters ago in, I believe, 393 or 4. This is the real Hisoka that is here playing some version of Poker Solitaire, which, if you're not familiar with Poker Solitaire, most normal people play Texas Hold'em, where you play with a big group of people. Poker Solitaire is like solo gambling. You are given 25 different cards, I believe, and you flip them over and you try to guess all the different combinations. You either win by guessing really lucky, or you basically are a cold and calculated strategist, like, you know, someone counting cards in blackjack, which I believe Hisoka definitely has the brain capacity for, which is why he's playing a very solo, simple game, which kind of goes into exactly what he's mentioning later on as he's discussing how he's super vanilla, as he calls it, or super fair. Right now, he's kind of acting and playing very cool. He hasn't attacked anyone. He hasn't started a riot, even though he has full power to do so. I mean, right now, he's fully on tier 1 with no supervision whatsoever. And a Hisoka with no supervision is scary enough on its own. Even a Lumi can't control this guy sometimes. Seeing him play a solo poker game is interesting and goes into the dynamic that he brings up, that the group battle, quote unquote, most likely talking about the Succession War and the different princes fighting amongst tier 1. Because remember, he's right in the middle of the war zone. And the fact that he hasn't decided to fight any of these strong people or interfere shows so much self-control on Hisoka's part. And it also shows how little interest he has in any of these princes, and none of them are clearly high on his rating. Hulkenberg was probably the only person that really tipped off Hisoka's radar, but the moment that he discovered that it was like a group-built Nen ability, because we know that Possession Arrow basically creates power off of sapping all of the different Nen off of Hulkenberg's followers from the feathers that awaken their aura nodes, Hisoka immediately goes, boring, I don't want any part of that, I'm done with this whole Succession War, all these different princes don't interest me at all. Although I doubt he's probably met Sodnik or someone like Benjamin. I'm sure they might interest Hisoka, but I digress. Hisoka doesn't want to deal with this group succession all-out war. He wants to slowly focus on 1v1s. That also makes me question why he's here at all, because Hisoka is really on the black whale to take the Phantom Troop down completely. Is he going to just pick them off one by one and fight them in their either weakest moments and make them bring out the best of their ability to test them all? How is he going to be able to separate them? They're usually almost always in a group. I mean, even Kenny Wang, sorry if I mispronounce his first name, but one of the underbosses of the Shiyu is kind of frustrated with the Phantom Troupe specifically because when doing his best to try and split them up while they're chasing the Heil, they all stick together. The belief that Hisoka is going to be able to get them apart is hard enough to believe, but let alone Hisoka is so dedicated to this that he contracted Illumi, one of the only people that he would probably call a friend anymore, to kill him, which has now forced Illumi to ally himself with the Phantom Troupe. Hisoka rated Illumi a 9.5 way back in the Zodiac arc, and that was a rating that was higher than most of the Zodiacs themselves. So not only is Hisoka not interested in the Zodiacs, they bore him, he's not interested in the Succession War people, barely as it is interested in the Phantom Troupe, and Illumi is probably like the best outcome he has besides fighting Chrollo again, and we'll talk about Chrollo later. What is Hisoka's main point on the Black Whale, and how does he fit into not just the Succession War, since he's not even interested in it, but how does he fit into the Dark Continent and all of the things going forward? With all of Hisoka's good toys broken, Gon doesn't have Nen anymore. I don't think Hisoka was really ever interested in Killua, and if not, we don't even know where Killua went as of this point. Hisoka may somehow have some ties to Kurapika, and if he does, right now they still oppose the Troupe together. They still have every reason to be working together, and Hisoka was never really interested in Kurapika as a fight. I did make a video on my main channel in regards to if Hisoka and Kurapika were to get onto a conflict in this Black Whale voyage, who would win? And while it's a very close fight, definitely go check out the video if you're interested in that on the main channel. Hisoka and Kurapika right now have every reason to be on the same side, and the fact that they are on the same tier means they could pass each other. And now, would Hisoka be interested in Kurapika now? Basically the shadow leader of their bodyguard, and basically a whole new man from the last time we saw Kurapika before Chimera Ant and before Greed Island. Chrollo potentially being Hisoka's biggest threat. If Hisoka wins, is this Hisoka's last hurrah? Is this like a final go down? There's no one left that can give me a great time, so I'm going to go to the Dark Continent and find something that can kill me, or I'm hoping that I can have the fight of my life and actually die in this moment. Although, obviously, with Hisoka's post-mortem Nen that he did before, I'm really curious how Hisoka will fit into arcs in the future of Hunter x Hunter going forward. But one thing that Bonanilov, which I'm going to call Bono because I'm not going to keep trying to pronounce that name going forward, kind of questions is he wonders if Hisoka was able to get to tier 1 through a prince. And the reason he thinks that is because we remember a couple chapters back, it was the Mafia's main goal to separate Hisoka from the Phantom Troupe. They were two key elements that were going to disrupt the balance of the Kaken Empire underground, and they didn't want these two elements to match and become a chaotic reaction. Chrollo took advantage of this by having Bonilov use his Metamorphosis Nen ability, which the way that it works is Bono can transform himself into any person that he has laid eyes on or seen. The longer that he's seen them, the longer that the duration of his transformation can last. There is no restriction to Bono getting shorter, getting taller. He can match whatever description he needs to. However, if there is a height difference, that just shortens the duration of the transformation. That is the Nen condition. The Hisoka that Lynch, Fullboko, and Zakura Custard met was obviously Bono in disguise, which I have to give Bono a round of applause. I gotta give him an award because man did a great job. Oscar-worthy performance, and honestly, he matched Hisoka's aura perfectly. I honestly couldn't have told the difference. Now going back, I think it's a little bit more clear, but either way, gotta give it to him. Now, Lynch was the girl, a member of the Shiyu family who had the Nen ability Body and Soul, where she was able to punch someone when she asked them a question and they were unable to lie to her. They had to tell her the truth. Although Bono finds out a neat little trick with Body and Soul, even though you can't lie to her, or Lynch, I should say, is the only person that hears the admittance of the truth. Even though Bono Soka immediately takes out Lynch, Zakura was right there and within hearing range. He didn't know that that wasn't Hisoka, which made the perfect opportunity for Hisoka to not only one, knock out Zakuro right after that, transform into Zakuro, wait for Lynch to wake up, and when Lynch was like, oh my god, that's not Hisoka, we have to rat him out, he's definitely a Troupe member or a Heil family member, let's go, he goes, oh, well, that's a shame. Bano Zakuro kills Lynch, then transforms into Lynch, and has Zakuro, when he wakes up, take Bano Lynch to the theater, where he then transforms back into Hisoka in time for Heinrich give him the pass to tier 1. Because again, the Shiyu family and Kara family do not want Hisoka and the Phantom Troupe to meet and fight on board, because that will just disrupt the entire power balance of everything. They would much rather, again, as we know, have the Phantom Troupe take down the Heil, as they're currently coordinating with right now, and have them take out each other, and then Hisoka can either fuck off after that or take out, you know, the remainder of whatever's left. Now, Zakuro was the one who had the Nen ability, Bloody Mary, which was allowing him to manipulate his blood and turn it into, you know, small, tiny, different organisms that were able to survey long-range distances, or he could fight people close range with, like, blood swords and everything like that. While he was a high-ranking member of the Shiyu family, it does show why Hisoka, or even Bano, and because he was the one that took them out so easily, it makes sense why Hisoka wouldn't be interested in any of the family members, despite the fact that Heinrich, in the conversation with fake Hisoka, Bano Soka, as they're meeting in the theater, I know this gets a little confusing, I'm sorry if it does. Heinrich, talking to Bano Soka, thinking it's Hisoka, says that the Shiyu family would kill Hisoka and beat him in a fight. And Bano Soka says, oh, okay, well, do you think that the Phantom Troupe would beat me in a fight as well? And Heinrich goes, yeah, I'm on their side. I think they would beat you. This quote-unquote Hisoka, even though it's Bano, is like, oh, I'm impressed with your honesty. Obviously, we know now that was Bano, so he goes, oh, great, you're a loyal person. You are on our side. Not only was Bano able to get a direct access and ticket to tier 1, Chrollo knew that the real Hisoka would probably be on tier 1 as well. So now that Bano has confirmed that, the rest of the troop just needs to get to tier 1, whether after they deal with the Heil or not, and then they can all take down Hisoka together. And whether that interferes with the succession contest or not, it's right on tier 1, so it will involve one prince or another for sure. Where did the real Hisoka get his tier 1 pass from? If it is a prince, it's possible that Hisoka could have been a hunter that was employed by one of the higher tier princes. It makes sense that Hisoka would be able to easily fall into line with one of the more antagonistic princes, especially with the fact that he's acting rogue and just simply playing poker. So Bano was told not to engage Hisoka if he finds him in tier 1 and just change into someone else and wait for Chrollo to arrive, which he does on command, because Bano even admits that Hisoka is a bad matchup for him. Bano mentions there's apparently some secret and specific treasure that Chrollo is looking for on the Black Whale that is going to be the page in Chrollo's skill hunter that is everything Chrollo will need in order to actually kill Hisoka. Because one big question is what this Nen ability could possibly be. Out of all the sprawling different Hatsu going on in just the Succession War and the Black Whale alone, could it be a Guardian Spirit Beast? Could it be one of the Prince's Nen abilities? Someone brought up a really good point that Prince Camilla's Nen ability that allows the way to die and then steal someone else's life to resuscitate yourself would be a great thing for Chrollo to steal. Now, obviously, we don't know if that's the case. Whatever Nen ability that Chrollo deems worthy enough to actually put Hisoka in the dirt and actually make sure Hisoka stays dead has to be something deadly. It could even possibly relate to Nasubi, the Emperor of Kaken itself, with how high Chrollo usually sets his sights. We know Chrollo was really only able to get such an advantage over Hisoka in the Heavens Arena due to the fact that he had Kortapi's Gallery Fake ability, which allowed him to create duplicate inanimate objects and a very big numbers overwhelming advantage over Hisoka, as well as Shalnark's Black Phone manipulation, which kept Hisoka at bay because one prick of the Black Phone antenna and you're cooked, because manipulation, as Balsamico, rest in peace, always brought up, first come, first served. Now, with both of them dead, Chrollo doesn't really have that handicap anymore. I'm sure you could argue that he's still got great skills, and he's also a very intelligent man. Chrollo did not become one of the strongest hunters that was able to take on 2 Zoldyck assassins at once for nothing. Whatever ability this is, it explains why Chrollo would go so far to steal this ability, not for one, knowing that everything previously that he didn't work, and Hisoka was still able to survive, and it almost ended up with Machi dead, as well as Shalnark and Kurapika, who actually died. With the way that Bano specifically worries about this and mentions that all of the Phantom Troupe members want to kill Hisoka first because whatever this treasure is on the Black Whale, they're so worried about it. Is it possible it could be a death ability? If it is Camilla's ability, maybe working for Chrollo with Skill Hunter, it won't revive him. Or maybe it is something entirely different that will result in Chrollo's death, but also take Hisoka out with him. Would Chrollo really sacrifice himself for this? I mean, as someone who cares about his troop members enough to turn Meteor City as a whole into a town for criminals and death dealers just to get revenge on one childhood murderer? Who knows how far Chrollo would go for Shalnark, who was an original member, Kurapika, and if you really think about it, you could also tie Yuvo's death to Hisoka, because Hisoka created these specific conditions for Yuvo to die by Kurapika's hand. And also, not for nothing, put Yuvo's death on Kurapika and Hisoka's hands. You can also put Paku's death on Hisoka's hands, and Paku was one of the closest people to Chrollo, especially from the very beginning. I mean, just back in the Phantom Troupe flashback that we got a couple chapters ago, after the wholesome years all of them spend just like fan dubbing old cartoons and bonding with just insane stories of glamour and heroics, they all just become crazy, jaded serial killers legitimately overnight after the death of their friend Sarasa. They unfortunately had to watch the filmed murder of her in a snuff film, and it was enough to change Chrollo, and by proxy, over the years of this, changing Meteor City into a denizen for where these people could roam and eventually draw in and lure back these murderers so they could take their revenge after they play Sarasa's murder. It just changed them all into criminals, these people that use violence to get what they want. And it makes sense that if they were willing to endure this long-term and large-scale change of not just their environment, but their history and their futures, just for the death of one girl, what would they do for the death of 4 members? We get this page specifically, this lone page of Chrollo walking amongst a crowd of people talking about this commemoration of this person that died long ago. I think it's safe to say we can confirm that this person that they're commemorating is almost guaranteed the person that killed Sarasa, which, if this person died in this way that supposedly their murder is being covered up, it confirms that the Phantom Troupe was able to accomplish their deed of getting revenge on this person that killed Sarasa. Not only that, if this is the reason why they walked this path, this consume themselves with darkness, it proves that even after fulfilling their goal, they still continued down this path and never looked back. It's also possible that sure, Sarasa wasn't killed by just this one dude. You know, there's still accomplices and other conspirators that the Phantom Troupe is looking for, and they're never gonna settle until it's over. Honestly, lays a really good point that Chrollo and the Phantom Troupe changed that day. Changed in a way that was irreversible. While you could say that as well, that these group of criminals and bandits are all bad, evil murderers, you could argue that they did some good. I mean, it is disgusting to think that this person was a head of an organization that was quote unquote helping underprivileged youth and children, where it was all just a front to create snuff films for kids that they kidnapped, for undesirables that would never get found later. I'm not saying that they haven't taken out good people or they haven't taken out bad people, but again, they're also responsible for the Kurta clan massacre and taking out all those people in New York New. It's always good to have one less scumbag on the face of the earth, but what's the, justified reason that they had to assassinate the entire clan of Kurta people? Who knows? Were they contracted by someone else? Was it all to get closer to Sarasa's murderer? What did they do this for? We still don't know. Dare I say, I'm very interested to find out, because the only person I'm willing to accept and accept redemption for killing their clan is Itachi Uchiha. No one else. We also get confirmation that Pakunoda number 9 has specifically not been replaced by Chrollo this entire time. Bano guesses why number 9 hasn't been replaced. And other numbers have been replaced before. We see Illumi, we see Kaluto, the Zoldyck members come in. Speaking of, is this Hisoka's last hurrah? Is this Chrollo's last hurrah? If this Nen ability really is something that can kill Hisoka and the rest of the Phantom Troupe is worried that it might be the death of Chrollo or it might cost the sacrifice of him, is Chrollo looking to disband the Phantom Troupe after this? I mean, think about it. This is one of the first times they've all met up since York knew. It might be the last time this is their last mission. Or is there something that Bano knows that we don't? I mean, we know that even Neo Nostrad's Hatsu was gone from Chrollo's book, right? There are things moving on in the background that we really don't know about. Kurapika could have freed her from that Nen contract that was stealing her Nen ability, or Neon somehow died going on in the background. Why do I bring that up at all? Sure, Chrollo and Shizuku bring it up. But it's interesting that Shizuku, of all people, would bring up Neon's fortune randomly. Let me remind you of Shizuku, specifically her fortune that Chrollo read. Because while you could argue that York knew was where all of their fortunes ended and they changed fate, let's talk about this for a second. The calendar loses a component. 12 months, 12 spiders. There's 12 spiders, 12 months on the calendar. You could argue that was for Yuvo, but let's continue, because remember, we also are here for the mourning of Kurapika and Shalnar. The remaining months gather to mourn, and this is the first time the troupe has been together since York knew. As an offering, you join an ally to keep him from being lonely. In York knew this didn't really make much sense, but if we look at this fortune taking this specific moment in time into consideration, Chrollo was going to be alone. Shizuku specifically asked to join Chrollo. Bano turned into Hisoka and left, so it's just Shizuku and Chrollo now. You will find eternal rest in a room filled with black merchandise. Who knows what that could mean, but they're on the Black Whale, and if the troupe is about to fight the Mafia, the Heil, or end up on tier 1, who knows, there could be treasures, there could be black market goods. The final sentence says, beware solitude above all. You have the most fear when you are alone with another. Hisoka does love a one-on-one. Hisoka does love and potentially intends to pick off the Phantom Troupe members one by one throughout the voyage of the Black Whale. Could that mean Shizuku's death at the hand of Hisoka? Even while Chrollo's right there to help, or while another troupe member is there to save her, they're unable to. And just to be clear, so you don't think I'm saying nonsense, here's Shalnark's fortune, which basically came true. Do not make any phone calls. When it matters most, you will be unable to reach anyone. It would be unwise to answer the phone, for the Deathbringer will come, calling one time in 3. Kurapika, Shalnark, Shizuku. It honestly could mean a lot of different things, but no matter what happens in this interaction with Hisoka, or even in this big war that's about to potentially happen with the Heil, it's possible we may get the death of a Phantom Troupe member, one at least, potentially more. The other side of the Phantom Troupe, which is Nobunaga, Finks, and Phaeton, and they're dealing with the Shiyu and Kara families, consulting what the hell they should be doing in regards to Heil. And taking all of that information that Nobunaga has deduced after his plenty of interactions and Heinrich's interactions and everything that they've dealt with in the last couple of chapters, Nobunaga correctly deduces that this Heil family that's on the Black Whale is no longer the Heil family that the Kara and Shiyu mafias have been dealing with for the history of the Kaken Empire. Now, traditionally, as we've had not only these mafia members tell us, but also high-ranking members of the princes and even people like Kurapika and Chrollo correctly, deduce, traditionally, all 3 of these Kaken mafia families follow a strict code. Not only are they very complicated in the ways that they handle things and they deal with the different struggles between families, different rival disputes, or peons picking each other off in emotional outbursts, and it's always followed by offering apologies and payback for when these lesser peons act out. It's usually almost always according to the leader's plan, because again, it is in the Mafia family's best interest throughout this voyage to reduce the other 3 Mafia families' numbers as much as possible, so that way when they get to the Dark Continent, whatever new continent that the Kaken Empire establishes, they are the ones that are able to be on top, and they are the ones that will direct the other 2 families. So remember, even though they're working together, quote unquote, they are always looking to get one over on each other. The one thing that they would never do for sure, they may quarrel and they may fight each other, the Shiyu and the Kara families both confirm that they would never go after innocent civilians for no reason. They are a part of the underground of the Kaken Empire, yes, but they uphold pillars of the political empire. They always ensure civilization runs smoothly, and if anything, they consider the civilians their customers, not useless pawns to kill. Which is the perfect reason why they are very much likely to believe Nobunaga when he says that they are definitely acting out of the bounds of a normal mafia family of the Kaken Empire. The three mafia families are usually pretty by the books. You've got Anyor Longbao, who's the head of the Shiyu. He's the one with the freaking onion head. He's an illegitimate brother of Nasubi Hugro-ro, the current empire of the Kaken country. And his underboss is Heinrich. Heinrich is the character that uses the Nen ability that is able to turn inanimate objects into animals, and then he can control those animals. Heinrich, despite being someone that is opposed to the Troupe in secret and also deceived them already by sending Hisoka up to the upper layers so the Phantom Troupe couldn't find them, Heinrich is someone that is willing to get his hands dirty and even fought with Nobunaga in the Heil headquarters, so we like Heinrich. We don't really know too much from the Shiyu family besides Zakuro and what's her name, the girl that died. She's dead, I don't even remember, she's not important anymore. But their benefactor is the third prince, Zang Lei, who not only refers to Anyor, the leader of the Shiyu, as his true father. When they met up at the beginning of the Black Whale voyage, he asked Anyor to provide Zang Lei with specific information into how Nasubi Hugro-ro won his succession war all these years ago. Anyor says it's going to take him some time to provide that information, but he does still say that Nasubi's philosophy was that all things come to those who wait, which is perfect for a prince like Zang Lei, who we know takes his time with literally everything so far, as we've seen in the Succession War. Other than that, we haven't interacted with Anyor much, but we have interacted with the underboss Heinrich of the Shiyu a lot. You also have Brocco Lee, who looks like a head of frickin' broccoli, who's the head of the Kara Mafia family. Again, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, and is another illegitimate brother of Nasubi. Now, we have Tajao, who is the vice boss of the Kara family, and also he's the military advisor to Prince Luzurus in general, who is Kara family's benefactor. We also have Kenny Wang, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, who is the underboss of the Kara, who's mostly been involved with trying to handle this Phantom Troupe Heil madness, and hopefully end up on the other side with both of those discrepancies taken care of and written off. Kenny Wang is the most interesting of these underbosses besides Heinrich, because while Heinrich is very open with his Nen ability, Kenny is clearly aware of Nen, but he hasn't revealed that if he has some kind of ability or anything like that. Now, he does have this rumor that one of the military people mentioned that every person that he smiles at dies, and whether this has something to do with some kind of Hatsu or Nen ability, we really don't know until we find out more. Although he is quite suspicious, because not only is he plotting against the Phantom Troupe, he's also very aware that they are gaining on Morena very fast, and wonders if she'll pull her trump card out to fight them, her Joker, he says. Now, is he someone that's a double agent? I doubt it. He gets very upset when they mention that they might kill the Kara family boss, but either way, Brocco Lee isn't as involved as his underlings either. They're both of those illegitimate brothers are kind of in the background. And the only other thing that's really interesting about the Kara family is Tajao and Kenny have a secret passage that apparently all mafia families are having access to, that lets them go from tier 5 to tier 1 at whatever tier they want to on the boat freely, which is nice. It's interesting because at the end of this chapter, we do see Nobunaga, Finks, and Phaeton follow the Kara family into a door. Now, could it be the passage into higher tiers? Sure, it could be, because they're going directly to tier 1 to try and assassinate Morena, or wherever she's hiding now. Also, Nobunaga finds a door with Kenny that's a secret locked door that Kenny says he'll only reveal to them once their mission is completed of taking out the Heil. Now, the Phantom Troupe members are very confused when Tajao opens the door for them. Is it the passage to the higher tiers? Is it some mafia family trump card room? Are they betraying the Phantom Troupe right here and now after giving them that information? I really don't know, but it really could go either way, and I'm really interested to see how this whole mafia plot goes. Now, the Heil, since being taken over by Morena Prudo, has acted completely out of turn, as we mentioned before. Not only are they just disrupting the balance that the three families have fought to secure for decades at this point in the Kaken Empire. Again, they mentioned before, killing other mafia members is a crime in and of itself, but this can usually almost always be smoothed over. It's where they're slaughtering the innocent civilians in mass where they're like, okay, these guys are getting a little crazy, conspiring against the prosperity of the Kaken Empire, which is very clear, and why the Shiyu and Kara are more than happy to support the Phantom Troupe and taking down the Heil completely now, especially if they are not the actual quote-unquote Heil family they once were. Nobunaga is right to think that the Heil family has just completely changed their MO, because they literally have. They've set their sights far beyond mere mafia war. We know that Morena is planning to destroy absolutely everything, kill everyone on the Black Whale, and sink it entirely, metaphorically, figuratively, and literally. And it's part of the reason why they're also able to deduce why they're killing all of these civilians and why they're so gung-ho to do it, because Nobunaga is again right. Morena's one simple goal is by spreading chaos throughout the lower decks that will eventually raise to the top tiers with her Contagion Hatsu, the Nen ability that is able to spread through all of her different Heil soldiers, basically just gather copious amounts of strong Nen abilities and users just by slaughtering all the innocent people that they already plan to kill anyway, right? Killing Mafia members, other Nen users, all of these innocent people on the lower tiers that no one's gonna miss anyway. It's all easy and fits right into their plan, so why not benefit from it, which is exactly what Phaeton says. As her followers kill people, they gain quote-unquote levels as if it's a video game. They gain 1 level for killing an innocent person. I think they gave 5 or 10 levels and something like that in order for killing a Nen user, and they also gain 50 users if they somehow manage to kill a Kaken prince, which makes me think that somehow, some way, that chaos will make its way up to tier 1 and instant succession war, whether people like Hisoka, the Phantom Troupe, and the Mafia family act like they want to be involved in the succession wars, fan of flames or not. Now, when a Contagion holder reaches the level of 20, they are more than able to develop their own personal Nen ability, although their Nen category is determined at birth. That's why if you're a manipulator, you're a manipulator. If you're a emitter, you're an emitter. You can't change that, but you can at least personalize your Nen ability to some degree, although it's not perfect. Once you reach level 50, you continually gain more and more power, and you get more stronger until you hit level 10, and then you can become a patient zero and spread that Nen to other people and become a Contagion master of your own. Again, Phaeton and Finks are able to immediately catch on to all of this, which shows one is how smart the Phantom Troupe really is. It even makes Kenny Wang more sure that he needs to get rid of the Phantom Troupe as fast as possible, because the fact that they're able to correctly figure out all of the Heil's evil plans shows that not only are they evil masterminds themselves, that they are capable of doing just as crazy things to the balance of the Kaken Empire if they were the threat. It just assures Kenny that, damn, you guys are fucking crazy, which I don't disagree. I do not disagree with them on that. But again, it's super cool that Nobunaga was able to deduce all of this just from one mere interaction with the Heil family in their headquarters, because if you remember, they had to deal with that old man, and I'm gonna mispronounce his name, Gatame? I don't know. He's some insurance scammer. No one cares about him anyway. Some old dude. He had that conjuration ability where he was able to create a double, and he was working with another Heil family member named Vacante, who was the one that created that teleport door. So by creating this booby-trapped room, every person that would walk into the door or get called or lured into the door by Gatame's double would just get brought to the quote-unquote Heil processing room, where there was literally just a group of fully empowered Contagion users that just slaughtered everyone that came by instantly. And it was honestly a great way for all of them to quote-unquote grind. It's crazy how it's literally like a video game. In no time at all, Nobunaga was able to be confident enough to completely deduce Gatame and Vokante's abilities were two separate entire things instead of what Phaeton and Finks think is maybe like a specialist ability or some kind of conjuration ability that's creating a separate room on top of the previous room. He's able to take advantage of all of this information and break into the Heil headquarters and the quote-unquote processing room with Heinrich with no fear at all, and honestly put up a pretty decent fight against them if they, one, weren't completely outnumbered or thrown out of the room by such hacks Nen abilities like Yokotani's LSDF. That one interaction was more than enough for the troupe to get all the evidence they needed to take the Heil family seriously and get the Kara and Shiyu families completely off their backs in regards to following any kind of mafia etiquette. Morena Prudo, ever since showing up, has just been a complete wild card for the entire flow of the underground process. Despite being the Mafia's criminal underbelly. As I mentioned before, like, they do try to support the Empire from the shadows. That's why all of the Mafia leaders have an illegitimate sibling of the Kaken Emperor leading the Mafia family to lead from the shadows. You also have the benefactors that are the princes on the light side. It's literally, we are the light, you are the dark side. They are the leaders in the light, and they are the leaders from the shadow that make sure everything flows. But it's ultimately why, overall, the Shiyu and Kara family are more than happy to have the Heil and Phantom Troupe take each other out. Again, they are just disruptors of that status quo. The Phantom Troupe prove themselves to be just as big of a threat as the Heil, even though they are lesser in number. But they are just as much of a threat, and the Heil family threaten everything that the Shiyu and Kara family have worked to build. So if they can have each other take each other out, they're more than happy to do that. That's why they were very quick to have Hisoka go right to tier 1. It's why they were very quick to cooperate with the Phantom Troupe and get them on their sides. It's also why the Shiyu and Kara family, despite being opposing forces and always looking to stab each other in the back as soon as they can, were willing to work on this one specific moment, because they can just get both of the pains in their sides removed at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't they? That's the best way they can play it. A lot of people are very confident none of the troop members are going to die, but a lot of people are worried some might. Knowing that Shizuku's fortune exists, also knowing that Nobunaga and Heinrich were thrown out of the headquarters so quickly by the outnumbering amount of people the Heil has at their side with insane Nen abilities, who knows how many people could die before Hisoka even gets a chance to fight the Phantom Troupe. And considering they're split into 2 different groups, one side could deal with Hisoka, the other Morena. And this is nothing like York New and the different Mafia members of York New. Morena Prudo has been built up way too much to not give the Phantom Troupe a hard time. So the final aspect of this chapter that I really want to focus on is Morena's potential of not only having more Hatsu than Contagion, but potentially having some type of manipulation ability that also follows through with Contagion. Meanwhile, while the Phantom Troupe are focusing on planning their quote-unquote assassination of Morena and the rest of the Heil family, the Heil family are doing preparations of their own. We know that a lot of chapters ago, after losing a couple people and losing their liaison to Prince Tserriednich, the 4th prince who's supposed to be their benefactor and the one that's financing the Heil family, they're not stupid. And they're more than aware that that person was most likely taken out by either Tserriednich himself or someone on Tserriednich's guard, because he knew that they were betraying them. The Heil family has gone off the rails entirely. And as Nobunaga correctly suspects, they are really not even the Heil family anymore. They are only the Heil family in name. Their modus operandi, reason for existing, and goal for the future has changed entirely, from upholding Kaken Empire prosperity to outright bringing destruction and chaos, not just to the Black Whale and the Succession War, but to the entire world and spreading contagion everywhere. We know that the previous plans that were put into motion by Morena and Dogman are finally underway now that Dogman has been able to grind his contagion level all the way up to 62, which is insane considering he was only at a mere level 31 or something like that the last time we saw him. What they're doing in regards to Tserriednich potentially finding out about their descent into chaos, even though, again, it could just be because Tserriednich is so focused on his Nen training, he just doesn't give a shit about his Mafia connection anymore. But it's also possible that what we know with the Shiyu and Kara family getting an okay to take down Morena because she's just not acting in Tserriednich's best interest anymore, Morena needs to turn this situation around, because she needs to find a way that she can keep Tserriednich not only under her thumb, but make sure she can keep track of his movements, because Nobunaga and the rest of the Phantom Troupe already finding one of their hideouts and potentially getting on their tail, and that war slowly brewing in the background. The last thing Morena and the Heil family need is for Tserriednich and his own personal guard. They just do not want to fight 2 wars at the same time. So what they originally planned for after Dogman reaches level 50, they want to basically kidnap one of Tserriednich's personal guards and convert them over to their side. That way, instead of having this little liaison messenger person that talks between them and just goes back and forth like a little mail person, they can actually have someone in Tserriednich's quarters that is on their side and not only willing to reveal information, but also probably fight and set up a perfect flanking position that way they could take Tserriednich out if they have to. The Heil family has multiple different crazy Nen abilities, and it seems like now with Dogman at level 62, they're going to be able to take their scouting a step further and be able to find not only the specific Nen category that a person has, they're going to be able to find if that person has specifically awakened to Nen or not. Thankfully, because Saddam's ability, he's a level 31, he has a manipulation type ability that allows him to kidnap people and capture them as long as they have not learned Nen yet. If we're able to combine this kidnapping ability with Dogman's newly fully improved ability, which again, Dogman could have a lot more Hatsu, by the way. As being a level 62, we really don't know what happens past level 50 besides strength. So Dogman could also have more than one Hatsu, but it seems like Dogman's main ability is to be able to sniff people from afar. He can sniff out a Nen user's type from 5 meters away, whether they're a manipulator, a conjurer, a specialist. If he gets within 2 meters, he can tell if they've learned Nen or not, or how proficient they are in learning Nen. And then if he's able to actually smell a person's head, he can 100% identify that person with complete accuracy. Why is this beneficial to Morena? Because again, if we are scouting people and looking for people to fit into our plan, because again, we know we need an emitter so we can continue up the processing room and continue grinding up levels. We need someone that can teleport innocent civilians to the processing room. But we also might need other Nen types to commit to other Nen abilities that we need for the future. Morena isn't dumb and is definitely thinking about not just the present, but the future specifically. If they can actually kidnap one of Tserriednich's soldiers and bring them onto their side, then that immediately clears up one side of their war and they only have to deal with the Phantom Troupe. Now, of course, the Heil family soldiers are like, well, how the heck are we gonna get one of Tserriednich's guys on our side? And Morena says, you know what? We're just gonna have to give them an offer that they can't refuse. We're gonna have to make them come to our side. Which got me thinking, especially with what the Kara and Shiyu families say about how Morena Prudo took control of the Heil family in the first place. If Morena is able to keep all of Tserriednich's movements on her radar just by infecting one of his personal guards with Contagion, does this mean that Morena is able to track all of the infected users of Contagion that she infects? If that's the case, then every single member of the Heil family using Contagion, Morena is able to keep tabs on with no problem whatsoever, and may even be able to sense what they sense, or at the very least relay information back and forth between these points. One of the big things that Nobunaga questions is how the Heil family is able to plot and make plans with each other while being so disconnected from each other. As a patient zero, because right now she's the only person that has reached this point, we still don't know what else she's capable of. I'm pretty sure it's cut and dry that Morena is going to have more than Contagion as a Hatsu. She may have definitely something that allows her to fight in battle, as I think she's going to be a villain that presents much more of a problem than we've been led to believe. But I also wonder, does Contagion take away the free will of people once they've been infected? If you think about it, last chapter, Kurapika was worried that Zang Lei's Nen Beast was creating coins that, over time, by giving them Nen powers, they would slowly and subtly manipulate the person by slowly changing the way their thought processes work to slowly believe and trust and be loyal to Zang Lei. And I thought that was a direct reference to how Morena's ability works in the underground of things. And if this is the case, are all of these Heil members descending into chaos with Morena because they really truly believe she is their queen, she is the leader that will take them into the promised land? Or after giving Contagion, is she completely manipulating these people's minds? Granted, we do watch a scene of Morena gifting Contagion to willing participants in the Heil family, but I wonder if the Heil family has become more cult-like in that it starts with direct manipulation of Morena's manipulation, making people her slaves through her saliva and playing 4D chess, and then slowly that real manipulation becomes pseudo and subtle manipulation across people that are actually turned over to her side, literally, as opposed to being taken control of. It also makes sense why Dogman would specifically be searching for either a Tserriednich soldier or whoever their target might be that hasn't awoken to Nen yet, because if they've already awoken to Nen, they can't be taken over by Contagion. If Contagion opens Morena up to tracking them, who's to say that the reason why that person may not be sympathetic to their cause in the first place, but after becoming a Contagion user, they are sympathetic and follow Morena, is because of the manipulation aspect. I mean, of course, they could just force their target to cooperate by blackmailing them or threatening them. The main reason that I want to tie this all together into one neat bow is something that Kenny Wang mentions in the short meeting he has with Nobunaga and the rest of the Phantom Troupe, and that he mentions that they don't know much about Morena Prudo because she took over the Heil relatively recently, and while she definitely is an illegitimate member of the Kaken family, they don't know much else other than that. She's kind of always been in the shadows, and they did think it's weird how the Heil family just immediately converted into loving her and appreciating her as a leader, especially when you consider that the Heil family's original leader had no reason to step down, from the way that Kenny Wang seems to describe it. And it makes me think that if Contagion does have some kind of manipulation aspect, you could say that the reason why Morena was able to take over the Heil family, have such stark contrast of goals to them, and take their family into an entirely different direction the moment she takes control. What if this Contagion ability was used on the original Heil boss, and that Heil boss was manipulated by Contagion, passed on power to Morena, and then died afterwards? If Morena really has been making people her slaves this whole time, and has been creating a cult of people that follow her because they are convinced by the people around them, or because they're literally manipulated through Contagion, Morena could play a much bigger role as a villain than I think we have any idea how it could possibly go. What would Beyond Netero do if he found out about Morena's plan is what I want to know. Who knows, honestly? It's really hard to say what would happen in regards to Beyond and everyone else. Specifically because we still don't even know if Beyond cares about what happens to the Black Whale at all. Because if, let's say, Pariston and Jing are on a separate voyage, right? Who's to say that Beyond can't break out, skip off the Black Whale once it sinks, and then hitch a ride with Pariston and Jing on their other voyage from the New Continent to the Dark Continent? If Beyond is aware that they're going to drop the Kaken Empire off on the New Continent, he already plans to either separate from either the Black Whale or the Kaken Empire entirely. But as all of that is going on with Morena and Dogman, and they go off to go on their mission, the other three members, who I know one is named Damon, I'm not sure what the other names are or who they are, but they have all reached level 51 or higher in the processing room, as they've just been slaughtering more innocents while the Phantom Troupe has just been trying to get back and figure out what's going on. It really shows how fast the Heil is able to work and how efficient their teleporting scheme is for the plan that they set out. Morena has clearly thought this Contagion ability out super well, whether she came up with this Hatsu herself or was gifted Contagion by someone else. They all have hopes of getting revenge on Shiyu's Heinrich, who was the one that took out a bunch of the Heil members before with his pigeon handcuff ability. He got, jumped by a lot of the Heil members out in the open. The one guy who didn't even have like a Nen ability, he just had like a hand that came off to be a hook. He was also with Nobunaga when they entered the Heil headquarters and they were escorted out by Yokotani's LSDF. Not only is Dogman on his own mission, these Heil family members are going to be directly ready for the all-out war between not just the Mafia hunt, as they call it, but the Phantom Troupe battle that is about to come. And it makes me wonder as well what that third trump card, that Joker card that Kenny Wang mentions Morena might be. Is it another Hatsu that Morena has not revealed yet? Is it another person that she has on her side that we have no idea about? So over the course of the week, I've seen a lot of really cool ideas as to what Morena's Joker could be. And I think something that, of course, is just a theory, but I wanted to bring up because it was interesting, is the identity of Morena's Joker being Kaiser. Because the Justice Department has been looking the other way for the Heil Mafia and all of the different things they've been doing to undermine the Kaken Empire and its underworld, I think it's pretty likely that Kaiser, of all people, might be Morena's Joker, because if you remember, Melody does assume that Kaiser is being pseudo manipulated by someone to the point that Kaiser might not even realize he's under someone's influence. He is so strong in his heart and his thoughts that he's doing and says that he loves Melody, but Melody still doesn't feel anything from his heart. And that would go right into the pseudo manipulation theory of Contagion. But let me know your thoughts. I'm not going to yap about this too long. Thanks for watching. Not only is Dogman potentially looking for the bodyguard that's on Tserriednich's team that will be able to let them keep an eye on Tserriednich, now that Dogman can search out whatever kind of Nen type or Nen user they need for their cause, who's to say that their team, already as strong as it is, doesn't just become 10 times more powerful? I mean, granted, you've already got all of these Heil family members that are almost level 100s on their own. If we get someone else like Morena that can just start spreading contagion even further, this really can become an actual pandemic of evil. The tensions between the Ka'ar and Shiyu family is already tense enough under the weight of the Heilis' madness and their grinding RPG levels and just killing random people. The fact that now we already have even more building tension between these two families that might just result in an all-out brawl, a three-way war, instead of 2 against 1, that makes what Kurapika, Benjamin, and all of these other characters have talked about so much worse than they could have ever possibly imagined. We're still focused on getting the Phantom Troupe up to tier 2 so that way they can assassinate Morena and take on the Heil in hopes that the Ka'ar and Shiyu families can just get rid of the Heil with the Phantom Troupe and then worry about their own problems later. Because remember, at the end of the day, both of these Mafia families, because we're not including the Heil as a member of this 3-family arrangement anymore. We have already deemed the Heil as illegitimate. They are quote-unquote Heil, simply because Morena is running the Heil in a way that is no longer the original organization. So these 2 remaining Mafia families that are playing by the rules have full goals of reducing the other family as much as possible to be the reigning Mafia in the Dark Continent or wherever the Kaken Empire settles. I don't know if Tajao is just the desk guy. He's like he's the guy that doesn't see much action and he's just really smart and runs the numbers and money. But it's so funny to see him be so ignorant to the underside of crime and the calculating coldness that the Phantom Troupe is capable of. Like, Nobunaga doesn't even realize that just walking around with a sword in just broad daylight in public is just so unacceptable and everyday. Like, they're just legitimately the purest form of rebels that they possibly can get, right? Finks even goes, dude, you're not even trying to hide the sword. Tajao literally mentions that, yeah, we can get you up to tier 2, but there's no way no one's gonna look at you and just let you carry a sword around. Which, it's funny to see Nobunaga how angry he gets because he just spent so much time whittling this makeshift blade after he got the last one lost. Thought that he conjured this blade from Nen, but I think just based off verbiage and the fact that I believe Nobunaga is more of an enhancer, is more towards where he leads. I could be wrong. I think he kind of literally just made this. As Phaeton even mentions, it's just a replica of a sword. Who cares? But I could understand, you know, spending like an hour making something and it just doesn't work. I'd be super mad. We see the large passage that connects all of the different tiers of the Black Whale. So that way the Mafia family can roam in between, no worries, no problem. It's kind of like, have you ever seen that joke of there's like the secret hatch in an airplane that takes you to every single, that's kind of what it is. It goes in between the different tiers and in between the ins and outs of the boats in order to make a clear path from one floor to the other that is just completely separate from everything. It even goes through the sewage, which, as we find out, is higher than the people on tier 5. So the people on tier 5 are literally just living underneath the cesspool of piss and shit of all the other people, which is just beautiful. Gotta love classism. The families are able to do this because they essentially own all of the subcontractors and workers that go in between these different layers of the boat at all and every times. The families oversee everything, but they're not directly involved for the most part. They just hire these people, they're on the payroll, they don't ask questions, and they do whatever they gotta do. But Nobunaga cleverly mentions that if that's the case, and the Heil has had access to all of these different passageways and has access to all of these different subcontractors that you guys all share and are on a ask no questions, do whatever I'm told basis, they can easily trick people into not only entering their processing room for kills, they can get away with it just as easily because the guards swap so often. Who's to say? They're constantly switching people in and out with different subcontractors, different guards. It's impossible to keep track. Luckily, Nobunaga takes this as an excuse to keep his sword because he's like, hey, you know, this gives me a perfect reason to not go with you guys to tier 2 because I'll just be able to stick around here, wait for one of these subcontractor guys to come by and just start interrogating them and figure out if they can give me a lead to the Heil. Meanwhile, Phaeton and Finks are going to go back to the headquarters where Nobunaga and Heinrich already got ejected from. And I brought it up earlier in the Chrollo section of the review, but it really is funny to think that if Chrollo's Skill Hunter is the kind of nen ability that evolves from the different level of heists or crimes that the troupe commits, it makes sense that the Phantom Troupe, Nobunaga, Phaeton, Finks would have such a pure grasp on what the Heil family is doing because it's something they may have been able to do before. Killing people in order to upgrade nen. Who's to say that they didn't do that before to upgrade Chrollo's Skill Hunter? We already talked about that in detail, but Tajao is surprised that they're able to figure this out. But in my honest opinion, knowing how the troupe works and knowing what Nobunaga even said last chapter, that the Heil works almost like a prototype Phantom Troupe. They act how they used to act back in the day. They're just going on their ego death power trip. Amateurs. We've been through that before. We're three class years ahead in criminology psychopath university, okay? Nobunaga does impart the knowledge of Yokotani's ability, which is the LSDF ability, that it's a counteractive ability. Basically, if they can quote-unquote charge the intruders with trespassing, hurting them, or any kind of moral, civil crime, then LSDF Yokotani, one of the Contagion members of Heil, can just conjure these, big giant toy soldiers that just eject you from the room against your will that you cannot fight back against, and they chase you relentlessly. Is not in a good spot. Finks is a very reactive enhancer. He fights first, punches first, and asks questions later, whereas Phaeton's ability is a little bit more better suited for that. Phaeton's Pain Packer, we know that he has multiple other versions of Pain Packer too, right? We saw Rising Sun and the Scorching Heat burn Zazan, the Chimera Ant squadron leader, like it was nothing way back in the Chimera Ant arc, accumulating all of the damage that Phaeton takes over throughout the battle, and then once he has deemed it enough damage, he's able to reflect that damage back. Whether he can do this in different ways, he can create or use a different kind of Hatsu to do it in the moment instead of building it all up. He can just instantly reflect back if he puts on a different set of armor. I think this fight is a little bit more better suited for Phaeton in this moment. And even he says, if it's only self-defense, no problem. We just let attack first. Easy. Phaeton's one of my favorite troupe members. Love him. And I think he's an underrated character because Pain Packer alone uses transmutation, conjuration, and I'm pretty sure emission all at the same time. There's a reason why when Chrollo's gone, Phaeton is usually the one that assumes the leadership role. Phaeton is a nen genius. Why use big word when little word do trick, right? Man of little words, but he'll fuck you up. I love Phaeton, so I'm excited to see how his nen ability translates into handling LSDF, the counteractive ability, and what Finks is going to be able to do. But most importantly, I am excited to see Nobunaga's nen ability at the end of this saga that we're going on with the Phantom Troupe and the Heil. Nobunaga is the one that I'm most excited to see what he brings to the table. And even though he escaped from this little Heil encounter that they're going to go into, I expect Nobunaga to get into some ridiculous shenanigans. Keep in mind, the troupe needs that tracker that Heinrich turned into an oyster. Without him helping, they lose huge intel support against Morena's gang. I was actually about to bring that up. Thank you so much, Ruby Dragon. Yeah, literally. If you remember, when Nobunaga and Heinrich were getting ejected, Heinrich was able to, with his nen ability that allows him to turn important objects into different animals, and vice versa, he was able to turn a tracker into a clam that was easily slipped into the processing room that the Heil family had. So that way they could always keep track of where that location was. At the time, Nobunaga, Heinrich, they split up at first, not realizing that they might be on very bad terms the next time that they come close to each other, which is sad to say because they really worked well together. And if Nobunaga now has to fight Heinrich or vice versa, that would not be a nice situation to be in. Yeah, the worst part is that Heinrich was like a fan of the Troupe. He even says that if it was up to Hisoka versus the Phantom Troupe, he would bet on the Phantom Troupe every single time. He's been a fan of them for so long, and there's other members of the Mafia families that worship the Phantom Troupe. I mean, they're famous criminals across the entire world, so it's sad when your heroes die right in front of you, isn't it? Again, Nobunaga and Heinrich, they got along so well, and I was really excited to see Heinrich help them out later, so it is sad to see them go. Whether they start the problems now or it's something that happens after the Heil family is dealt with and it breaks out into even more Mafia war, whether it pulls the succession war in or not, I'm locked in. The tensions between the Shiyu family and not just the Kaar family, but the Phantom Troupe rise up as Zakuro and Heinrich actually begin to piece together what happened to their poor friend Lynch Fullboko. As we found out in the chapter that Hisoka came back, finding out that the fake Hisoka was actually Banno using his Metamorphosis Nen ability to transform into Hisoka, we know that Lynch Fullboko and Zakuro, the two assailants sent by the Shiyu family to search for Hisoka, Lynch with the full body Truth Serum Punch ability and Zakuro with the Bloody Mary ability, were both beaten by Banno posing as Hisoka. And after knocking out Lynch and realizing that Lynch knew his cover, he had to kill Lynch, which we find out he literally just broke her neck like a fucking pro. Heinrich and Zakuro are like, oh, it was probably just a Heil family member getting to her. And then Heinrich, the smart man that he is, which I have to give credit to Heinrich because in this world of Nen, we saw Banno last chapter, who was, even though he was pretty smart, he admits that he's not the best at calculating out very insane Nen abilities. And also with the Phantom Troupe, we saw how Phaeton and Finks at once thought, hey, you know what, it's probably just a specialist that's able to use multiple different categories to create a teleporting door. And Nobunaga was the only one to say, hey, actually, no. Wouldn't it just make more sense that one is using Conjuration and the other one's using Emission, and then they're just using those two abilities in tandem? It shows that while there are multiple situations, there are people that just have that genius intelligence when it comes to working out and figuring abilities. Which is part of the reason why Nobunaga gave Finks and Phaeton as much information as he could before they went on their own. Heinrich is one of those geniuses because as soon as Zakuro mentions that Lynch was acting a little bit weird when she woke up, he immediately pieces it together that, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. That wasn't Lynch that you saw, it was someone transforming into Lynch. And then after they put all of these different theories together, you see Zakuro is he's got smoke coming out of his ears, right? He's not able to follow what Heinrich is putting down because even Heinrich is kind of unsure and just walking through his thought process out loud. Right when he thinks that Lynch was acting weird and it could have been someone else, he immediately starts thinking, well, if the real Lynch was already dead and the person you talked to was someone else entirely, if it was Hisoka, Hisoka wouldn't have killed you guys like that. And then Zakuro's like, well, wait a minute, are you saying it wasn't Hisoka? And Heinrich's like, well, hey, if it was Hisoka, why would they care and kill Lynch? But if it wasn't Hisoka, wouldn't it make more sense that Lynch knew it was the fake and he killed Lynch to make sure she didn't kill you because you didn't know? Is very impressive for Heinrich, which makes me very sad to find out that we may actually lose him as an ally in this moment. Maybe not right away. The fact that they're immediately able to piece together that it might have been the Phantom Troupe that did this, building up his rage, goes, you know, if it was the Phantom Troupe, then that means we're going to have problems with Kaar as well. And Heinrich goes, yeah, it'd be pretty bad to just go off speculation, but they know. They don't need concrete proof. They know. They need concrete proof to cover up their tracks. They know the Phantom Troupe was the enemy. And you know what? No one's gonna care if the Phantom Troupe dies. The Kaar might, because they haven't taken out the Heil, but if they do it their own special way, they can get back. So they've just made an enemy out of this very smart critical thinker that if it wasn't for him, Nobunaga may not have escaped that situation as easily as they did, let alone be able to get a tracker and get so far ahead of the Heil lead. Heinrich is the one person we wouldn't want as an enemy, and now we've got him as an enemy. And whether his clam turning back into a tracker was Heinrich immediately going, all right, well, I'm gonna get this tracker back and we're gonna take care of Haley on our own, or Heinrich going, fuck Phantom Troupe, fuck this tracker. Well, we won't know until we see how these events play out. But Banno admitted prematurely that the way that he handled that situation will most likely cause an issue. And unfortunately, the people that encountered Lynch's body were just the intelligent motherfuckers to figure it out. Banno did not cover his tracks up enough, and that's exactly what happened. We find Chrollo during the funeral procession of Prince Hulkenberg, where his corpse is being brought down to all the different tiers because Hulkenberg has plenty of supporters throughout the entire Black Whale, so they want to be able to have everyone, get their little moment to see the body of Hulkenberg off. So it's just utter chaos, right? Everyone's kind of just pushing up against the guards and waiting around, and it's the perfect time for Chrollo to kind of hide inside overstimulation and sound and just start making a phone call. Now, this phone call ability, it seems that he's stolen it from someone called Narumi Macgite, and the ability is called Koino Dial 6700, which kind of like cutesy little girly toy telephone that lets you search for your ideal partner. After inputting the criteria of what your ideal match would be, it gives you a number displayed, and then you can call. And it seems like you do only have a certain number of calls that you're able to make in a certain day. What Chrollo is using this ability for is to search for someone specifically who he believes is going to be on the higher tiers. Who this person is, we're truly not sure. It could be Hisoka, so that way he's doing his best to make sure he stays away from him. Although, it seems like Chrollo might be searching this person out specifically. A lot of people have theorized after the release of the chapter that this could be Kurapika, because if you think about it, what we find out about Chrollo actually puts him and Kurapika, surprisingly, in a enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of situation. Both Chrollo and Kurapika are looking for a way to end the succession war. Chrollo a little bit more inadvertently, but let's talk about that, right? I think one of the biggest questions that I'm left with before we get into it is how the heck Chrollo got all of this information. Obviously, this can be explained away as the Troupe just having very critical and insanely efficient info gathering, which we know they have. They've been able to do all of these different heists throughout their entire career, and to the point that they've gotten worldwide famous even in an empire that has nothing to do with the initial V5, the UN, the regular society of, civilization. They're outside the grid at this point. Chrollo has this much information on them. Is interesting because what I'm going to tie into later, a lot of people have also theorized that the Kurta clan has come from the Dark Continent. Chrollo and the Phantom Troupe and their assault on the Kurta clan, them having whatever information they had that caused that kind of genocide. It's not out of left field to say they were able to acquire this information, but Chrollo's treasure, the hunt that all of the Phantom Troupe are going for before they, of course, all decided that they wanted to kill Hisoka and that he was also on the departure boat, were the three national treasures of the Kaken Empire. As Chrollo mentions, probably the highest tier of heist that they have ever done. Treasures from the Mafia, they've probably stolen from multiple different high-ranking officials. I mean, even the person that they killed in revenge for Sarasa ended up being a high-ranking charity official, right? The Phantom Troupe has left their mark on society, and whether you want to say that they've gone too far in their passage of darkness or they're flawed characters that deserve respect, but they have never actually stolen a national treasure of a continent before. And this ties strictly not into just the Phantom Troupe's reputation as a whole, but into Chrollo's skill hunter ability as a whole, which is something that we get direct confirmation of. Now, really quick, just to go over the three artifacts before I dive a little bit more into Chrollo's skill hunter. The Seed Urn is the artifact that we already knew about. It's the ceremonial urn used by the Succession Wars participants to, one, register a participant's blood into the Succession War to make them an active contestant, and two, it gives that person a guardian spirit beast that will help them in the Succession War. That's the only one we've seen. The second is the Zen Buddha, the Ghost Shintai watching over the Succession War, a divine spirit, which is theorized to be the reason why there's all of these swarms of black hands that keep people escaping from the Succession War. You can't just leave once you're a registered participant. You have to fight until the end. You either die escaping or you die in the war. And this is the deity, quote unquote, that's making sure the entire Succession War is fair and all of the rules are followed. And at the very end, you have the Blade of Divine Guidance, which is the treasured sword that is passed down to the winner of the Succession War. Whether this is used to kill the king and take his throne, or is just some kind of big symbolism prop, it's unclear. Because again, these last two national treasures we didn't even know about. Kurapika probably didn't even know about them. We already knew that Chrollo was able to copy abilities of people. The reason why Chrollo is able to do this is because he has self-imposed about 4 to 5 different conditions on Skill Hunter to make it a very difficult thing to achieve. So the first condition, Chrollo must witness the Nen ability in action with his eyes. He must then ask questions about Nen and have it answered by the victim, so the person can't be bound and gagged. And 3, his victim's palm must touch the handprint on the cover of Bandit Secret. And 4, all of the above must be completed within 1 hour. You don't have to do all of them in succession, but you do have to complete them in a reasonable amount of time altogether. Even with that level of strict conditions, Chrollo had previous preliminary conditions before he could even get to that point that we're just finding out about now, in which that because Skill Hunter is the perfect ability of a thief, Chrollo needs to continually complete heists of certain levels in order to increase the rank of Nen ability that Chrollo can steal. So now we know that Chrollo can't just steal whatever Nen ability that he wants. Depending on how complex, how powerful, and how insane the ability is, Chrollo determines it's this ability that he needs to for sure Hisoka is dead. Whether that be Camilla's Nen ability, as many people have theorized, which would be an amazing ability that would for sure steal all of the life energy from Hisoka and pour it into Chrollo to revive him. Whether it's another ability that we have yet to know about or one that we know about but aren't even expecting, Chrollo deems this ability so strong that he can't maintain it. Essentially what this means is Skill Hunter is like a archetype in a JRPG. You go up in level, the more levels you learn, the more abilities that you can get and the higher tier of abilities you can learn. It's also quite possible that it's not just the level of ability that he needs, it's also possible that Chrollo is trying to lower the amount of conditions he needs to steal an ability too. If this evolve does happen, it will make Chrollo an ultimate Nen user, because now Chrollo's in a master tier. Yeah, Chrollo's up there, but if he is able to cut down the conditions he needs to steal abilities, or just in general level up the abilities he can steal, yeah, it's gonna be a big problem. And it makes sense because we've already seen Chrollo level up Skill Hunter once before, right? We've seen Chrollo level up Skill Hunter after York New when he got the bookmark very originally. Whether that is because they completed the York New Requiem, whether because they completed the York New Heist, or whatever they did, definitely didn't. They definitely kind of had more problems than anything. I wouldn't say they really did everything they could there, but either way, that could have been the terms for Chrollo to level up and gain bookmark, which allows him to use 2 different abilities at once, and it's the reason why he was able to have such an advantage over Hisoka in battle, especially combined with Shalnark and Kortapi's Nen abilities. The way that I wanted to tie all of this into the Kurta clan, because one of the biggest mysteries of the Phantom Troupe is why did Chrollo and the Phantom Troupe genocide the Kurta clan? They've done horrible things. They turned Meteor City into a denizen of death dealers in order to somehow hopefully lure the people that killed Sarasa back into their grasp, which they successfully did, and they continued to do bad shit afterwards. For someone that hurt innocent little girls for no reason, that's justified. Stealing from the Mafia, sure, whatever. But I mean, they did, commit that mass homicide in York New over Yuvo's death. They had, either way. Was the genocide of the Kurta clan revenge? Did the Kurta clan accidentally take the life of one of the Phantom Troops or someone close to them? Or was maybe somehow, some way, the Kurta clan tied into the evolution of Skill Hunter? Maybe that was one of the first things that they needed to do for Chrollo to even create Skill Hunter in the first place. Now, that's all hearsay. That's one big theory. but I think the information that we have here makes a lot of sense, especially if you go a little bit further back into the chapter, is how Nobunaga, Phaeton, and Finks are so easily able to just clock what the Heil are doing and how they are setting up these processing rooms, these grinding rooms to get their levels from killing people, to the point that the Ka'ar boss or underboss here is even like, you guys make me feel like a model citizen with the way that you guys are sniffing out these plans like this that we can't even figure out. What if the reason they're so easily able to figure this out is because they are responsible for the death of an entire clan because they had to evolve Chrollo's Nen. They had to evolve Chrollo's Skill Hunter. It's something they had to do. Would they do something so deliberate, so evil? You tell me how far they've fallen. I know a lot of people argue that the Phantom Troupe wouldn't do this and there's a justified reason for them doing what they did with the Kurta clan for some way, shape, or form. There has to be an explanation, but I think that's not a bad theory to say if now we know that Chrollo not only levels up Skill Hunter by the level of atrocities or heist that they perform, it's the perfect ability for a thief of that caliber. We know for sure Chrollo revenges hard. Chrollo doesn't let bygones be bygones, especially when it's someone like Hisoka that betrayed them. Chrollo is willing to do awful things for people that hurt the people he loves. We've seen him do all the crazy shit in York New, and we know what he did to Meteor City over Sarasa. Chrollo is right now struggling, going back from bloodlusted to kill Hisoka, to patient, to letting things work out the way they need to and properly execute his plan to steal the 3 national treasures. However he plans to do so, and whatever person is on tier 1 that Chrollo is using the phone for, Chrollo has to go onto tier 1. Chrollo has to enter the Succession War's battlegrounds, whether he likes it or not, and interfere with the War of Succession in order to steal these treasures. He even assumes that the treasures are more heavily guarded than the king themselves. So someone as bloodlusted as Chrollo is, who will do whatever he needs to get the revenge on the people that he cares about. It wouldn't surprise me that this Nen ability would require him and the Troupe to do awful things. And yeah, I just think it's cute that they're so easily able to pick up on the Heil's plan, and that's why. Because these motherfuckers, the spiders, are some of the most dastardly motherfuckers in the world. Hisoka could potentially encounter Chrollo before he gets the chance to evolve Skill Hunter and capture the 3 national treasures, which the amount of steps that are needed, Chrollo has to steal all the national treasures, then find the Nen abilities he needs and steal them after maintaining the conditions that he met. He has to accomplish all that before meeting Hisoka. But if he meets, for some reason, Hisoka before this, he feels like it doesn't matter. His backup plan, whatever that is in place, and the spider will live on. Sometimes possibly even stronger and more feared than he ever was when he was with them, with the amount of resolve his death will give to the Troupe. Could this be the Troupe's final mission? Or is it just Chrollo's final mission? What is this backup plan? Does it have to do with post-mortem Nen? There is a page that Togashi just posted from chapter 424, I believe. This could be, a text box with lightning around it. But who's to say that this isn't a book awakening its power, leveling up to be used? Just hearsay, who knows? It could be anything. Just a game theory. But I'm just saying, while this could be an intense text box of shit going on, we know Togashi loves to do that, so I wouldn't even say it's not out of left field to say that's a text box. Could also be a book. Just wanted to point that out. It's the door to the 4th prince's room. Could be a door too. People have brought that up. Could be could be Fugetsu's door. Who is the person that Chrollo is looking for? If it's Kurapika, they, for once, have a similar goal in mind. Chrollo wanting to capture the 3 different sacred treasures will inadvertently end the Succession War. Kurapika's whole goal right now is to save all of the people, as many people in the Succession War as he can before they get to the Dark Continent. Ironically enough, these 2 characters who are at once at the most brutal of odds, and Kurapika would probably never be able to forgive Chrollo or the Troupe for what they did, to the point that Mizai is like, Kurapika cannot know you guys are here. Do not tell them, please. I think it would be interesting to see a confrontation between not just Chrollo and Hisoka again, and as we theorized last chapter, Hisoka and Kurapika. I think it would be just as interesting to see a confrontation between the three of them, or whether it be together, separate. There are odds that we will have a team up we might have never seen before. As we've seen in the last couple of chapters, Hulkenberg's funeral is going off. He's going up the different tiers, and his funeral procession is so far going off without a hitch. We don't know exactly how long it has until that funeral is completed, but they're making their way through every single tier so that way all of his supporters can go near his body. Could that potentially be the exact condition that Hulkenberg need? Power up his possession arrow to take over Benjamin, and as he's disguised as Balsamico? Most of this chapter focuses around the kidnapping of Borksen, which is one of Tserriednich's guards. Tserriednich has 5 or 6 guards that all grew up with him from birth. They're all very personal to him. And although they try and keep their distance because he is an actual fucking psychopath, they've known him for their whole lives. So they're one of the closest people that are to Tserriednich. It makes sense why Morena would go after this kind of person. And if you remember way back when, it's 30-40 chapters ago, when Morena and the Heil family were introduced, her liaison between Morena and Tserriednich was killed, silenced completely. They stopped hearing from them. Tserriednich is the original benefactor of the Heil family. But if you remember from that discussion we had earlier with Nobunaga and the Ka'ar bosses, they have most likely pinpointed that this Heil, quote unquote, isn't the actual Heil that they've been dealing with for the entire traditional period of the Kaken Empire. Taken over, whether that was by manipulating the old leader and having them die of mysterious circumstances so she could usurp power, or she actually inherited the Heil family legitimately. She has taken them on a path that they can no longer really even be considered the Heil family. They're still operating under the Heil name, but their methods, their modus operandi, and their mission statement, everything that they speak for is completely different from the Heil family of the old days. So that is why they are attacking innocent civilians. That's why they're doing all of this crazy damage, which basically means they have almost betrayed the Kaken Empire, because the Ka'ar bosses Kenny Wang and Tajao tell Nobunaga, Finks, and Phaeton that the whole point of the underworld of Kaken is to essentially uphold the underside for the political sphere. That's the reason why the illegitimate children are made the leaders of the Mafia families, because while they aren't able to lead politics in the light, they essentially lead politics in the shadows, and they aren't willing to kill civilians because those are their customers. Those are the people that they want to perspire and keep the Kaken Empire growing and getting better. They do not want to upset these people. So Tserriednich cut off all ties with the Heil family as soon as they started killing regular civilians and basically admitting that they are against the Kaken Empire entirely. How does Morena get close to Tserriednich, keep tabs on him, make sure he's not coming to kill her, since we already know how Tserriednich feels about women that betray him? Morena knows that Tserriednich would want to come kill her, even himself, she says, because of how hardcore he feels and how hardcore he's upset about what she's done. But Morena wants someone close to Tserriednich to make sure he doesn't make a move, but also potentially kill Tserriednich if the time comes to it. Or who knows, which we already know a prince is a level up. I think it's like 100 levels or 50 levels for a contagion user. So that might be exactly what Morena needs to create another patient zero or level up herself. Morena and Dogman conspired to find one of Tserriednich's personal guards and convert them over to their side. So she forced Dogman to level up to past 50 so he would get as many Nen abilities and power-ups as possible, so he could sniff out the correct person that they needed. We actually even find out later that Morena calls Borksen the matching organ donor. So after Dogman sniffed out all of Tserriednich's guards, she found out that Borksen, this person, was the best possible match. As we know, Contagion isn't able to choose what type of Nen that person gets. Your Nen category is chosen from birth. So what that means is Dogman was able to sniff out the perfect Nen category and potential Nen ability type that they needed in Tserriednich's guard. Whatever that may be, a manipulation ability I stated before. Borksen was kidnapped because Morena needs someone, one, on Tserriednich's side, so that way she can keep tabs on him, and two, that will have the perfect ability to follow through with her plan to destroy everything. The reason why these soldiers are so quickly able to put together she's kidnapped and she got taken away is because they've already theorized that they may run into a threat that may try to attack them to get to Tserriednich. They are very well aware of how close they are to Tserriednich and that they act as liabilities to him. That's also why they keep somewhat of a distance. So it's not that everyone on the boat is super high IQ and Togashi is making everyone smart enough to figure out what happened. It's that all five of the remaining Tserriednich guards knew that they might be kidnapped. So that's why the first thing they noticed when they were supposed to all check up at certain times, the one Tserriednich guard, I forget his name unfortunately right now, but he spouts out that they may be using Borksen with a potential hypnosis ability to kill Tserriednich. If it's a manipulation type, who knows what they're capable of? We know first come, first serve, right? And when we do catch up with Borksen, she is clearly unconscious, whether she was sedated, drugged, knocked unconscious, knocked on cold, who knows. But when she awakes, the first thing that she's greeted with is the sight of Morena. Borksen doesn't remember how she got here, what happened when she was knocked out. All she knows is she's held hostage right now. Morena is in front of her, as well as Yokotani, the Nen user of LSDF, who has the counter-reactive Nen ability that's able to auto-eject someone with the toy soldiers. And then we also have Gelato, another Heil member, who the last time we saw Gelato, I think she was level 19, so she was just one step away from getting her own Nen ability. So it's quite possibly, with how much time has passed and how much leveling up all the other characters have done, she's probably unlocked an Nen ability at this point. Whether she's the one that actually immobilized and sedated Borksen, we know that Saddam was the one that captured her. That's how she was kidnapped. We don't know if she was the one that knocked her unconscious, or with the negotiations that we'll see this card game, it's possible that she may be the one that is the reason why Morena keeps stressing we only have so much time trying to do negotiation here. Again, Morena introduces herself and she describes Borksen's situation again as that of a matching organ donor. This isn't some kind of abduction where she's going to force Borksen to do something for them. She's actually going to give Borksen a choice, simply just because Borksen matches the profile of the person they need. Because she's in so close regard to the fourth prince, Morena has no choice but to negotiate with Borksen. And again, Morena does this because she fully believes that Tserriednich is trying to kill her. She's going to intend to do everything she can to convince Borksen to get to her side. But again, she cryptically admits that the longer this negotiation takes, the worse off Borksen will be for it. The worse off they'll both be for it, actually. Which, sure, Borksen admits that's real convenient for you, Morena, for you to say that. I mean, that just puts more pressure on me, gives me a time limit, and makes me feel like I have to answer quickly and can't think about everything. But also, not for nothing, who knows exactly what will happen if it takes too long. This could be due to a Nen ability. This could be due to, you know, negotiations falling out, and then they have a time limit set where everyone, or it could be because Finks and Phaeton are coming after them, and Morena knows that they need this ability as soon as they can before Finks and Phaeton get here. Anyway, in order to make sure that this takes the least amount of time possible, Togashi and Morena introduce, I think, one of the most complicated games that I've seen in my entire life, and you just gotta love a Togashi chapter when you see one. I don't understand how this is faster than having a conversation like normal people. This pretty much takes up the entire chapter, and we have to delve into all the different strategies, outcomes, and possibilities that this game basically presents. The negotiation game is basically a fun way for Morena and Borksen to go through some kind of exposition, explain everyone's position and what they're all trying to do, while at the same time adding a layer of tension, right? So the way the game works is as follows. For one, if Borksen just outright refuses to play the game, then she loses all agency entirely. Whether she stops and doesn't want to play now or quits halfway through the game, there is no way that Borksen will be able to do anything besides yes or no. She loses all agency. The idea, the premise of the game is of a parent providing their child with answers in exchange for a request. The child, who is in this case Borksen, has 5 cards, while the parent, who is Morena, has 7 cards. Borksen is allowed to pick 5 out of the 7 face cards that Morena has presented, and on the 5th card, Borksen will either accept or decline Morena's offer to join Heil, or whatever she asks of her, depending on that last card she's met with. Now, I'll explain Borksen's cards in just a moment, I think it's actually easier to follow if I explain Morena's 7 cards first. Because essentially, if you're following, the idea is Borksen has 5, Morena has 7 cards that are all face up. Borksen's able to pick 5 out of those 7 cards and ask questions based off of those 5 cards. Let's just focus on that premise right now. So let me go over the 7 cards that Morena had. The first card is the purpose card, which is basically a question about Morena's purpose. Why did she kidnap Borksen? What does she intend to do with Borksen? And what does she want with Borksen for the Heil? Borksen will be free to ask any clarifying questions afterwards until Borksen is satisfied. The second card is Morena's power card, which will allow her to explain all of her abilities in detail without any shade of deception to Borksen, whether Borksen's able to understand the ability or not, and she is willing to explain the ability as many times as it takes for Borksen to actually understand it. So the first 2 cards are for very specific questions. So if Borksen picks those cards, she can only ask questions in regards to those 2 things. The third card is question A, which is essentially just a wild card. Borksen can ask as many questions as she wants and any questions as she wants, as long as it has nothing to do with Morena's purpose or power. Because again, she can only ask those questions if she picks those other cards. Asking any questions that Borksen wants of Morena, the only stipulation is Morena can only answer those questions with yes, no, and yes and no. So 3 choices. She can say yes, you are correct, no, you are wrong, and then she also has the third option, which is yes, you're kind of right, but no, you're kind of wrong. That's what Borksen is able to do if she picks that card. Now, question B is Borksen is allowed to ask a follow-up question to question A that isn't restricted by the 3 choice yes, no, or yes and no. So basically what that means is Borksen can ask a question. Instead of getting a yes or no response, Morena actually has to answer the question fully. However, question B card only allows Borksen to ask a question about the final question in question A. So basically what that means, if Borksen asks 10 questions on question A, when Borksen picks B for the follow-up, she can only ask Morena to clarify that last question in the string. She can't ask Morena about any of the other questions. There are 2 other cards here. We've gotten through 4 of them so far. There are 2 other cards, which are the yes question mark card and the no question mark card, to which Morena explains that are kind of secrets for now. She's not going to explain them until those are either the only 2 cards left, or if Borksen does want to know about them sooner, Borksen can ask a question about those cards and pick those cards as one of the 5 that Borksen chooses. In which case, Morena will explain what those 2 cards mean and what may happen if Borksen says yes or if Borksen says no at the very end of this game. And the last of the 7 that Morena has face up is the deal card, which allows Borksen to revive one of Borksen's 5 cards from the graveyard in exchange for 1 small request of Morena. I'll explain the graveyard later, but basically all you need to know is that this gets one of Borksen's 5 cards back if they're discarded in exchange for Borksen doing something for Morena. Borksen isn't locked into Morena's request by taking this card. Borksen can say no and decline the request. However, that one doesn't get Borksen a card back, so that's already taken away. And 2, Borksen loses that turn. So if Borksen chooses the deal card and doesn't go through with the Morena's request, then it's basically a loss of a turn entirely. That's all of the cards that Morena has present. As stated, the entire point of the game is Borksen picks one of Morena's cards, is able to ask a question in regards to whatever card she picks. Now, Morena responds by, after answering a question of Borksen, Morena is then able to take one of Borksen's cards and discard them to the graveyard. And what that means, Borksen has 5 face down cards. And remember, the whole point of the game is to keep going until Borksen is only left with 1 card. And that final card is Borksen's answer to the negotiations. So essentially, while Borksen is playing the game and asking Morena questions about the negotiations, she's also losing options on her side as to how she can actually respond to negotiations. So Borksen has 5 cards. Again, they're all face down, so Morena can't see them. Borksen has 1 yes card. self-explanatory. One no card, self-explanatory. If any of these cards is what Borksen is left with, Borksen answers yes or no to the negotiation. But Borksen also has 3 different types of cards in the 5. Borksen has the R card, which is essentially a monster reborn if we're talking Yu-Gi-Oh, right? If this card is pulled at the final one, in exchange for that card, Borksen can take any of the discarded cards back. So if the R card is what Borksen is left with, Borksen can outright choose yes or no. She has full agency to do that. The 4th card is the Joker card, which is an actual wild card, which can be used for either yes or no. Kind of similar to the R card, but different, right? Where the R card lets Borksen take one of the yes or no cards from the graveyard to answer Morena's negotiations. The Joker card just outright lets Borksen say yes or no, whatever she wants. Sure, this all sounds weird if, what does Morena gain by giving Borksen an out to the situation? And that has to do with everything if the 5th card, the X card, the final card, is neither yes or no. Borksen is free to leave Heil headquarters without giving any answer and won't be pursued any further by the Heil for negotiations, which basically means, we're not all stupid. If we're in a hostage situation, if we say yes, we might be cooked, because who knows what these people are going to make us do. But if we say no, who's to say, okay, you say no, we're just going to kill you. So that could also be a very bad thing. However, Morena actually offers Borksen a way out entirely. Basically, Borksen saying refusing and nullifying the game entirely, which also nullifies the previous thing of losing agency, which means Borksen can actually walk away if this is the card that is chosen. So again, all of Borksen's cards are face down, while all of Morena's 7 cards are face up. Borksen is allowed to ask the 5 questions that she wants, while meanwhile Morena is blindly discarding Borksen's cards until 1 is left. The last card is the answer to Morena's true and final request that Borksen will have to accept and take full responsibility for, whatever her card's answer actually is. What is the point of all of this besides over convoluted and complicated exposition? Actually, I think it's a little bit more than that, because the card game is used to essentially prove Morena's being completely fair in her negotiations. Sure, there are those time constraints that Morena consistently voices and brings up, and although she explains that the longer the negotiations take, the worse it is for both of them, this could just be because, again, Finks and Phaeton are closing in on them, but again, as many people are theorizing with how detailed and insane this fucking negotiation game is, it could be some type of net ability that's being used to produce this negotiation event that could potentially backfire if certain conditions are unclear. Borksen brings up the biggest thing that I kind of brought up earlier. Being in a hostage situation, what's even the point of yes or no? Sure, it's just the illusion of choice. It's like a telltale game, right? Like, sure, I can choose yes or no, but at the end of the day, the result is the same. You're just going to force me to do what I want. But again, by allowing Borksen the 5th and final X card, a non-answer that basically proves Morena is willing to let Borksen walk without any harm coming to her, that essentially means that Borksen has every reason to play, because Morena is technically not forcing Borksen to be here, giving her a consequence no matter what. Is this because Morena is just the fairest and most considerate cult leader in Hunter x Hunter? Who knows? It could also just be to fulfill some self-imposed Nen restrictions and on the negotiation Nen ability, which again, we just aren't clear on whatsoever. But anyway, Borksen does identify 3 traps hidden in this fair game. So the first trap is the game seems like it's in Borksen's favor because Borksen has so many outs, right? I mean, if you figure there's only 1 yes card, and technically 4 ways that Borksen can say no. Now, being in a hostage situation is definitely not good because, saying no could get you punished. But if Borksen doesn't get punished for just not answering and choosing the X card, it makes it seem like Borksen has no way to lose. However, depending on how Morena phrases her final request or whatever the hell her final request even is, it's possible that the no card could be just as dangerous as the yes card. Who's to say that the negotiation isn't, if you say yes, you kill Tserriednich. If you say no, you have to kill all of your bodyguard friends. Just because there's a no option doesn't mean that that no option is a way out. Borksen could get all the way through the game playing the best way possible and ending up with, a good card like a no card, only to find out that halfway through the game, that no was actually the worst possible choice she could have ever had, and she lost all chance to get a yes. And even again, who knows, yes could be just as bad. So it's just absolutely a terrible situation altogether. Basically, if you're able to understand that first trap, that means that realistically, instead of actually having 4 outs and 1 yes, you're actually reduced to about 2 outs and 3 ways for things to go bad, which is unironically falling into the second trap. Because once you realize the only options that are genuinely realistic and liable are the X card, which allows you to outright null and void the game and walk, or the R card, which would allow you to revive the X card and walk, you open yourself up to the final trap entirely. Because even though at the end of the day, Borksen is able to understand that there's a 40% ratio to winning and understand that she needs to exit the game instead of saying yes or no, whatever those options may be, if Morena cheats and the Heil rigs the entire game from the beginning, none of it fucking matters at all. Literally none of it matters whatsoever. Borksen could think there's a 40% chance when actually there's a 0% chance. Just to clarify, and just to make sure that this isn't the case, Borksen asked Morena a couple different things. She outright asked Morena if she's going to cheat in this game, requesting a yes or no response, which is actually one of the smartest things that Borksen could have done in this situation, because not just to ensure that nothing's going to be cheated and the game is valid that we're going to be playing, also to clarify the verbiage that Morena will be using to go forward, because Morena even properly brings it up, and she brings it down to different cultures and the way that different people view things. Either they view themselves as the subject, or they view other people as different subjects, or they just view themselves as higher beings. We've even seen it in our own everyday language, where if you accuse someone of something, you can go, hey, did you steal the last cookie? That person could go, no, I didn't steal the last cookie. There's no way I did. But also at the same time, it's a valid response to say, yeah, I didn't steal the cookie. You are correct. Yeah, I did not steal the cookie. While also clarifying if Morena will cheat, it's also clarifying what way that Morena will be addressing herself going forward, and and basically not letting Morena take advantage of perspective and verbiage. If Morena was playing games, when it comes to question A and Borksen asks a yes or no question, Morena could say, oh, no, but it's actually a yes. So that was really a strong thing to do. Morena confirms and clarifies that she responds with no, I won't, instead of yes, I won't. Puts a lot of things on her, right? Because of the way that she even interprets the situation to begin with. A speaker makes themselves a suspect, but this people makes the person they're talking to the subject. And so the response contains confirmation of the person's question, as in yes. It could be the remains of their samurai society or due to their culture of hospitality. In fact, in one region, apparently they even refer to the person they're talking to as myself. So Morena clarifies that she is her own subject. The person they're talking about, the subject, she does not make other people herself or take people into herself. As a user of Contagion, someone that spreads a quote-unquote infection and spreads her nen and gives people aura to the point of spreading amongst the world and spreading chaos and breaking down everything, even in that moment, she views herself as absolute. She views herself as self-serving and views herself as selfish. All of this does throw Borksen off a little bit. It makes her wonder what Morena's true goal ultimately is, and on top of that, Borksen's able to feel that inner rage, hatred, and just anger stemming from Morena, that Morena has for the world and everything around it. She also can't deny that Morena is full of charisma, confidence, and aura, and is in full control of the situation, despite quote-unquote admitting that she won't be cheating or she won't be doing anything underhanded. Just because there doesn't necessarily, she says there won't necessarily be any cheating in this game, or there won't be anything underhanded done. I mean, sure, the game is already rigged in Morena's favor, so there is that. And also, not for nothing, that doesn't always mean that someone else can't cheat or do anything underhanded. Again, we don't even know if this negotiation ability is Morena's negotiation ability, if it is a Nen ability, right? Or it could be Gelato's Nen ability. There's also multiple other Heil members in this room with us. So the time limit, supposedly, though how complicated this game is, its rigged nature, whether it's a Nen ability or not, this is truly an interesting aspect of the Heil family, especially because Borksen assumes that this is the way that Morena interviews new recruits repeatedly. So almost everyone in the Heil family, or all of the newer recruits in the Heil family, have undergone this process because Borksen understands it as a way to not just assess people's emotions and the way they react under pressure, but also their level of intelligence and just their personality and how they fit into the family as a whole. And again, if it is an Nen ability, there could be even more to this. So I do like that Borksen requests to choose her own cards and flip her own cards over instead of Morena picking them. And Morena even happily obliges to this, being like, oh, you know what? There's been multiple times that I've had people do that. That's no problem, which even just confirms that, this is an interview, and confirms even further that Morena is in so much control. She might not even have to cheat. I mean, think about it. Before this, she was saying how clear and very likely it would be that this Tserriednich guard joined her side. So she's got this in the bag very clearly. What I want to do, since we spent so much time on the Phantom Troupe and the Heil, I just want to make sure that we're fully caught up and understand everything in regards to the Succession War as Hulkenberg's funeral process continues to go on, because I have to imagine that the second phase of the Succession War is going to blow up. We are on such thin ice, and we know that Hulkenberg is already on his own time limit, doing the best he can with Balsamico's body the moment his main body dies. Now that his main body is dead and going through the funeral, Hulkenberg took the sleeping pills inside of Balsamico's body, and with that set time limit, I believe it's about 10 to 12 hours, he is going to use Possession Arrow on Benjamin to hopefully take over Benjamin's body and take his first steps into victory of the Succession War. And I have to say, one of the most interesting things as well that also goes perfectly into Hulkenberg's entire philosophy is that this big funeral procession on almost every tier is going on of all of his different followers and everybody who loves Hulkenberg and appreciates him, whether they're all imbued with feathers or not. It's completely possible this might be the straight up anomaly that Hulkenberg needs to attack Benjamin. If he can get Benjamin to get close to the funeral, or even just sap all that energy that's congregated throughout the entire Black Whale, because we know that one of the biggest questions was Balsamico entering Benjamin's quarters, he's going to be alone. And we know that Possession Arrow needs to sap from the energy of Hulkenberg's followers. But again, with this big funeral possession, depending on where Benjamin is, depending on where all of this can end up, this can be one of the biggest bloodbaths of all time. We don't know what Benjamin's guardian spirit beast can do. We've already seen it exorcise low-level curses off of Fugetsu, whether it's a Nen Exorcist type guardian spirit beast or it was just overall protecting Benjamin. We have seen Possession Arrow bypass almost every single Nen ability it has been met with. Full-on defensive Nen abilities, even blitzing through offensive Nen abilities before they can fire. Possession Arrow interacting with Benjamin's guardian spirit beast will be one of the most interesting things in the world to see. If Hulkenberg misses this opportunity, it might be the step that Benjamin needs to enact martial law, which might just be a huge game changer, because it could act as a big instant win condition for Benjamin, putting everyone in a room that they can't leave from and letting all of Benjamin's soldiers and Benjamin move freely. But if Hulkenberg wins and Hulkenberg goes into Benjamin's body or kills Benjamin outright, the ramifications of that could be huge and really tip the Succession War in Hulkenberg's favor. He has resolved to do anything necessary to win at this point. Another big prince that I'm worried about is Prince Camilla, second prince, and her imprisonment. We saw her very lackadaisically getting her nails painted, watching the funeral procession from her iPad, but we know that she is taking moves. We don't know if her imprisonment is going to last much longer, especially with all of the different court cases and everything falling through. Her Nen ability is one of the most OP Nen abilities of all time. The fact that it is able to revive her after death and use the person that killed her or someone's around her's life as the sacrifice is not just OP, but if her guardian spirit beast is some level of manipulation type after certain conditions are met, that might be the perfect self-fulfilling prophecy cycle that can continually make Camilla stronger and stronger. I don't know if the theory that she's consistently Zenkai boosting from Nen after death because of that is true or not, because that would be even more fucking OP. The fact that her have-nots have already descended on Wobble, and the small little Nen training class that Kurapika is cooking at the moment is worrisome, because we know that the have-nots have to spend a lot of time on the princes to make sure that their curses are valid and their curses will actually kill their target. But we already got confirmation that because Wobble's only a couple months, if not weeks old, it's not going to take long to curse him. And this person is going to be able to get closer to him. And the fact that if they're able to get right up next to Wobble and imbue that curse because it doesn't take much time, faster than everyone else, this is going to be the biggest danger to Wobble that they've ever met in the longest time. And that just makes the Nen class one of the most dangerous places for Kurapika and Wobble to be at this time. Because legitimately, Kurapika was wondering that if he was better off being a sitting duck in Third Prince Zang Lei's care, with the Mafia being so close to busting. But it seems like, honestly, with Silent Majority, who will most likely come back next Nen class, it's been too long since they've hit. And Camilla's have-nots, with Kurapika going to be reading the letter that's going to be revealing the different secrets of, like, Hulkenberg's birth, Tserriednich's crimes. It's going to stir up a lot of drama and issues between not just the different hunters and bodyguards that are in the Nen class, but the different princes amongst the ship, and potentially get Kurapika involved with princes like Benjamin, maybe even Tserriednich, who we know is Kurapika's main goal at the end of all of this. Kurapika even assumes that might be why Camilla is infiltrating the Nen class so late in the game, because she doesn't want Kurapika to reveal these secrets. Again, we know with the have-nots, there's ulterior motives, whether Kurapika is completely on the correct path or not. The last thing I do want to mention with Camilla too is whether or not she is connected to Chrollo with Nen ability that Chrollo is looking to steal. I know a lot of people have theorized that Camilla's Nen ability would be exactly what Chrollo needs to ensure Hisoka is dead, killing Hisoka and then sapping his life spirit, or Chrollo dies and then saps Hisoka's life spirit away and would ensure Hisoka's death. There are plenty of different candidates that Chrollo could use to hurt Hisoka much more. I mean, there's a theory that Chrollo could steal Hisoka's own ability. Chrollo could meet up with Kurapika, and there is that potential uneasy alliance that might be made, since not for nothing, they both want more or less the same thing. Chrollo inadvertently wants to end the Succession War by performing his heist and stealing the 3 sacred treasures, and Kurapika wants to end the Succession War so that way he can save as many as people as possible. The person that Chrollo is looking for with the Find My Perfect Match phone could be anybody. Chrollo doesn't have to know who it is. Chrollo literally just sets in coordinates of his perfect match, and the phone's gonna take him there. Whether that person is Hisoka, Camilla, Kurapika, or some other 4th person, we're just gonna have to wait and find out, because not even Chrollo knows who's that's going to be. But we know that it's gonna take him to the Nen ability that he needs, whether that's Camilla or anyone else. The one thing that I do want to mention as well in regards to princes like Zang Lei, princes like Troupe, everything like that. The fact that Troupe is trying to take the heat off of them by pushing her guards towards Zang Lei and making their alliance clear so that way other princes want to take Zang Lei out first. I don't know what Troupe's goal is in all of this besides just to survive as long as possible. And with Long He's contract with Kurapika, it's possible Kurapika's, ability to use Long He's contract may come in handy with enacting Force Zetsu on Chrollo, or taking that boon to power himself up. We don't know who beyond Netero's child is. At this point, the 2 most likely candidates are either Miriam or Tserriednich. If Kurapika is able to figure that out, that contract levels him up to a certain degree that he might be able to deal with some of the threats in the Nen class room. But again, Chrollo, Hisoka, the Mafia, and Phantom Troupe very closely converging upon each other, as a lot of people have already theorized, could tip right into tier 1. There's a lot of things that may interrupt the Succession War and the second phase of the Succession War further than we even thought. One of the last couple of things too is we also have Melody's next musical performance, which we saw last time. The musical performance took a lot of people off guard, got Kacho killed, sadly. But now that they know they can't escape, they can use this musical performance, or at least Kurapika and the people that are aware of it can use that musical performance to their advantage. The only problem is there's a lot more people aware of Nen from the last time that may be able to also use the Melody performance to their advantage. I know a lot of people are also worried about Melody being in danger from 4th Prince Tserriednich. However, we know that Tserriednich is much more focused on learning Nen than he is just killing people. So if Melody can demonstrate value to him, while that is worrisome, because we've seen what happened to Theta, Melody can play a big part in this as well, and I don't want people to forget about that. As well as Kaiser potentially being someone that's on Morena's side. We still don't know who Kaiser's working for. We do know that he wants to support Hulkenberg, but we don't know what that means. Tyson, Miriam has been staying out of everything so far, and the reason why I think they could be the Beyond Netero child is that Miriam's mother, Savante, was so focused on protecting Miriam that her other daughter, Momose, literally died because she took all of Momose's guards off of Momose so they could protect Miriam. And she is very much a helicopter parent for Miriam, whether it's because she just loves her son more than her daughter, or because he has more importance further than what we've seen. If that has ties to Beyond Netero, who knows? Tyson has just been building her little cult following and not really interacting much either. So are they safe because they've been staying out of things so far and haven't made any major enemies? Or are they the ones that are in most danger? And maybe not Miriam, because his guardian spirit beast is one of the most OP, just teleporting people to other pocket dimensions. But Tyson's the one that's in a lot of danger. Tyson, Tubepa, Fugetsu is very weak, but very heavily guarded. But is pretty vulnerable. We also have Loserus, who has kind of just been smoking a lot of pot and not really doing too many crazy things, so he's been kind of staying out of the game. Is he going to start making moves? Are Melody and Kacho correct about their deduction of Loserus having something to do with Fugetsu's curse, even though Benjamin outright said that her curse has nothing to do with anybody else? There are a lot of princes that I think don't really hold much value in the final steps of the Succession War. And some of those that I just named are them. We still don't know what Tubepa's Guardian Spirit Beast does. We've saw it appear for certain different alliances. Rihan might even be able to figure that out. But again, if Rihan can activate Predator, Tubepa might be dead before we even know it. Overall, just going into the Phantom Troupe and Heil situation, Finks and Phaeton fighting the Heil, the different Nen users they have, as well as Morena, could be a very interesting show. A lot of people are very worried we're going to lose Phantom Troupe members, myself included. We've got the potential Nobunaga versus Heinrich after Lynch's death, because Heinrich is now against the troupe despite being a previous fan. Hisoka and Bano are on tier 1, and we still don't know who the real Hisoka's benefactor was to get Hisoka into tier 1, and how he's going to play into the events of maybe the Succession War. Shizuku's potential theory of her fortune from Neon coming true, even though we're past the month-long time limit that it used to have. It's possible Neon's death may have enacted post-mortem Nen, because Shalnark's fortune of dying while answering the phone and being alone came true when Ahsoka killed him months after York knew. So if Neon's fortunes are still on the table, Shizuku's fortune is possible, and right now Shizuku is alone. And that was when she was told that would be the most lethal for her. We still don't even know what Beyond Netero's involvement in the Succession War will be, if anything. I truly believe his involvement as a villain and as a force will be saved for the Dark Continent. With him wanting to meet someone, we may not find out for another 20 chapters or so, but Chrollo searching for somebody, Hisoka's looking for somebody. Everyone's looking for someone in this arc, and all I know is we are chapters away from events blowing up, and I am just excited to see how it all goes, honestly. So last chapter, we were introduced to this insanely complicated negotiation game, which is just a fun way for Morena to give us exposition and also show the exchange of information between Borksen and Morena Prudo, the head of the Heil family. We already know that Borksen, one of Prince Tserriednich's special personal guards that has known him pretty much since he was a child, is a great target for Morena, because not only will she be able to further keep tabs on Tserriednich, Morena will also be able to fulfill the final puzzle piece to what she needs to complete her path to world domination. As the negotiation game begins, it makes sense that Borksen's first question chosen would be Morena's purpose. I think my question to the person that kidnapped me would be, why did you kidnap me? What is the whole point of what you're trying to do? It really will just create the the full foundation for Borksen's understanding of Morena and what the Heil want to accomplish. It's interesting because they are allowed slight casual chatter between questions, and Borksen takes this opportunity to try and gauge how many Heil members there actually are. These people behind me, are these only like 5 of your 50? And everyone just kind of laughs and smiles because they already know they're not supposed to take place in the game or answer any questions or even talk, probably. Might even interfere with Morena's negotiation ability, which we now know, as confirmed, is part of her contagion as a way to recruit people to contagion. And it also influences how much power she's able to give to the person that she infects. That reaction alone is enough for Borksen, who is clearly very smart. She's able to put together that number 50 she threw out is completely wrong, but it's highly doubtful that it's wrong in the sense that they are much higher, specifically because 1, we already know it's not, and 2, they just went through the big Heil massacre. When Morena took over, they massacred a large portion of the Heil Mafia family's numbers, which is why they're only down to pretty much the people that have contagion, the true loyalists to Morena's goal. She assumes that the Heil's probably somewhere around half, which she's pretty close to the number. Good for her. And Morena explains something that we already know, which is the primary goal is destruction of the Kaken Empire. And then after that, because of there's evil and atrocities throughout not just Kaken, but the whole world, Morena wants to destroy everything by spreading contagion as far and wide as she can. By using Borksen's special power that she can bring to the table, they will be able to achieve this end. Borksen rightfully continues the questioning, saying, you know, that really doesn't explain the whole picture of what your purpose is whatsoever. This is not 100% of the story that you're telling me, which prompts Morena to go further into her backstory as to how she even came about to this quote-unquote purpose in the first place. The biggest revelation that we get, this Morena isn't the real Morena Prudo. Morena Prudo, the illegitimate child of King Nasubi, is dead. In reality, this person that we see before us is some unknown person that was able to swap places with the real Morena Prudo at some point in their lives. This person was able to kill the real Morena, fake their own death. So now that nameless person that faked their own death has the real Morena Prudo's corpse in their grave. So they were able to completely and easily shift. Whether this means that Morena was able to change her appearance or these two people just looked very similar, Morena says that it took her 20 years to drag her way to this position. It's completely unclear what Morena's origins or bloodlines are going forward, because as we'll discuss, it's kind of impossible to really even figure that out. As of right now, because we don't have another name for her, even though it's someone that has assumed the identity of Morena Prudo, I'm just gonna keep calling her Morena. The reveal of how this Morena came to be is one of the darkest and most disgusting sides of the Kaken Empire, which is something known as the Kaken Royal Festival. While it's not literally spelled out, at least in the translation that I read, again, the different verbiages and words used will be different across the different things. While it's not directly spelled out, it's pretty clear what this festival is under the surface. The Kaken royal family selects a lower class village in the country at random. And the Kaken royal entourage, which most definitely includes Nasubi the king, and most likely his closest followers, family members, and who knows, which means some of the older princes may have even participated in this, which sheds a light on some of the older princes who were like, you know what, they might actually be an okay guy or girl. They might not be at all. But after hosting a banquet at this village, against their will and consent, all villages of the chosen location are forcefully divided into 2 groups by the royal entourage's choosing. Now, again, the terminology that's used in this translation may be different from what everybody reads, but we may get different terms here, but I think the ones that I received still get the point across. There are those that are chosen to serve, and there are the others. I think the other aspect that Morena sheds light on will make sense of everything. You know, during the Kaken Royal Festival, it's considered blasphemy above all else for the victims to disrespect the royal family in any way, shape, or form during or even after the festival. Before the Kaken Empire began steps of progress towards democracy, sometimes even speaking out of turn or making direct eye contact with a royal entourage member would be deemed punishable by death. However, you know, after the festival's been toned down, you can still get held liable for certain actions. And if it wasn't clear already,
The whole Kaken Royal Festival is one big organized rape on behalf of the Kaken Empire to its people. The carnival aspect of the festival divides people into those who serve, the women that are chosen for the entourage, and the others who are those to sit out and work on the other parts of the festival. In olden days, blasphemy, which meant even speaking to or maybe even looking at your rapist, could get you killed. But even now, it's considered blasphemy at the very least and punishable by death to try and sneak contraception into the festival to at least dampen your assault. It's also blasphemy to abort a child that is conceived during the festival, and it's also against the rules to try and genetically test one of these children to prove their royal bloodline or confirm it in any way, shape, or form, or directly tie the orphans to anyone in the royal entourage whatsoever. Basically covering up the tracks and making sure that whoever got that person pregnant is never found. Morena claims that every single baby that's born out of the Kaken Festival is scarred at the start with the 2 lines. The terminology to call them is festival orphans, something that Borksen seems very familiar with. The festival orphans are trafficked and housed by the Heil Mafia family specifically, who are also revealed in this chapter to own their own operation that is involved in human trafficking amongst and outside of the Kaken Empire. Their mothers also give birth in the Heil facilities, to which Morena specifically mentions her own mother was subjected to such constant torture while also being denied sleep at the festival that her own mother couldn't even comprehend that she was pregnant and gave birth, never meeting Morena or even knowing Morena existed, and dying at the age of 2. And dying while Morena was at the age of 2. As Morena was told, not even knowing with her own 2 eyes. From the Heil trafficking operations, the festival orphans are scientifically divided further into 2 groups as well. The illegitimate children of royal blood, who are, as we know, propped up in the underworld as the leaders of the Mafia, or at the very least given comfortable lives as long as they never confirm their royal identity. And if you weren't born of royal blood, well, Morena calls the second class of orphans meat. And I shouldn't have to describe to you what it means to be meat. And I heard a great description of such. The reason why being meat is worse than a slave is you want to keep your slaves alive. You want your slaves to continue working for you. You probably pay or benefit greatly from having your slave. You don't care what happens to your meat. You cut up your meat and eat it, throw it out when it goes rotten. Meat is severely different from being a human, and the dehumanizing nature of being meat makes sense why Morena would have hatred not just for the Kaken Empire, but for all evil in the world itself, and see no good in humanity at all whatsoever. At some point during being meat, Morena awakened to Nen and slowly honed its ability until she was able to strike and survive. A way you could look at it sheds a little bit of light on how Contagion, a Nen ability, could have been developed. A Nen ability that passes through saliva that spreads almost similarly to like an STD. It took Morena 20 years to rise up and replace the illegitimate Morena Prudo and become the new Heil leader. Again, there are even questions as to if she manipulated the real Heil leader to assume power. And at this point, it wouldn't be surprising with the amount of calculated strategizing she has clearly been doing since birth. In that time, 7 more festivals have been held. And that means 7 new batches of festival children were processed by the Heil. It's to the point that the most recent Kaken Royal Festival was held only a year or 2 ago, even after the Kaken Empire supposedly went through the democratic progress and changed for the better. Or at least showing to Morena, no matter what coat of paint that you put over the Kaken Empire, it will always be the despicable country that it originated as. There is no saving it and there is no changing it, justifying her response to burn all humanity to the ground. The one thing that I think is interesting to point out, on top of the Royal Festival, the human trafficking, and all of these aspects of Morena, is the Heil Mafia has been doing this since the dawn of the Kaken Empire, at least the dawn of the Mafias. They've always been set up as the people that handle this Royal Festival and handle the orphans and handle all human trafficking in Kaken.
The Mafia is also tied back to its benefactor, 4th Prince Tserriednich, who clearly participates in a level of apathy for humanity as a whole and would be more than willing to participate in trafficking. We've even seen him do a little bit of trafficking himself in his introduction. Even further on, his second depiction, while he's accepting the terms of the succession war and communicating with his Prince Benjamin, there is a subtle background of a woman being forcefully tattooed against her will. We later see this woman who got tattooed all over her body, carved up and displayed as art in the 4th Prince's room as he registers for the succession. And we do find out from Borksen and the other Tserriednich friends that that tattoo artist was a Heil Mafia member that was lifted out and recruited by Tserriednich years ago, which is he's one of the only Heil members that's from the original family that wasn't massacred by Morena, but that also means that, two, he was participating in all of the Mafia operations beforehand. Whether that means that this is how Tserriednich got his hands on the Kurta clan eyes or got his hands on women. It's possible this could tie the Heil and Tserriednich to the death of a child like Sarasa, and maybe even have something to do with Sheila or where Sheila is. The entire catalyst, Sarasa being the catalyst, by the way, not Sheila, of what started the Phantom Troupe and their dark descent into crime and madness. We know the main man responsible for the snuff film of Sarasa was the head of a charity front for human trafficking. There are subtle references to a tattooed Mafia member that was taking place in the human trafficking with this guy, who may just be a younger version of Tserriednich's tattoo artist. This is not confirmed, and this is just a theory, but this could tie Morena and the Troupe even further together beyond the scenes of just what we've seen between Finks, Fate, and Nobunaga and the different Mafia families. It's possible that Morena is a product of what the Phantom Troupe has always done and tried to snuff out and stop from happening. So it's interesting to see how these two parties have come on opposite sides of each other today. And I'm very interested to see where all of that goes. But the reveals of Morena not being Morena, the reveals of the Heili, and everyone's inkling that they may have something to do with Sarasa and human trafficking in general may be correct. Knowing now what Morena's backstory and upbringing was like, I can't agree with her want to genocide all of humanity, but I can at the very least sympathize and understand where she's coming from, because wow, Borksen wanted to know what she was so angry about last chapter, and I think she found out. Morena and Borksen's negotiations are interesting, not just because seeing the complicated game that we got play out is fun, but on top of that, finding out how much Morena knows about Nen and how specific the roles in her Contagion quote-unquote family are, and how coldly calculated this plot to not just take down the Empire, but take down humanity as a whole truly are. There have always been whispers that Morena is missing one final puzzle piece. This last and final recruit is not just a direct connection to 4th Prince Tserriednich and a way to keep tabs on him, but also the last Nen ability that she needs to create with Contagion in order to achieve her ultimate goal. Morena has always needed allies to take down the Kaken Empire. She was not able to drag herself through 20 years of insanity and being a piece of meat alone. She requires, again, as I mentioned, specific people with very specific abilities in order to do so. And we can also see this in all the previous actions of the Heili, especially in even the procedurally generated grinding rooms that they've made to level up their members. They required both an emitter and a conjurer to properly execute this teleporting door exploit. So they used the old man Gotame's duplicate Hatsu, which was conjuration, and Vacante's emission ability to create a situation where both of them can lure a victim in, and the door created by Vacante would just immediately teleport someone to the Heili headquarters, and that victim would just have multiple Heili members jump them and kill them for more contagion levels. Once they lose an emitter during the events of the succession, the Heili members immediately start discussing how they have to go about recruiting another emitter to replace him. They have direct roles in Morena's quote-unquote Heili family that she needs to fill, and if someone dies, they have to find another person of that exact same category to replace them. This is why Morena sought Borksen out in the first place.
Out of all 6 of the 4th Prince's closest bodyguards, Borksen is the one that holds the specific Nen ability that will allow Morena to achieve her goal of destroying Kaken and humanity. She has already recruited every step of her plan, and the final piece before they fully engage in their all-out war against the Black Whale and try to sink the ship is they need a specialist, just like Morena. Morena is a specialist, but she needs someone like her for whatever reason to fulfill her final plans. Nen categories are determined at birth and can't be changed. That's something that we already knew from the very beginning of the series. And the set rules of the Nen chart essentially mean that if you're an enhancer, you're gonna struggle with categories that are directly opposite of that, which would be manipulation or conjuration, and vice versa. You really cannot learn everything unless you're a specialist. Being a specialist doesn't mean that you can just learn and gain 100%, greatness in every single category like Kurapika. Kurapika's Emperor time is a very specific and unique contract that he had to basically give up portions of his lifespan in order to achieve. No, being a specialist does not just give you auto Emperor time. What it does mean is that you can basically create Nen abilities out of any single Nen category that you desire and spec based on what you want to achieve. What this means is emitter, manipulator, conjurer, whatever you are, you cannot have that changed. Morena cannot give someone contagion, infect them, and turn them into a specialist. She has to find someone that is born a specialist, hopefully unawakened, and then awaken that specialist, which we find out now they can do thanks to Dogman's awakened Nen ability. After reaching level 60, he can just immediately sniff out unawakened Nen users and determine their category, speeding up that process tremendously, which from the very beginning, Morena can then mold that specialist into creating the ability that only benefits her. Again, there's a reason why Morena needs to strike an unawakened specialist preferably, because the problem is, and Morena mentioned this as one of the few downsides of even being a specialist in general, is that if you don't know you're a specialist early on in your career when you start training, you can accidentally fall into a trap of specializing in one specific category because you're really good in it and thinking you belong to that group, only to find out that you spent, let's say, 10-20 years mastering conjuration, to find out you could have spent those 10-20 years mastering everything. So if you understand you're a specialist before you even start Nen training, you actually have an advantage over a specialist that finds out later, which is why we get anomalies like Chimera Ant's Neferpito. If you remember, Neferpito had no knowledge, rules, restriction, or just even really understanding of what Nen was as a whole upon awakening. No training at all, which realistically allowed all of their creativity and imagination to flourish, which is why when Neferpito needed an ability to bring Kite back to life, she created one. When Neferpito needed an ability that allowed them to move those dead bodies, they created one. When Neferpito needed an ability that upped her physical stats, they created one. So by awakening and being groomed in the Heil as a specialist, Morena can basically make Borksen into whatever type of specialist that she requires. Now, this is where the danger of the negotiation time limit kicks in, as while they are negotiating, Dogman is still out searching for specialists. And although sure, specialists are super duper rare, Morena estimates it's about 1 in every 3,000 people. The thing is, with the Black Whale having a huge population on it, there are probably at least 50 to 60 unawakened specialists on this voyage that Dogman will be able to sniff out. And if they're not able to recruit one of those, that number doesn't include the number of already awakened specialists, such as Chrollo, who the Heil have potentially set their sights on as a replacement recruit. Whether Borksen accepts or declines Morena's negotiations is really ultimately unimportant. The longer she takes, it's just worse for her, because if Borksen doesn't become Morena's specialist, Morena still has plenty of options to go for. There's also the potential that Dogman can find an even better suited specialist with higher potential for Nen, which would make Borksen, again, invalid. So that's why it's specified that the longer Borksen takes in this negotiation, the worse it is,
because she could just get invalidated halfway through the negotiation and just get X'd out. And as we get specified and find out, with the no card, Borksen knows too many secrets at this point about the Heil, and if she does walk away from negotiations after declining to join, she's no more than levels to them for Contagion. They will kill her. If that's the case, if no and declining truly does mean they're going to kill her, Borksen even wonders why Morena would put a fake option of not answering and invalidating the game if she's just going to hold no value and die. But Morena actually does confirm that Borksen does have a way out of the game with X, one that does not end with her dying. Ultimately, at the end of the day, this negotiation game is the prelude to Morena's Nen. She has to recruit every specific member of Heil using this card game, and then after doing so, it hopefully will align the goals of Morena and the person, strengthening their bond and also allowing Morena's aura to awaken Nen inside them through Contagion, fulfilling all of the conditions required. By allowing Borksen a way out of the game, as well as the potential risk of death if Borksen says no, with 2 of those options technically being a self-inflicted risk, 2 out of the 3, I should say, it amplifies Contagion's power significantly, which means every time Morena recruits someone, whether she gains an ally or not, it will strengthen her Nen because of the attempt alone and the pre-existing conditions she imposes on herself. If the victim joins Heil willingly, it actually will also intensify the connection between the ally and Morena, still boost the aura that person gets. And if the ally, that's all because if the ally knows they'll die and still accept Morena's terms, it strengthens that Nen. This all means, long story short, that Borksen was correct about the third trap. The game was always rigged in Morena's favor. She wins on all accounts, no matter what the end result is. Because again, even if Borksen walks away and Heil makes sure that they never interact with her or kill anyone close to her, Morena already confirms that eventually, due to their plan of destroying humanity, it's only a matter of time before they have to kill Borksen and her family anyway. Not only that, she can just pick another specialist. The negotiations are essentially designed to just coax the victim into a yes and align the goals of Morena and her victim almost 99% of the time. The fact that the yes card was even removed from play and Morena and the other Heil members are upset they haven't yet convinced Borksen to side with them gets an honest and genuine reaction out of them being upset because they really do want her to join their cause. Borksen isn't sure if their reactions are just because this might be the first time someone has ever potentially declined recruitment, or if they're just that dedicated to what Morena wants. Either way, after they do get through a significant portion of the game and exchange information back and forth, regardless of how dark and depressing Morena's story is, and how fucked up the Kaken Empire is as a whole and how fucked up humanity is, getting a place to sit on the seat of not dying from all of the other people that want to exterminate humanity, Borksen can't bring herself to relate to Morena whatsoever. Borksen can sure sympathize with Morena's tragic childhood and feel bad for her. But as someone who finds the smallest change in their lives inconvenient, Borksen could never align with the Heil's message. She describes herself as someone who just wants to live an uneventful life. She doesn't want to fight in war despite being a soldier. She really, hopefully, just wanted to work her way up to some cozy office or desk job and just make a modest living in a country that was strictly authoritarian and didn't really allow her to expand her horizons or learn anything they didn't want her to learn. Because of Beyond's grand ambition and now Morena's plan to destroy humanity, it seems almost next to impossible for Borksen's life to ever go back to that mundane, privileged life she sought out for. Which means the last 2 cards on her side, the one being no and the other being an R or revive card, which will allow Borksen to pick any card that was discarded, namely the card that she would want to pick, which would be the X card that invalidates the game entirely. Borksen's life is not only running on a 50-50 chance, it almost seems, again, pointless, because if she says no or does get out of the game, she will die from Heil eventually, or in the Succession War, the Dark Continent, whatever comes next. If she says yes, she's she's signing on to a philosophy that she doesn't ultimately agree with. However, we may actually never get to see the end result of this game, because before the second option can be chosen and another question can be asked, the loudspeaker announces martial law is declared, signaling that a crisis has broken out in the first Prince Benjamin's vicinity. Why do we know this? Because we know he is the only prince that has the authority to actually declare martial law. Bro has been waiting to do this for a very long time and was waiting for a very justified reason that wouldn't in bad graces with the Justice Department or the other princes and immediately become suspicious. The only thing that we don't know why martial law was declared and who declared it, because not for nothing, with Hulkenberg's goal to ultimately be possess Benjamin with possession arrow and potentially take hold of him, or kill Benjamin and take hold of someone close to him. Benjamin found out Balsamico was compromised. He already admitted he was going to declare martial law, which could be the main reason this happened. But not only that, Benjamin was also worried that the Mafia may interfere with the succession war. And we already know Chrollo had to move up to tier 1, or she was trying to move up to tier 1. And Hisoka's on tier 1 as well. There could have been a reason, whether it be the Mafia or some kind of wild card, as Kurapika and Zang Lei even thought of, that caused martial law to be necessary. The best possible scenario for Hulkenberg supporters, Hulkenberg actually succeeded in his mission of killing Benjamin, which required martial law to be enacted, or he full-on possessed Benjamin and enacted martial law himself, which, now taking Benjamin's place, is going to use his resolve to win the succession war to take down all of the princes while everybody is locked up in their rooms. And not only that, but I'm pretty sure martial law will definitely heavily restrict the movements of the Heil family as well. Realistically, the only way to traverse through the Pote at this point during martial law will be the hidden passageways that only the Mafia have access to. Whatever happens in the incoming chapters, the succession war has finally broke out and the bombs that have been slowly hovered over our heads are dropping. And we're just gonna have to see how they affect everyone and what the different perspectives are going forward. I'm excited to see it. The one thing I really don't know is if this negotiation will be put on pause between Morena and Borksen, or if Morena will full on commit to either finishing the game or forcing Borksen to recruit at this point, knowing that she's now on an even stricter time limit than she ever thought before. And I also am interested to see how Chrollo may play a role in the Heil Phantom Troupe debacle, or if Dogman mentioning Chrollo was mostly just a red herring. But we'll just have to wait and see, honestly. So following the events of 408, martial law was declared, and we don't find out this chapter either exactly what caused the martial law to be called, whether it be Hulkenberg failing in his mission and Benjamin figuring out that Balsamico was compromised, or, you know, for some reason, Hulkenberg possessed Benjamin and is now implementing martial law himself. We really don't know who called this and made this move. As of right now, the main focus of martial law is on the higher tiers. Tier 4 and 5 are left alone exclusively, except the passageways between the tiers are going to be blocked to prevent the spread of chaos descending into the lower tiers, which makes sense. This also means that whoever they are searching for or whatever they're plotting to do with martial law, they are not going to let their target leave or run away to a different tier either. But this also means a lot of other things as well. It means Chrollo, if he didn't already make it to tier 1, he's stuck on whatever tier he's on for the time being. That's the same for Bonilov, Hisoka, Heinrich, Finks, Phaeton, and potentially Nobunaga might just be trapped in between tiers. According to the different announcements, Tier 3 is commanded to sit facing the wall on their knees with their hands up until they're found by soldiers and given further instructions. And according to Borksen, those soldiers are trained not to hesitate to kill anybody that doesn't comply with 100% accuracy. Imagine you're just chilling on a nice cruise and it's martial law, and all of a sudden if you're not up against the wall or some soldier bursts down your door and you're not ready for it, you're just gonna die on contact. It's the Kaken Empire doesn't fuck around. Borksen also confirms that martial law is structured not to announce instructions for the higher tiers and the 4 they're currently on, which makes sense. If you're gonna give different instructions to other tiers like tier 2 or tier 1, as we find out some of the other tiers do have more laxer restrictions during martial law, you don't want the other tiers that are getting it worse to find out about it. Big Brain, Borksen, determines that based off when the announcements end, she can determine what tier of the Black Whale that their hideout is on. Because if she doesn't hear from tier 2, then they're clearly on tier 3. If she doesn't hear tier 1's announcement, then they're on tier 2, and yada yada. Now, the announcement for tier 2 plays right after that, and again, you can see that there is a little bit more leniency on tier 2. They let everybody walk back to their rooms peacefully, and then they can sit at a table before their privacy is breached and being searched at gunpoint. Yeah, a little bit better, still insane. Borksen attempts to continue the negotiation game regardless of Morena and Heil clearly being caught off guard by all of this. Morena's so thrown off that she wasn't even paying attention to Borksen at first, and she was either distracted or just processing the situation entirely. Either way, they were not expecting this at all. Morena's like, wow, that proves your resolve and how you handle pressure. And I mean, honestly, for a personal guard to a prince, for a, you know, a soldier that wanted to be like a high-ranking officer with a cushy job, it makes sense that she would be as deductive reasoning and as like calculated as she is. So the way that she's able to judge all of this information and find out what way to best use it for herself throughout, again, these last 3 chapters is just insane. After processing everything and going through the negotiation game, Borksen chooses the D card, which is the card that allows her, in exchange for fulfilling a small favor on Morena's behalf, Borksen can return one of the lost cards from the graveyard to her hand. That small favor ends up being a deep kiss, which we know is not good news when it comes to Morena and Contagion. But the most important part of this scene is that we do get Morena's full condition list for activating Contagion on another person. Like most specialist abilities, because they're so powerful and so insane, similar to like someone like Chrollo's Skill Hunter, it does require multiple different events to occur before it's completely fulfilled. 1, the victim of Contagion must finish the negotiation game with the answer of yes. So negotiation game is completely tied into Morena's Hatsu. 2, the victim has to kiss Morena and become infected with Contagion, which we already knew. And 3, the victim has to be present during one of another infected member's murders or a murder that's committed by Morena herself. So basically, she can say yes to the negotiation game, kiss Morena, and still not have Contagion activate as long as she doesn't witness a person get murdered by Heil or other way around. Borksen can technically accept the kiss and not ultimately be tied into Contagion if she's able to avoid the other conditions. And Borksen does seem unsure about what she's going to decide upon, but that's when the announcement for tier 1 rings out and completely throws Borksen in an opposite direction and forces her hand. Because with the announcement of tier 1, are we actually on the top tier of the Black Whale? Did they kidnap me from tier 3 all the way to tier 1? Then she realizes that she was just wrong from the start, which again shows her intelligence and how she's willing to eliminate theories that she spent a lot of time on if she gets new information. Honestly, if you really think about it, Morena as the original Heil leader, at least going on to the Black Whale, she probably had a special double VIP room on tier 1 from the very beginning of the voyage. If she set up some kind of transceiver, whether it be an actual literal recorder or just some kind of NEN object, they can all just get announcements from every single tier from the tier 1 room, Morena's original room, to the Heil hideout. So there's no possible way to tell where they actually are and if she fell into another logical trap. Realizing this means she has literally no other choice but to continue asking more questions so she can fully grasp the severity of Morena's kidnapping situation, she agrees to the kiss. By regaining one of her cards from taking the kiss, she can ensure that she can actually increase her chances of not picking no and making sure the game goes longer so she can ask more questions. Also, just a note, Tier 1's instructions are to return to their rooms and await soldier inspection, and then after that inspection, the Black Whale guarantees to release martial law in Tier 1 and allow all previous freedoms before it was declared. Could mean multiple different things. 1, martial law was declared specifically due to something that actually occurred at Hulkenberg funeral as it was going between Tier 3 and 2, and some kind of problem broke out or something or another. Or, again, we have the even worse option, which is Benjamin or Hulkenberg, whoever is in control of the First Prince's body, is going to use these inspections as a chance to slowly pick off the remaining princes of the Succession War one by one. Again, this is made a lot easier if Benjamin's personal guard are potentially the ones that will be performing the inspections on Tier 1. Not only will that result in the deaths of a lot of the weaker princes, it could potentially just result in all-out chaos if you disturb some of the stronger princes. Like, again, imagine if Tserriednich is interrupted in his Nen training by some of Benjamin's guards and finds out that they're just slaughtering everyone. He may spring into action. And again, that's not even considering that could it all just be some other third thing. I mean, it could literally just be Occam's razor that they don't want to impede upon the first tier as much as the other tiers. Borksen takes back the X card from her graveyard, which is the card that allows her to remove herself and invalidate the game entirely without dying. Here is when things do get a little weird and a lot of different speculation can begin. Because from this point on, Borksen does act very suspicious around her cards and also moves them around and messes with them in weird ticks or different actions. And before Heil goes to shuffle Borksen's 3 cards, she declares she wants to look at the face down cards and make sure they weren't switched while her and Morena were making out. Morena does get a little offended, using the example of a partner asking to check their significant other's phone. Even though there should be nothing to hide, it's still an invasion of privacy, and if anything, just proves the partner does not trust their significant other in general. Borksen deadass just doesn't care about offending Morena and is more than happy to do so. Going over Borksen's suspicious acts throughout the negotiation game going forward, remember that this is all a theory and this is just an observation of what's going on. Borksen's first suspicious act is she grabs her 2 face down cards, looks at them herself, and flips them over on the table. The cards are indeed correct and not switched. Morena did confirm she wouldn't be cheating at all in the game, and that was not a lie. So despite everything we've learned about how it's rigged in Morena's favor, they really do not plan on swapping any cards or pulling any fast ones on her. After shuffling, I have to remind you, Borksen specifically requested to flip her own cards over. Normally, Morena would be flipping Borksen's cards herself. Morena allows her victims to flip their own cards as a show of gratitude and good faith. So this is tied into Borksen's second suspicious act directly. With her having control over her cards, instead of immediately flipping one of the cards over, she first drags it forward towards Morena and then flips it over to reveal the contents. Which, conveniently enough, the card that she picked is the X card that she just revived from the graveyard. And I have to mention that this was the one card that she didn't lift and make sure was quote unquote tampered. All the other cards she picked up and looked at. In that time span, without anybody noticing, would she have been able to physically mark or somehow make a visual distinction between those cards and the X card? It's unclear directly. Borksen chooses question A, which allows her to ask Morena as many questions as she wants. The stipulation is Morena can only answer yes, no, or yes and no. Borksen asks if the hideout is on every tier, goes through every single one and gets a no every time. And she narrows down the questions more precisely after that. There is a massive rumbling that only Borksen reacts to, and Morena seems used to it. And that confirms to Borksen that they're actually in between tiers 2 and 3, because that sound was just the central gates between tiers shutting. Borksen also discovers that the entrance to the Heil hideout is somewhat exposed to the public, and there are about 4 to 5 different exits. The 5th has to be more of like an improvised exit because Morena does hesitate and thinks critically before denying the number 4 and confirming 5. I and Borksen have to assume that this is because Morena is genuinely trying to be truthful and has to like assess the environment around her and be like, you know, technically that is an exit. With knowledge that Morena is stressing herself to actually be as truthful as possible, Borksen gains a level of resolve that wasn't really present before. She drills Morena down for an unknown period of time, asking her every single question that could possibly come to mind, and help Borksen gain an informational edge over the Heil, such as confirming Morena only has 21 members in her gang, and knowing there can only be 22 members of Contagion, which means Borksen is definitely the final piece to Morena's puzzle. She also gets their full and direct roster of Nen users, confirming Morena is one, the only specialist besides Borksen, and things like how many enhancers they have, how many transmuters they have, all of that down to the exact number, vowing to drain Morena of every last drop of information and use this info, as well as everything that Borksen can learn about Nen, vows, limitations, contracts, and conditions to somehow manufacture a way that Heil will not only be able to not touch her, the people that matter to her as well. Now, if you go all the way back to chapter 394, Borksen was the one of her group that came up with the plan that if Tserriednich's personal friends friends are kidnapped at all, no negotiation, no rescue. All contact drops if one of these friends are kidnapped by Morena. Knowing how dangerous Nen abilities could be to the fourth prince, the last thing they want is for one of these closest guards to be turned against the fourth prince with some kind of hypnosis ability. It could throw everything that they've been working for into chaos, which is why basically now that Borksen's been kidnapped, she's gonna be deemed a threat by her friends, even if she does escape Morena's grasp and invalidate the game. So if she declines to join, she dies. If she invalidates the game, she becomes ostracized from her friends, and now with martial law active, if she goes down to tier 3 or tier 2, she could most likely just be shot on sight for not complying with instructions. Best case scenario, she gets trapped between tiers until martial law is over. So it really leaves Borksen only one option in this negotiation. And after gaining as much knowledge as she possibly can, she asks one final question of Morena. And she asks it like multiple times because she really doesn't want to do what she has to do, it seems. And she's really seeing if anything can change Morena's mind at all. If there's any way whatsoever Morena could change her mind on destroying humanity. Morena says no. Even if Borksen tried to change Kaken from within, Morena wouldn't change. Even if the sky fell and something no one could ever expect happened, Morena wouldn't change. Even if there was some actual light at the end of the tunnel and compromise between Morena and Kaken was actually possible and they gave her everything that she could ever want from them, Morena still wouldn't change her mind. And thus begins the final act of the negotiation game. Whatever card Borksen flips will be how she proceeds to end this game. And her options are the R card, which lets Borksen choose really whatever answer she wants, or the no, which ends up with Borksen for sure dying. As she slides the card she intends to discard over towards Morena, even though Morena asks Borksen to do this, I can't discount the chance of Borksen still manipulating the cards in some way, shape, or form. The third and final suspicious act, right after Borksen wins, surprise, surprise, she pulls that R card. Out of excitement, she says, Borksen crumples up and ruins the R card by squeezing it tightly. And now, I'm not accusing her of anything, but what I will say is if there was to be any evidence of physically marking a card or Borksen doing any type of cheating, completely ruining that card would erase all of that evidence. So just want to put that out there. But that's just a simple theory and I'm just a simple guy. Morena claims they replace the card every negotiation game, so no harm, no foul. No one would ever know if Borksen cheated. Despite Morena being sad that Borksen claimed that she was going to invalidate the game, everyone is surprised Borksen actually chose yes, symbolizing that despite all of that struggle, trying to escape, trying to figure out the best way to play into the game and win, Borksen chooses to become Morena's specialist and join Heil. You can assume that Borksen realized the best way to move forward and to help protect her friends and the fourth prince is to actually join Heil and cripple it from within. Borksen essentially holds all of the keys for Morena's ultimate goal of human destruction. With her recruitment, Dogman's gonna stop searching for other specialists, and by understanding all of Heil's ins, outs, the different categories and amounts of Nen users they have, as well as how important she is to their cause, she can essentially either stall everything by creating a Nen ability that is completely antithetical to Morena's goal entirely, which just opposes Contagion and could maybe even defeat Morena in battle some way, or based off of her previous claim in the chapter of winning through different vows and restrictions, who's to say that she's not able to big brain plan her way into conditioning her Nen ability to somehow force Morena and Heil to never hurt her and her friends ever again. That ability that gets developed from Contagion is entirely up to the individual by the time they hit level 20. Sure, with proper grooming, the Heil can teach people to develop specific Hatsu when they're, fully resolved to follow whatever Morena needs, but if we consider Borksen's strong will and wit, she could potentially find a way to just make an ability that just ruins Morena entirely. Again, last chapter, Borksen admitted even though she's hated people enough to want them to not want them around anymore. Her solution was never to kill that person. All she wants is to live a simple and quiet life, even if that mediocre life was in an authoritarian dictatorship with low living conditions. So if the only way to get back to that life is to dedicate herself to stopping Morena any way possible, hoping that somewhere along the way Borksen can change Morena's mind, and at the very least, maybe Borksen has finally found that person that she's willing to kill someone over to save her mediocre life. The Heil plotline has just thickened to a level that we definitely didn't see coming at all. And I'm interested to see this smart, strong-willed, very capable girl learn Nen and potentially thwart all of Morena's plans. And the final puzzle piece, the one piece that Morena needed, ended up being her undoing all along. And I think that's beautiful writing. I'm actually very happy that we were able to finish the interaction between Morena and Borksen. The whole negotiation game, I know a lot of people are 50-50 on the fence about it, but I genuinely enjoyed it as a narrative device to just give us a lot of exposition and just really flesh out not only Morena's character, the Heil's goals, and Morena's backstory, but Borksen's entire personality, a character that we really only shared a couple pages with at most up until now. I am genuinely just sad to see that despite all of Borksen's confidence, internally, she's actually really shocked that the yes card was what ended up being revealed. She had no intentions of picking the yes card and truly did probably want to invalidate the game with the X card. Somehow, despite playing the game as well as she possibly could have, the yes card is picked, and no matter how Borksen feels now, she's contractually obligated through Nen to now follow through with joining Heil family. Remember the card that Borksen chose specifically, and this reveals the sinisterness behind everything in regards to the negotiation game, but also where Borksen messed up here. Borksen chose the R card. As described, was a card that would allow Borksen to take literally any card from her graveyard that was already discarded and use it as the final card. Because the X card got discarded, which is the card that invalidated the game and let Borksen walk away and almost quote-unquote forget everything that happened here, she got the yes card, even though she asked for the X card. What happened? Morena thankfully immediately breaks that mystery and reveals that she knew Borksen cheated and fully exposed that a lot of our theories from last chapter were completely right, that Borksen was doing a lot of suspicious activity with those cards, with all of the maneuvering and switching and moving and flipping that she did with them. Morena correctly theorizes that, yeah, you probably made physical marks on the cards or something like that just to make sure you picked the right one. The way that they were able to figure this out isn't because they saw her do it, but because, again, negotiation game is all tied into Contagion. It is a part of the condition to the specialist ability that, again, acts off of every single Nen category. So if the target cheats, the negotiation game is literally set to immediately switch all cards to yes or no, or whatever answer is chosen, yes or no, instead of giving the option of the X card. Means all bets are off. Not for nothing, we can't blame anyone but Borksen. She could have played right, and she chose to at the final moment because she got worried and scared at her choices forfeit. As Morena even says later, the moment that you decided to cheat is the moment that you decided to forfeit a fair game entirely. Even though Borksen completely destroyed the evidence by crumpling the card, Contagion's manipulation ability kicks in automatically. And all of this just overall disappoints Morena, which is sad because she seems like, despite wanting to destroy humanity, she seems like such a nice person. Seems like someone you don't want to disappoint, right? She just gives off that vibe. Morena knows that despite Borksen getting yes, this yes isn't genuine. Regardless, Morena will take it. Borksen's locked into that yes no matter what. So with the confirmation that Borksen will join Morena, she's stricken by intense aura and just pressure, falls right to her knees, and Morena explains the core tenets of Heil membership, which I think are the most interesting aspects of everything, because we kind of already knew the whole, kill one person for level 1, kill, a prince for 50 levels, yada yada. What we do learn, one, as a member of Heil, Borksen is safe from the worldwide humanity purge, including any people that she deems as loved ones, which is honestly something that goes directly in Borksen's favor, because she just wants to keep all the people she knows and close safe anyway. She just doesn't want to kill anybody to do so, unfortunately, which might be the conflict of interest. 2,
we get a more in-depth and full-fledged understanding of Contagion as a whole. Obviously, now we know the negotiation game is aside, we know the 3 conditions that are required to make someone a full-fledged member of Contagion, and now we know how Contagion works from Morena's side, which is that it works very similarly to a game app of sorts. I immediately thought of solo leveling, even though I know it's not anything close to it. But as the main administrator of the quote-unquote game, Morena has access to all the player files, the logistics of the game. She decides the points, everything, yada yada. Not only does she know every person's level, every person's location, the situation they're in, and what their overall power level should be in terms of stats, she pretty much knows what they see and hear at any and all times, down to the minutia. The only thing that she might not know is if a person hasn't awakened their ability, what that ability might turn out to be, or let's say, for example, if someone does awaken an ability, she might not know the specifics of that ability. She might just be able to see that that person did awaken a specific type ability. That's unclear. But the main point of all of this is that Borksen has still only fulfilled 2 out of the 3 conditions that we got from recruitment a couple chapters ago, which is the final one of having to kill herself or be present when the Heil kills another person. Right now, Borksen is still level 0. She really doesn't have any nen at all yet. She's just gotten the bare minimum of the requirements. And the 4th, final, and last tenet is that once Borksen has all of her aura awakened and she's a full-fledged level 1 member, she can do whatever she wants. There are no rules, really. There are no specific timed meetings that we have to be. Borksen can go out and do whatever. That also means, on the flip side, if Borksen decides to betray them or fight someone in Heil, infighting and outright betrayal is allowed in the family. Morena seems to believe in absolute freedom, which someone who was chained and as a slave for 20-something years, it makes sense. As long as it doesn't personally cross Morena or affect her overall goal of world domination, then she doesn't care. She'll just replace someone with Contagion. It's that easy. Sure, while this means that Borksen could, from this moment, just escape, return to her friends, and just choose to never raise her level and try and hide and play neutral, it also means that Morena and any of her minions are more than free to betray her and kill her just to open up their specialist spot again. We've already found out that Morena is assuming there are at least 50 to 60 more specialists, with Dogman still on the lookout for more of them. This puts pressure on Borksen because if she doesn't follow suit, not only can she not hide, she is going to have to now kill people to raise her level and develop an ability if she wants to stick around. Morena will always know where Borksen is now, who Borksen is with, what's around her, and how strong Borksen currently is at the time. Borksen can't hide on the Black Whale, especially with the state of the martial law that it's in right now, and since she's easily replaceable by another specialist, if Borksen doesn't start growing levels and become the specialist that Morena needs, her and everyone she knows will just die and just be replaced in a heartbeat. Knowing all of this, and being very aware that the shortest route to gaining an ability and putting herself in a position of power over the Heil, she's gonna have to kill someone. Borksen accepts this fate, knowing that at the end of the day, if she can become this all-out specialist, which could potentially rival the power of Morena, she can potentially defeat the Heil from within. So that's what she resolves to do. I've seen a lot of crazy theories on this, especially because she is Tserriednich's close friend. How crazy would it be if, due to parallel future, Borksen is able to go with her friends, even though, of course, we've already touched on how her friends have already resolved that no negotiation, no rescue. If one of their friends comes back, they are immediately deemed a threat, and their Tserriednich's bodyguards will try to take them out, most likely. Borksen is most likely not going to be safe with her friends. If she can convince them of her goal and what she wants to achieve, and also get them to work with Tserriednich, imagine she just kills Tserriednich twice, he reloads, parallel future, and then she becomes level 100, starts contagioning herself, and then we get 2 contagion families battling it out, duking it out. That'd be crazy. Even though it does seem that level 100s get similar power to Morena, it's unclear if Morena will always have the last say as the main administrator, even if Borksen was to become a game administrator of her own, right? Morena, of course, has contingency plans. She doesn't seem like someone that would let
someone usurp her like that. Knowing that this might be the shortest route to everything, she asks to be escorted back to her allies and hope that they can help her or they will at least accept her. While Morena obliges to personally bring Borksen back to her friends, Morena sinisterly reminds Borksen that, hey, we're your allies now as well. Don't forget that. I'm very interested to see where Borksen's story goes going forward, because we've already speculated that Borksen's specialist ability could be something amazing, but not even that. If she is able to become a level 100 and start giving other people that she knows abilities as well, she could potentially have an all-out war with Heil or help the Phantom Troupe in their battle against them, because remember, we still have Finks and Phaeton that are on their way up. However, it seems like they might have martial law to deal with going forward. And Morena has a lot of things with Contagion that make her an untouchable force, especially with a bodyguard of more than 20 people that are very directly loyal to her, and we still are unaware how far that manipulation aspect of Contagion goes. If it is pseudo manipulation, and if someone like Kaiser or someone in the Department of Justice has also been a subtly manipulated person in regards to Contagion, whether they're a official Heil member or not, there are ways to invalidate the game and walk away entirely and not be turned immediately into levels after leaving the Heil moment. Melody mentions that Kaiser, of all people, feels like their heart isn't stirring. They're not being manipulated specifically, but they might be subtly being manipulated without even knowing it. It's possible that Kaiser could be someone that was invalidated. We see the Shiyu, Kenny Wang of all sorts, that Morena does have a Joker card that she has yet to play. We don't know what that Joker card is. It could be anything. A lot of people even speculate it could be Hisoka of all people. We still don't know how Hisoka got a pass to tier 1. There's also a lot of evidence to show that the Justice Department is looking out for the Heil. A lot of times when corpses that the Heil have killed show up, the Justice Department has been looking away and turning a blind eye to it. That's what at least Heinrich mentions. Could be anything. That Joker, that trump card that Morena has. But now that she has her specialist and a complete roster of Contagion, having some kind of ties to the Department of Justice could be worse and make the Heil even more integral to the politics of Kaken and the politics and just the narrative of the Succession War as a whole, more than we ever thought before. Speaking of martial law, after Benjamin has enacted martial law, it has been implemented throughout all 5 tiers of the Black Whale. We saw in the previous chapter with Borksen all the different announcements that were going through, because Morena was able to hear tier 5 through 1, and we saw all of the different levels of security that were being taken. And surprisingly, the people on tier 5 and 4 got the least of it, which a lot of us thought that the lowest tiers were going to be the scariest to see. However, tiers 3 and 2, which we do see a little bit of this chapter, are just under full-on autocratic rule, pure authoritarian. Some of the soldiers are literally telling them that they are threatening to shoot them should they even quote-unquote move an inch without warning. They're just gonna imagine you have an itch and you twitch a little bit and you get shot in the back. The complete danger of all the soldiers aggressively inspecting and holding all of these citizens at gunpoint is insane. From a couple chapters ago, when Tajao from the Shiyu family mentioned to Nobunaga that a lot of the green soldiers wouldn't hesitate to fire on him just for seeing Nobunaga with a makeshift katana, I honestly see where he was coming from, and I think Tajao was more right than anything. We should trust that man for anything else that comes up in this arc, because he knows what he's talking about. The only thing that the soldiers are able to find on tier 3 is the Heil processing door that we saw Finks, Phaeton, and Nobunaga encounter a couple chapters earlier, all set up by the Heil members Gatame and Vicante, which still seems to be active, as 3 soldiers entering the room were immediately teleported away to the Heil processing room, and I imagine they immediately got cooked by different Heil members. They were also able to find the secret back room behind the bathroom that Phaeton was able to uncover, which acted as the secret entrance into the back part of the room that avoids the teleportation around the door entirely, since again it's just like an emission ability that just puts up a blanket in front of the door. The soldiers are immediately able to put together that this is all Heil nonsense, and they signal to the higher tiers of their criminal intentions, which is reported directly to Prince Benjamin, who is apparently, despite knowing the situation that was supposed to unfold between Balsamico, Hulkenberg, and him, is apparently alive and well and swinging a big ass rifle around with no hesitation, leading this martial law charge. Now, I'm going to withhold all of my opinions and theories about Benjamin and everything until later, but let's just get through right now what the thought process of Benjamin is planning to do. As mentioned like multiple chapters ago, martial law is the exact situation that Benjamin was waiting for. While Benjamin could never enact martial law without proper reasoning, as the Justice Department would just deem Benjamin way out of line and reject all of his commands, now that Prince Hulkenberg has died under suspicions of bioterrorism, it is exactly what he needed to have everyone fall in line. And the worst thing about martial law, why it's so beneficial to Benjamin at all, is now that he has complete control over all of the military and can secure everybody on the Black Whale, including the princes in Tier 1, into areas where they're not only completely defenseless and vulnerable because of the over-aggressive military presence. At the end of the day, Benjamin's ulterior motive, using this opportunity, just lets Benjamin round up every single prince that has been hiding from him, and he can deal with them all personally at once while they're unable to fight back. And it's so important to him right now that Benjamin literally tells his current soldiers to just ignore the Heil for now and give it to his lowest tier of soldiers. Their main priority is the princes, because their first noted of disappearances are Zang Lei and Lazarus, and that's their primary concern right now. As soon as that announcement for martial law went off, both of them dipped out and they are gone without a trace. Or at least they thought without a trace, because the soldiers are able to recover under surveillance. Zang Lei traveled to Tier 2 using the hidden Mafia passageways that we saw Phaeton Finks, all of them use in connection to the Shiyu family. I'm interested to see if they ran into the Phantom Troupe, or if this was different passageways, if they ran into Nobunaga, if they're trapped between tiers because of the locking of the doors. One thing is clear, Zang Lei clearly trusts the organization he funds personally and his quote-unquote father Anyor, boss of the Shiyu, much more than Benjamin's military, and I don't blame him for that. Lazarus, being another prince who has direct ties to the Mafia, except he's the beneficiary of the Ka'ar family, it can be assumed he probably disappeared the same way. Or, as many people have theorized, because of the time skip and the moving pieces of this entire arc, it's also possible that with Melody and Kacho plotting against Lazarus because of their suspicions that he might have something to do with Fugetsu's bad state, a lot of people are suggesting that Lazarus has already gotten got by Melody, but we'll have to wait and see, because Melody's performance is something that I'm very excited to see going forward, as well as Tserriednich wanting Melody to perform for him. So Melody has a lot of different roles that can play in this arc, and I'm excited to see where that goes. Most importantly, Benjamin just moves his second tier soldiers to start searching for Zang Lei and Lazarus immediately, and they can worry about all the lower ranking princes afterwards, and it shows how much he underestimates them. That's where I think I have to put all of these things into question. The last time we saw either of these characters, we know there is supposed to be a confrontation between Balsamico and Benjamin. During the procession of Hulkenberg's funeral, Hulkenberg was on a time limit while possessing Balsamico. He sedated Balsamico's actual essence with sleeping pills. The way that possession arrow worked this time almost put Hulkenberg at risk of losing himself entirely. By sedating Balsamico, Balsamico is forced to succumb to Hulkenberg's essence and gave him a strict time limit to confront Benjamin. A lot of people were concerned with this interaction because if Benjamin realized that Balsamico was compromised, he stated one of those stipulations would be martial law, which is exactly where we are today. So it's possible that if he deemed Balsamico a threat, he killed Balsamico, Hulkenberg's toast, and martial law allows Benjamin to get exactly what he wants. That is Occam's razor. That is obviously the simplest answer that we're seeing fall before us today. Two, that made this very interesting, Hulkenberg's possession arrow needed to be used with 100% accuracy and precision in order to have Hulkenberg be the spirit that was randomly chosen to be swapped into Balsamico.
The biggest problem here is that Hulkenberg's most likely goal was to use Possession Arrow again, get out of the body that he only had a couple hours left in before Balsamico took the primary position. Hulkenberg was lost forever with no body to return to. By using Possession Arrow on Benjamin, Hulkenberg buys himself a lot more time. Because everything had to be set up perfectly, in Benjamin's quarters, there's probably and potentially no followers for Hulkenberg to use. And we already know that Possession Arrow makes use of all of the direct Nen aura from Hulkenberg's marked followers. We don't know if Hulkenberg can even use Possession Arrow alone, let alone if we would be able to even guarantee Hulkenberg would get the result he wants by trying to switch with Benjamin. And 3, the biggest, thing on the table is there is still that huge debate about Possession Arrow working on princes in general, and from what we're led to believe, in my opinion, Possession Arrow is a direct Nen ability developed by Hulkenberg in response to his resolve awakening in taking the Succession War seriously. And a lot of people then say to that, oh, well, why wouldn't Hulkenberg use it on Nasubi then? The whole point of Hulkenberg awakening Possession Arrow was his conversation with his father and the acceptance that in order to prove his philosophy of democracy conquered all others, that he needed to win the Succession War fairly in the traditional way that it has been, because Hulkenberg can't skip to the end and kill Nasubi and just do this. And after learning that lesson is when Possession Arrow was born. So I don't think this new Hulkenberg wants to take the shortcut like that. The real question here is that if Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast would just wipe Possession Arrow out of existence, as we still don't know the full grasp of Benjamin's Spirit Beast power or what it is at all. But the one thing we have seen is Possession Arrow go through a lot of different Nen abilities before. So we don't know what takes precedence. It's the chicken or the egg. Does Possession Arrow nullify the Guardian Spirit Beast, or does the Guardian Spirit Beast wipe away the Possession Arrow nullification? We do see later in the chapter that honestly does call a lot of this into question in general. Benjamin's original Guardian Spirit Beast being with him as he confronts the Zodiacs. It's possible Hulkenberg failed. The one thing that is interesting though, that I have to bring up, Benjamin has been poisoned with the exact same bioweapon Hulkenberg used to kill himself. So no matter what occurred between the two, in the event that we haven't seen yet, Benjamin's body is on a timer of 10 hours before it collapses. 2 before it dies, just like Hulkenberg's did. How did this bioweapon get into Benjamin? Did Hulkenberg lose and at the very least poison Benjamin as a last resort move? Or, again, taking into consideration all theories, is this bioterrorism weapon self-inflicted to make sure that after power passes down to the child, Benjamin is dead and all 14 original princes are cooked? No matter what the reasoning is, in 9.5 hours, Benjamin has to eliminate all the princes left in the Succession War. As on top of killing everyone, not even that, right? Because Benjamin still needs to proceed through the rites of succession ritual and get the 3 sacred items of the Kaken Empire and assume power from Nasubi. And not just after that, he still needs to, as his plan is, we find out that there is a child involved with all of this. After getting the power of the king, Benjamin then needs to pass down his power to his illegitimate child or children to make sure that all of that power stays in his family's hold. Considering the vessel is perishing in 10 hours, Benjamin plans to usurp all power of the Kaken Empire in that time limit and pass it all on to his illegitimate child to preserve this monarchy. Now, a lot of people are asking, what? Child? We haven't heard anything about this. Well, in chapter 403, during Hulkenberg's phone call to Queen Unma and the reveal of Hulkenberg actually being Queen Unma's son, there is revealed to be a baby crib and toys in the background. Although it's a small background detail, this child is clearly important to be in Queen Unma's quarters. We just don't know who this child is. With Benjamin wanting to keep the Kaken Empire in traditional values and the hands of its original roots, it makes sense for Benjamin to want to thrust the monarchy to an heir to ensure it survives another generation. Now, another theory is this child Hulkenberg's illegitimate child. I mean, not for nothing, we are literally introduced to this background baby while Queen Unma is talking to Hulkenberg and saying that she's so proud of him, and although she's sad she won't be able to see him, she'll support him and do what he needs for her. Now, again, Queen Unma could be a snake. She could be just as easily taking that phone call, cheery and saying, "Love you, Hulkenberg, bye," turning around and saying,
tell Benjamin we're making his kid king now. So again, I just want to lay out all theories here. I'm not saying any theory is correct, whether it's Benjamin or Hulkenberg, but I do want to take into consideration the possibility of Childs being Hulkenberg, Benjamin being possessed. This is Togashi we're talking about here. Because again, why would Hulkenberg want to pass everything on to his child? How can he ensure that there is democracy? After resolving to win the succession war, Hulkenberg, knowing that this is going to result in his death, something that we also see in chapter 403, he really only cares about the political change he can bring to the empire through his followers and beliefs, and he'll tear down whatever he needs to, even if it requires sacrificing himself to accomplish that. By having all Fugetsu family members dead, because we don't know if Nasubi survives the rites of succession either. There is a big theory that the winner of the succession war kills the previous king to take succession. Again, this is all unknown. But if that's the case, if that gets rid of the empire entirely and it passes on to an illegitimate child, that would break all of Kakin molds with all of his different marked and loyal followers, including a supportive mother potentially to prop this child up as the new democratic king of Kakin. I don't think we should rule out Hulkenberg entirely. Because, not for nothing, there is also the even worse third option. The child isn't any of the princes, and this is actually Beyond's insert into the empire, which Unma is plotting behind Benjamin's back, or with Benjamin following through in Beyond's plans. We don't know how Guardian Spirit Beasts react to things like possession. And again, one thing that's very clear, Benjamin has made a lot of very unique facial expressions that, in my honest opinion, haven't been very similar to the expressions we've seen him make before, and they look very stern, stoic, and Hulkenberg-ish. Compare this calm, collected, stern, and aggressive man who is tactfully taking over the government using all three different branches and using the power of the military to basically round up everyone and also tactfully do everything, to the man that had to be stopped from killing Tserriednich outright on the very first banquet night, and Kaiser was unsure if Benjamin would even be able to conduct himself appropriately without Balsamico. Now again, Benjamin is a very smart person. I don't want to say he's incapable of acting this way. I just want to lay that out, because again, Boltabai does question him, but this is also a Benjamin that is on a 10-hour time limit that can't fuck around, and losing Balsamico may have resolved him to feel and be more serious than he ever was before, knowing that he now needs to fill Balsamico's place. But I just think that was interesting to point out. Not that I think it's impossible for Benjamin to act this way. When Benjamin meets with Mazaistrom and Boltabai, who represent the Hunter Association, and Kaiser, who represents the Department of Justice, with these three witnesses, Benjamin is able to declare the unification of all three branches of government under his direct leadership by basically turning everything again into one unified party that Benjamin controls under the military. And he does this by claiming the fourth prince and Hulkenberg conspires to commit bioterrorism, which is such an easy justification to subvert all norms and speedrun this process entirely. Benjamin is also able to detain any and all suspicious characters, which he abuses to detain and interrogate the prince's hired guards and soldiers, which basically means that all the hired hunters and bodyguards could also be forcibly separated from their princes to make the princes easier to kill. And just by holding all of the princes hostage, he basically creates a situation where the Hunter branch, the Department of Justice branch, have no choice to accept this all in order to stop a potential endemic outbreak on the ship. Benjamin is like, I need to give you the people that are, infected and send you the samples to the hospital, but I can't do that without it. Benjamin is just ruthlessly strong-arming the entire Kakin government system to fall in line with his rule, which is, again, a very Benjamin thing to do. And while Boltabai is able to see the potential change in Benjamin, I think one thing that's more important to focus on is, again, Kaiser being much more confident in immediately figuring out what's going on, deducing that, well, if Benjamin is rushing and on a time limit, I'm going to have to imagine he got poisoned. So if we can survive one more day, we'll be free of Benjamin and we could potentially escape the tragedy of the succession war. We still don't know where Kaiser's allegiances are. It can only be speculated right now. But if we are to assume he might have something to do with Morena, how many arcs do you think are left in Hunter x Hunter? I mean, it depends. The Dark Continent is definitely going to be a large arc that takes place after the Succession War. The Succession War is, funnily enough, as intricate and as crazy as it is literally just the transitionary phase between the regular world and the Dark Continent. because after we finish the Succession War, we have everything that has to do with Dark Continent and whatever the fuck is gonna go on in there. Now, granted, there's a couple different ways that things could go. Obviously, Gon has lost his Nen, and a lot of people think that Gon is done, his story is done. Granted, you could argue his story is done because Gon found his father. What more reason do you have for Gon to be included in the story? But I would argue that that's not true, because you could always say that Gon could get his Nen back. Even his father says that his Nen isn't completely gone for good. It's just that whatever happened significantly took away his Nen, and I'm sure there's other ways that he could get Nen back, or if Gon could find a way to still continually be a hunter and go on hunter-like adventures. Gon is that kind of tenacious. He's like his father Jing. There's no way that he would just let a debilitation like that stop him. You have the theory that Periston and Gyro are connected in some way, shape, or form. That's how Periston was able to get a hold of the Chimera Ant eggs that he has, or the Chimera Ant soldiers. Gyro is currently an anomaly. We know that him and Gon are tied by fate. They almost encountered each other when they were in the city before the Chimera Ant Palace invasion, because Gyro had separated completely from the Chimera Ant Queen and the Chimera Ant Kingdom due to his overwhelming sense of self and hatred for humanity and hatred of all things existence. It wouldn't surprise me if someone like Gyro would be partnering with Morena. How crazy would it be if Morena was the incarnation that this new Gyro took? This want to destroy everything and this Nen ability called Contagion that would spread chaos throughout the world in any way possible. I mean, but yeah, Gyro, Gon, they are fated to meet at one point in time. So it's possible we could get another arc outside of the Dark Continent, but at the same time, there's also a good chance that Togashi is somehow able to merge these arcs. He's able to merge the Dark Continent with Gon's final moment. And I mean, imagine we do have that checkpoint where once we drop the Kaken Empire off on the new continent, which who knows how that is even going to go, considering that I don't think Nasubi and the other Kaken princes will be dumb enough to get tricked into not going onto the real Dark Continent, or maybe they will. Maybe there won't be anyone left from the Kaken Empire after the Succession War, and it's not even something they'll have to worry about. They'll just pick up Morel, Nav, and any other hunters from the checkpoint and move on their way. And perhaps maybe Gon found a way to substitute his Nen or fight some way besides his Nen, or even just unlock his Nen and actually fight with Morel and Nav. That would be really cool and a good way to reintroduce him to the Dark Continent at the perfect time. We still don't even know where Jing and Periston are, to be completely honest with you, right? We have no idea where Jing and Periston, whether they're on the ship at like a very double VIP dorm room or something on the Black Whale. Are they taking their own transportation in order to get to the Dark Continent separate from Beyond, or are they part of the group that's going to break Beyond out, and or is Jing Periston one of the people that Beyond wants to meet on the Black Whale? There's a bunch of different ways that the story of Hunter x Hunter can go after the Succession War. Kurapika's story, technically his major arc ends with the death of Tserriednich and the retrieval of his final Kurta clan eyes. And with the way that Kurapika is using Emperor time, there's a good chance that after retrieving his Kurta clan eyes, Kurapika is just done. Kurapika is going to croak, his time is going to run out, or it's going to run out just before he gets those Kurta clan eyes, or is able to beat Tserriednich in a very tragic end. And maybe that's just me always assigning tragic ends to people. I'm sorry that I do that. I hope Kurapika achieves his goal. That would be amazing. But even Togashi has said that Kurapika's fate is kind of shaky at this very moment. But if the Gate Guardians do tie into the Dark Continent and the Kurta clan, that would be a perfect way to segue Kurapika into the Dark Continent and make him relevant and make his story continue on. Because there is a heavy potential that with, again, like I said, the collection of the last Kurta clan eyes, that's the end of Kurapika's story, just like it was the end of Gon's story with finding and meeting Jing, even if Jing didn't stay for very long. Now, granted, you could argue if there's more information about his clan on the Dark Continent, as well as somehow Periston is actually allied with someone like Gyro, and that brings Gon somehow by fate either to a way to get his Nen back and onto the Dark Continent with Morel and Nav, or however he gets there. Gon's own grandfather, that's even the reason why Jing is interested in the Dark Continent, right? Don Freaks, the one that wrote the Book of the West and is theorized to be writing the Book of the East, or I might have that backwards or reversed, but you get what I mean when I say that the Freaks family has direct ties to the Dark Continent as well. So if Kurapika is able to bring his family ties back there, it also makes sense why Gon would be able to bring his family ties back there, especially if Togashi is able to introduce Gyro into the whole Pariston deal, which would not only put Pariston at perfect odds with Jing, which we know they've been kind of going back and forth for this entire time, as much as Jing is winning over Pariston's men and winning over Pariston's operation and just full on usurping all power from him. Pariston is slowly biding his time and is already tried to kill Jing or get an upper hand on Jing once, so it'll be interesting to see how he stretches to become a villain in the future, whether that be, again, working with that Chimera Ant, or my crazy headcanon that Morena Prudo is Gyro due to them both wanting nothing more than to destroy everything and just create pure chaos, although I think that would be stretching things a little too much. I'm interested to see what Togashi has in store for us after the Succession War. I couldn't even tell you what is on the Dark Continent and how much content could be there for us to consume. I mean, just the Dark Continent alone could be another Chimera Ant level arc with 100 plus to potentially 200 plus chapters of story, with just the introduction of getting onto the continent, all of the different, just if Succession War is already this complicated, imagine all the different moving pieces of the Dark Continent. You have all the different monsters and all the different curses and different crazy things that can come from the Dark Continent. But what about the different tribes? What if there are people that live there, like the Kurta clan or other things that are heavily invested in? Imagine there's a society that we find of ancient artifacts or ancient peoples that have their own conspiracies. There's so many, and obviously I'm just yapping about nothing, but there's so many different ways that the Dark Continent alone can play, let alone you have great villains like Beyond Netero taking the full frontal role in the Dark Continent, who has basically been playing a back seat this whole entire time. I really do think and wonder what Togashi has in store for us. And even then, whether the Succession War ends in 20 chapters, whether the Succession War ends in 50 chapters, this has been a great ride, and the amount of effort Togashi has put into this makes me think that whatever reason Togashi has to bring characters like Kurapika further into the Dark Continent are gone, or even bring people like Killua back somehow, he's gonna make it so integral to their stories and a great way to cap off everything that I truly believe the Dark Continent will finalize everything. I really don't see us having such a great and spectacular adventure outside of the bounds of known reality and going into the great unknown for what will probably be hundreds of chapters. And then afterwards, Togashi goes, all right, remember Gon and Gyro? Let's get back into it. Now, granted, did Togashi do that with Breed Island and Chimera Ant and then just go right back to Kurapika? Yes. Do I see him doing that again? Honestly, you know what? He's a little unpredictable, but with the state of how he is, I would imagine it makes more sense to fuse everything together for one big climax on the Dark Continent, which is really what every hunter has been going for, rather than have this crazy great journey on the Dark Continent and then, oh my god, back at home, Gyro took over while we were gone. Even though that is possible, I do think, depending on what Togashi does, he does have 4 different endings planned out for the series, right? So we already got D, which is Gon being alive and trying to raise a granddaughter to be a hunter, even though she doesn't want to. There's 3 more endings that Togashi has that he's striving for. Whether or not that means taking different routes with the story, we won't know until we find out. That's really all I have to say about that in regards to like where the series can go after Hunter x Hunter, honestly.